We are live. This is BS Busters After Dark. Things are going to get subtitled The Funky Edition. This is the first episode of a new subclass of BS Busters podcasts. This one is all about, not pulling any punches. We're going to get real. We'll have criticism and real talk about everyone. Nintendo, Sega, Sony, all of them. We don't care. We don't care. We're gonna get real. It's real talk here. No punches held back. We're just gonna get into it. So without further ado, I'm gonna let everyone introduce themselves, and then we'll get into it, and other people might join in as we go along. So let's start with the person who just joined, Dr. Feelgood. How's it going?
Oh, you're gonna put me on blast like that, man?
Yes, I am. This is After Dark. We let it all hang out right here.
Well, hey everybody, this is Dr. Feelgood here, the guy with the smooth moves and groovy tunes, always in a damn good gaming mood. Let's go ahead and get this started.
All right, and next to him, at least on my monitor, is the John Lucas, or it might be The Rock. I don't know. Go ahead and introduce yourself, sir.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Mr. Red Fox's show. And The Rock says this, that regardless of what happens, the Titanic still sank, Romeo and Juliet still died, and Nintendo still laid the crash down on their candy asses if you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Man, I love your intros. They are so awesome. And followed by KH Anime G.
Alright, KH Anime here. Remember, keep calm, game on. Make sure you clean all the stuff out your eyes and ears, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, black, white, gay, and straight, whatever you are. You need to listen to this. Learn some stuff.
Get some knowledge. Next, we are joined by Tuber5, who's sporting the wonderful Treasure logo as his icon. You must be a Treasure fan, but we'll save that for another time. Introduce yourself, sir.
Yeah, damn right, I'm a Treasure fan. Hey guys, my name is Tuber5. I'm staying alive. We're talking games, so enjoy the ride.
Cool. And it's me, Mr. Red Fox. As you might already know, I'm the Mr. Red Fox, and I'm here to just talk a little bit of shit, tell the truth, pull the covers off some of these expose some of these phonies and fakers in gaming. So without further ado, let's get into it. Anyone want to bring up a topic first, or shall I start the first dance?
Well, it's not necessarily a topic, but more like news that came out late last night. Like Konami strikes again. Kojima Productions has disbanded officially.
Knew this.
If I could muster up the energy to care, like here's how I feel about Hideo Kojima. Okay, like I know some people are like, oh my God, how can they do that to Hideo Kojima? Does anyone forget what Hideo Kojima did to his former brother in the ranks when he was working there at Konami? When he was vice president at Konami? Does anyone remember Igarashi?
Yep.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember how he basically had that poor man sitting in the corner making mobile games, and every time he would make a demo, like a proof of concept demo, to have a handheld Castlevania game made, Hideo Kojima would have that shit canceled, and eventually he took Koji Igarashi's baby and gave it to some asshole studio in Spain called like Mercury Steam or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what? I'm sorry, Kojima, but payback is a bitch. Payback is a bitch.
You guys talking about the fall of Konami?
No, we're talking about the fall of Kojima because because Hideo Kojima got arrogant. Because here's the thing, Metal Gear Solid has always been a very resource intensive. Yeah, it makes a profit, but if it was well budgeted, it would make way more money than it does now. and did then. And you know, Kojima actually started believing that bullshit that people fed him. Oh man, yeah, you're awesome, dude. Yeah, okay.
That's the problem with a lot of modern gaming today. It's like we put these developers. I think they put a lot of these developers on a godlike pedestal. And when we played games in the old days, we really didn't think about who developed these games. We just played them and had fun. Or at least I did.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. My issue with Hideo Kojima isn't that he's godlike or isn't godlike. It's that he hasn't earned the right to be considered like the pedestal that people put him on. Like, this dude's not Sid Meier. He's not Will Wright. He's not Richard Garriott. This fucker didn't create an entire franchise. He just took a movie, stole the concepts of the movie, and made a game. People are like, oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. No, he stole John Carpenter's ideas. He needs to give John Carpenter a cut of that money.
Wasn't he a
Metal
film
Gear Solid
at some point? Like, he was studying film, right? Before.
Yeah, he's a failed film major. Okay.
Kind of like that other guy.
David Cage. But at least David Cage made a film. It's really weird. You can tell David Cage made it because it's so weird. But yeah, at least he made a film. Damn.
No, see, I know why fans do this though. When you find a game, regardless of how it comes about, if you find a game that you like, you want to respect the person or the team that created it. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because that's how we have. It's not like the smartphone market is made to be disposable. You don't care who make it. You want to have some of that. It's just about putting it in perspective. And a lot of the gamers, they came in, they like Metal Gear. It touched them for whatever reason, and they saw who is because basically you gotta remember that no game is made by one man. Even as much as we like to give Miyamoto all the credit, Miyamoto did not do all these games by himself. Most of the games, Yokoi had involvement, Tezuka. I mean, and that's a top guy. You got the rank and file team. It's not a person that makes a game. It's a person that leaves a vision, but it's a team that makes a game. But I understand where that started from. But at a certain point, you got to sort of watch out for the hangers-on and the groupies and the yes-men after a while, or you'll get lost and you'll forget what you're supposed to do when you're creating your craft. You get sidetracked.
Well,
so that's what happens.
It's not just that. It's like, okay, I look at Hideo Kojima. He's made mostly Metal Gear games. His only real deviation from Metal Gear was Snatcher, Police Knots, and all of these are rip-offs of movies. Snatcher is Blade Runner. Police Knots is, it's a lethal weapon in space. They even the main characters, like the white guy looks like Riggs. And Murtaugh, and the black guy looks like Riggs. Like literally, he's like Danny Glover. I'm waiting for the dude in the game to say, "I'm too old for this shit." You know?
He's the one-trick pony, basically.
Yeah, he just does. He looks at a movie or like some type of pop culture reference, and he's like, "I'm gonna make a game about that." And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is like, there's nothing he's really made from the ground up with his own original ideas. Even I know people like, oh, man.
Konami held a gun to him and said, "You're not going to make anything else." And Zona Enders didn't sell worth a damn, so we're not going to do that anymore.
Well, Zona Enders wasn't original either.
Wait, I tell you this. I have Zone of the Enders.
I have the HD collection.
Yeah, I have the original on the PS2. I love that game. I think
but it didn't sell. Twice. It didn't sell like Metal Gear.
Like you're right. It definitely didn't sell well.
That's the problem, you know.
I look at Zone of the Enders like I look at Sunset Overdrive.
I like
it definitely deserved to sell, but fans didn't care about it because all they cared about was Metal Gear.
Exactly.
Snake.
We got a lot of petulant children out there who have a lack of any imagination at all.
I wouldn't
rather a movie play for them and have quick time events than have to actually read something. I mean, God.
Well, the thing
what I look at is like they get attached to it. Don't get me wrong. I understand that if a game comes out and as someone mentioned earlier, you get attached to a certain, name and or franchise because it spoke to you and you loved it. It's like, but at the exact same time, if Miyamoto only did Mario and nothing else, what kind of world would that be? Like,
Exactly.
And that's why. And
According
that's why
according
I
to
think
according to Nintendo haters out there, they think that that's
that's
all
all.
fucking Nintendo
Yeah.
does.
But here's why.
Miyamoto hasn't done a fucking thing in the last.
Here's why I
15
do.
years.
Yeah. Here's why I don't consider Hideo Kojima to be a genius, because all he does generally, like, he had, like, okay, you have Zone of Enders. There's like 2 of those games, 1 and 2. Then there's Boktai, which is basically, for lack of a better word, Boktai is essentially Metal Gear Solid only on the Game Boy Advance. Okay. So I mean, except it's not.
Red Fox, I got a idea why Hideo Kojima's worship has. I know where it came from. I talked about Sean Malmstrom's theory of the cycles on an earlier podcast about the 4 eras. It was tabletop, arcade, cinematic, and now we're in social interactive, right? You gotta remember when Sony came in. Sony owns a movie company, the multimedia. They had a multimedia platform. They got it right? So this is a failed film major, right? I could say. So of course he's gonna join. Remember, Metal Gear started on MSX originally, but then it came to NES. But when Sony came along, the Metal Gear franchise moved to Sony, a movie-based kind of company. So that's why you get all the CG, all the cutscenes, all the CGI. So when gamers started looking more for cinematics and arcade and movie scenes, and everybody wants to be. That's where we at right now. Is honest truth.
Yep.
But we got people more wanting to watch the game than play the game. We forgot what video game meant. Some of these guys like video, and the guys. The more that he made Metal Gear Solid more and more like a movie, that represents Sony and Microsoft's direction for the industry. They want this thing to be viewable, not playable. And
well, you know what though? If I may just interject real quick.
That's a good point.
I like
thank you.
cutscenes as much as anybody else. Even the most just narrow-minded gamer, casual game out there. I like cutscenes just as much as any other gamer out there. In fact, one of my favorite games of all time is Xenosaga Episode 1. That game had over 30 hours of cutscenes.
You know who makes the best cutscenes, in my opinion, or at least the most high productive cutscenes, and that's Blizzard.
Yeah. Like StarCraft.
Yeah, they make some of the most epic cutscenes.
I mean, but even with Xenosaga Episode 1, when you push the start button to start the story mode, the first scene is about 20, 30 minutes long. The very first scene in the game. But it's giving you, insight into the story before you start it. But even still, the game had roughly 60. It also has 60 or 70 hours of gameplay. But what they did is like every other RPG out there, when it comes to talking to NPCs, they basically they turned every even useless conversation into a cutscene, and that's where Mass Effect got it from. So that makes sense, but I don't want to just simply watch a game and never play it, because I'll watch a movie.
That goes back to what I was saying. That's where gaming has pretty much gotten. That's where you have 1886 short gameplay, cutscene. Everything is turned in. That's why everybody loves Last of Us so much, because they want to see a movie that you press a button to. It's basically it's FMV revenge. That's all this is. We have not. Sony's interest in this industry. Everybody forgot that those initials FMV.
But let me ask you
remember.
guys a question. Metal Gear's Ground Zero. Metal Gear Solid Ground Zero.
That game.
Did you buy that fucking demo? And if you
No, I did not.
I need to confiscate your gamer card right now.
No, I didn't. When I saw that bullshit, and that's what it is, because we can
pay
get
$50 for a fucking demo.
When I saw that bullshit,
PlayStation came out, they used to send you like those fucking discs, demo discs with all kinds of different games, variety of games.
Ordered a game magazine. They would come with a PlayStation demo disc.
What the hell is going on with people, man?
But this shit now, I mean, when I saw that shit, it's like, so you want me to pay you for a fucking demo?
I don't. At the end of the day, I don't blame Konami for that. I blame the people who bought it. That's what makes me. They're the real scoundrels. I mean, Konami just put a price on it, and people went out and bought it because they don't know how to put their wallets down. They don't know how to say no. I don't have to give in to this crap.
Kenoshi.
It was like before Batman Arkham Knight came out, there's a whole big controversy about the $40 DLC season pass and stuff like that being as much as a game, and it's comprised mostly of skins. But I ran into someone on Google Plus. I can't think of the name, but this person said they're going to buy Arkham Knight regardless because they're a huge Batman fan. That even though they know the DLC is comprised mostly of skins, and they're only going to support the game for 6 months, they still said they're going to buy this game because they're a fan of Batman. I'm like, okay, you can be a fan, but you ain't got to be a stupid fan. That's like going out there and spend. That's like spending $100 for, let's say, the special edition of Arkham Knight included a bobblehead Batman, and you spend $100 on that just because it's a bobblehead Batman. It makes no sense. The thing only costs $1 to make.
Yep.
The thing, like I say, not to feel good in Kenoshi. That the gamers have been trained this way. That's what this whole third party versus first party. Yeah. That's what this whole third party versus first party thing is all about. That's what and that's why the industry is against. They don't want Nintendo around because Nintendo checks this and keep this honest.
They're fucking up their game. They don't want them fucking up their game. They want that.
Yeah, their machine. It's a machine. It's a whole. They've been building this machine for 20 years, and they're trying to get it rolling. And gamers used to have a little bit more sense than they do now. They used to have you couldn't get away with, hiding content behind a paywall in 1996. You couldn't get away with Assassin's Creed Unity's ugly bugs, without somebody's gonna do something. Yeah, you always had gamers that were, got more money than sense.
Savvy.
People were more savvy. Because people were more broke. You had to take your money and stretch as far as you can.
Yeah, man. I remember that, man. Back in the days, man, Super Nintendo cartridges, N64 cartridges, even NES cartridges were like $70, $75, $80.
But
depending on where you shop, some N64 cartridges was like upwards to 90.
Yeah, so I mean, and then you know what really killed Nintendo was that they were like $75, and then PlayStation 1 games were like $45 retail, MSRP. Most of them were like $45 or less.
But I understand why, because the N64 games had 0 load times.
They were high quality. And the thing is, like when
if you dropped a disc, if you dropped your PlayStation 1 disc, what
and
was
it got scratched, you were
SOL.
Yeah.
You'd be SOL, man.
Those black discs was like the lowest quality ever.
Did you remember when the PlayStation 1 came out? They used to put the games in those big ass fat black jewel cases. Then they went down to the little plastic clear music CD cases.
Yeah.
And they still charge the same amount of money.
The thing is, I remember I can't forget it. I'm looking at my 64. I got a pack of my boxes of the 64 right in my room. I'm looking right at them.
Mm-hmm.
Them 64 games, I might have paid $70 for that doggone GoldenEye 007. That doggone.
I was on the first day.
WCW NWO World Tour, WCW NWO Revenge, WWF WrestleMania 2000.
The best fucking wrestling games ever. They haven't come close to them.
I spent that money, but all I got from those games, not to count Conker's Bad Fur Day, Star Fox 64, come on, Zelda, George Mask, Ocarina of Time. When I paid $70, I got $70 times $70.
But are you kidding me?
My money.
Now come on, now you're talking too much sense, man. When these fanboys, they were salivating over those fucking FMVs, man. They were like beating off and shit because they look like realistic fucking images. And
I'm gonna tell you right now. When you see these people who are like, man, that CG trailer looked awesome. You dumb bastard. This is the same that they did during the PS1 with these fucking Actually, before the PS1. The Sega CD, FMVs. That shit was... I'm like, where's the gameplay?
Enough for them. There wasn't as many of them as there was the PS1s.
All I got to say is Watch Dogs. Simply Watch Dogs.
No, I'll tell you why it's like that, though. It's very simple. I just watched a video. I don't want to talk over everybody. I'm sorry if I'm talking over everybody. I gotta get this out though. I saw a video from 1991, somewhere around that era, and this is when Nintendo had the thing in the palm of their hand, and you had it had like I think it was a PBS Frontline story about Nintendo's monopoly and all this stuff, right? And you had the guy.
But there was like 6 manufacturers of video game consoles, but they were the monopoly. Keep going.
Yeah, I saw that video. I saw it.
Yeah, and you got this guy from Tang, and it was pretty much a propaganda piece, but that showed you where this origin comes from.
Yeah.
And these guys were pissed that Nintendo, they have the monopoly on the market. You can't sell the game, and they make all these nonsense complaints. If Nintendo was really trying to be a boss and trying to kill the shelf, you wouldn't even be on the shelf to be sold. That's not a monopoly. They just outcompeted you. The reason the third parties have to go through FMV and blast process and all these little gimmicks is because the gimmicks, the real gimmick.
Yep.
They couldn't compete.
The reason why, because their game craft wasn't as good. They can't make as good games. They have to sell on bells and whistles. They have to sell on flashbang. Look over here, wow, and take your wallet. That's how they have to do that, because that's what, if they can't sell on the nature of the game itself. They can't just throw out a Splatoon out of nowhere, come out there, Splatoon, and kick your ass with 14-year-old squid kids. They can't do that on raw GameCraft.
And sell a mill in less than 2 weeks.
What are you talking about, man? I mean, PlayStation All-Stars had to sell at least 5 million copies.
But on that point, John Lucas, I would say that that's the reason why a lot of these industry games the sales are front loaded. Like they sell like maybe about 1 million copies.
With pre-orders, that's why the pre-order scheme.
Like the first week, first month, and then after a while, they become bargain bin.
Absolutely.
Grand Theft Auto, Watch Dogs. It's like, you know what? You sold well. You sold extremely well for the first month, and now I get emails from GameFly and everybody else saying pick up Watch Dogs for $8 on the PS4. It's like,
you can't get rid of the motherfuckers, man. They're gonna give you free posters.
I look up my damn a new Super Mario Brothers U. That shit's still like $50 at Target.
Yep. Look, you want Lego City Undercover? $50. $50 damn dollars still from when it launched. It's still $50.
Yeah, listen, it's gonna be $50. It's gonna be $50 5 years from now. The situation is, and the gamers complain about it.
You're gonna make these fanboys cry now, man. Come on, John. You can't go hard on them like that, man.
This is after dark. No hold back.
Yeah, no holds barred. Look.
No, listen. The situation is, you look at these games. I've been looking at them about why Nintendo games don't go down in price. Why they they need to get this price down. Why? They've been trained. This machine is devious, man. They trained to buy a game, and then the game of the year stuff, all these little silly routines they come up with, because them games can't hold value. And first of all, third parties is more quantity, so you can't hold that shelf long on purpose, because some newer third party will take your place. It gets too crowded in them shelves. So they've been trained with the third party style of game selling, and they can't reconcile. They can't figure out how to hold value on a product. I mean, the whole thing about they complain about Bayonetta 2. Bayonetta 2 will get its million. It will get 2 million.
Oh man, it's already 800,000. It's already 800,000.
But you know what? The only reason why these third-party games sell, and folks, I've done marketing, things like that. I work retail. Trust me.
Tight.
The only reason these games sell so well, the Call of Duty, the Grand Theft Auto, even Watch Dogs, is because they put these games in your face 24/7, whether it be IGN ads all over their page, whether it be commercials, whether it be commercials during, Super Bowl
That's what
time.
I was talking about the other day, yeah.
Like, they shove it down your throat and
Constant,
keep it on your mind all the time. It's subliminal advertising. When you put something in someone's face enough, and that's all they know about, that's what happens, is that people just want to go buy it and not even know why.
It's like when you go, if you guys have,
like Call of Duty, like their budget for that game is probably about, I say it may cost them maybe $20 to $50 million to make every iteration every year, but they spend roughly $100 to $200 million on marketing alone. That's
You're
like
right.
it's like Final Four commercials. It's like they're giving you a reveal during the Super Bowl or during Final Four or during the NBA playoffs. You know how much money that costs to do a 1-minute commercial during the NBA championship?
Actually, Dr. Feelgood, I did a debate with someone who thought that Splatoon was a AAA game, and I said, this is how much they spend to make Call of Duty back in 2000 and I want to say 2004. No, it wasn't 4. It was like 2008, 2009. 50 million. That is not a high budget game by itself. But here's how much they spent to advertise it. 250 million. That is a lot of money.
Almost around $500 million they spent on it.
And going back to Dr. Feelgood's comment about it being in your face, it's like going to the strip club. You know you're just going to go in there for a couple of drinks and watch the show. But when she keeps putting it in your face, and asking you if you want to dance, and you keep saying no, you soon enough realize that the more they keep putting it in your face, you're going to be parting with those dollars that you got in your pocket. You're going to be leaving there broke and shit.
That's the whole hook. Get you in the club, and then once they got you, you're gonna spend unless you got some sense. Let your Al Bundy and put a string on it.
But you know what? It's
rain.
Here's an honest question. Here's an honest question. Do you guys? I mean, to me, and this just came to me, but it seems like today's gaming, and this is mostly from third parties, but today's gaming seems to have taken the razor and razor blades approach, where you buy the game, which is a razor and a razor handle, but then they say if you want additional razors, replaceable razors or whatever, that's going to cost you $10. I mean, like $20, whereas the razor itself, the initial one, only costs you like $5.
Yeah, they do take a nickel and diming kind of mentality about gaming. And here's the thing, look, I know that gaming has gotten more expensive as time has gone on. That is undeniable. But I mean, like I said, I'm going to use Nintendo as an example. Like, all of these excuses you hear from third parties, oh, well, we can't make money on Nintendo consoles. They're making money. Well, look, if it was a total and complete failure in terms of them making money and not you being able to make money on something, it would be like the Ouya. Since that thing released, they lost money on it. Even the people making games on it lost money on it.
I'm gonna break it down right here, Red Fox, some more. What you said about the razor blade, and it's about value. It comes back to simple value.
They devalue their products immediately. Like
the real truth is these gamers, and it's also the gamers' fault. Let's call them out right now, because the real truth is like most of these gamers have a kid's mentality. They want all these shiny, but they don't want to pay the cost to be the boss, like James Brown says.
Yep.
They want everything to stay $50 no matter what. Even though they're spending more and more money to make the games. So basically,
John,
go ahead.
John, I got to ask you a question, because you brought up an excellent point. These kids, they don't like being called kids, because when that commercial ran, "Are you a kid or a squid?" They didn't know how to handle that shit.
Oh yeah.
They're mad as shit, man. They're like, "Fuck that game."
No, Mr. T broke that down about nerds.
It's like you're playing with a toy.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a toy. It's a very expensive toy.
Are you a squid?
Yeah, it's a very expensive toy. It's a toy.
I don't care if you're playing Call of Duty. Call of Duty. If you want to really join the military, go to the recruiter's office. You don't need to. But the situation is, Matt Pat from Game Theory just went and showed you what real Rainbow Six Siege is all about real life. So yeah, when you're playing a game, you're playing fantasy, whether it looks like realistic, whether it looks like cartoony. But the thing about this game cost thing is they put the price tag up because they know at the end of the day, if you put $100 on the price tag, game is like, you're ripping us off. You're ripping us off. They don't even want to pay $60 for these games. Without GameStop and these kind of related kind of stores, they can't even sell the games they got. They sell on the trade-in and bad. That's why y'all always see this stuff on the discount bin after the fact, because they trying to get this stuff on the cheap. They want to spend $20 for Hollywood movies. You don't get $20 for Hollywood movies, dude. So the bottom line is they have to put the budget. They have to do the backdoor stuff You have to go like the DLC, get you tied into PlayStation Network, Xbox Live. They got to get the money from the back door. So like mobile gets from the back door, can't sell this stuff up front either. So it's about knowing how to sell a product. These guys don't know how to run a game business. The video game business is probably the hardest business, not the hardest, one of the hardest business to make money in. There's only one guy that's consistently shows you how to do it right. There's the other guy who through subsidization can look okay with it, and another guy who never made money with it. So
here's the funny thing. People get mad at the one guy who's consistently made money in the video game business.
Yep, in the venture that they're in. Yep.
I mean, like Sony, everyone's like, man, the Vita. Look, listen, Nintendo made the template by which to make a handheld. You make it with cheap old technology that's battle tested, and you put really good games on it, and it'll sell.
Yep.
No, everyone else who went up against Nintendo's handhelds, we're gonna put the most technology we can possibly pack, and you're gonna have to use 8 AA batteries in order to power the shit, but it's gonna be awesome for 4 hours until
wait the
my
Game Gear for Mr. Red Fox.
and I mean, they failed. They all every time.
Hey, it had Mortal Kombat with
handheld,
blood on it. So why you doing that?
Every single handheld that I saw come out against Nintendo's handheld, I like almost clockwork. Like Sega, they're like, it's got color, and the Nomad, it's got a backlit screen. The links, the links. Remember that? I mean, they all came out with handhelds, and the only handheld that had a chance of going toe-to-toe with Nintendo's Game Boy was the WonderSwan. And the only reason that thing had a chance was because it was designed by the same guy who created the Game Boy.
Exactly.
That's the only reason it came close.
And we look at right now, and everybody, it's not about Americans. I don't know what it's about Americans. I know why. It's the technology of it. We worship tech over too much in America. A lot of people that's talking about the game news right now, they always want to overlook the 3DS. That's what sort of pissed me off about this E3 fallout. We still talking about that too, because just because the 3DS, it's a handheld does not mean it's not a valid console. Does not mean it has no presence at E3. Does not mean it's not a junior. It's not a hand-me-down console.
Yeah,
it's an actual device.
But the problem is that, like you were saying, John, they conditioned these players to think that, like the Vita and the PSP were lower quality, lesser valued console ports, right? Isn't that what they've done? And Game Gear was the same way that with Sega when they did it, So it's like gamers have been conditioned to think from the perspective of these big companies, because most of the fallings with the Sony and Microsoft and the others, Nintendo has their niche market, and that's they're making money off of it, but they still can't. They still can't get in with Nintendo because they feel, well, Nintendo has abandoned the mainstream and they're doing their own thing. But if you think about it, we made a difference of
a conscientious effort.
Yeah, well, the thing is that Nintendo, if you think about it, you go back and you compare and contrast Nintendo's market. Their products that they're putting on the market is not even anywhere different to what they used to do back in the 8, 16, and 64-bit era. They're still putting out the same type of games they used to put out back then, but with lesser third-party crap. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why it seems like, oh, they're putting out another fucking kiddie game. they're putting fucking, it's like.
Yeah. If they were around 1980, would they play Pac-Man? I'm wondering.
No,
probably not. But no, they would, because that's all we had back then. All we had was Pac-Man and Donkey Kong and Galaga.
You forget, Mr. Red Fox. Before Pac-Man came out, they was thinking that Rally X was going to be the game to go with. They thought Pac-Man was jokes. They thought a race car game, I guess, as real as you could get from 1980.
Hey, do you have that graph of the games that Nintendo Wii U has over the other platforms, like the comparisons?
Yep, I'm on it. Hang on.
Show it to these guys, man, because they need to see. These people need to see this shit, man. My little ass channel, they probably ain't gonna see it because I'm a little channel. But Mr. Red Fox, he's got a big platform.
No. We all have an inner giant within us.
This is like the Nintendo Defense Force cast.
No. Check this out.
No games, guys. No games.
Look at the 8th gen games. Okay, the 8th gen consoles. The Wii U is beating the Xbox One and the PS4. And here's the thing: the Wii U had a year's head start, but that's ridiculous. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you have the PlayStation 3. The Wii, I don't know why that should be higher because you also have to include the Virtual Console, and they didn't because if they had it would be right behind Steam probably. Then you have the Steam OS, which I guess count. I don't know why that's just rolled in with Steam, but whatever.
Yeah, that's probably just separate. But 360 had the most games. Damn.
Allegedly.
Because they had the arcade, remember? They had those little micro arcades, too.
Most don't mean best. Quantity is not necessarily quality. Don't get that.
What the hell?
Someone's having some feedback. They might need to close the because if they had it would be right behind Steam probably. Then you have the Steam OS, which I guess. Hello. No, dude, you have to close the window that you're listening through in Steam or YouTube.
What's this?
Chorus X.
Oh, who is he?
He's a dude who really wanted to join the podcast.
I thought you were really gonna say he's a douche. I thought you were gonna say that.
No, I said dude.
Because this is after dark, so you're going all out on people today, Mr. Red Fox.
It was a dude. No, we're just talking about how the industry has changed so very much. The industry has changed so very, and the sad thing is that gamers have been conditioned to accept bullshit. I mean, just total bullshit. Yeah. And they don't. I mean, where's the discerning? Where's the like? You know what? I'm not gonna buy shit. Because I mean, I always felt like I wanted the best. You know, I wanted to play the best games. I wanted to play high quality games. And I didn't want to play the bootleg. I didn't want to play bootleg titles where someone was trying to give me like, well, this is the best we can do. I like high quality stuff.
You didn't want to play Bible Adventures.
No, okay. I didn't like. Okay, I'll give you an example. Okay, like people are always saying. I mean, it's like people get mad at me when I say this. They're like, well, you know, Crash Bandicoot was a great game. Like Crash Bandicoot is okay. It was made to compete against Donkey Kong Country because it came out like literally the guy who made it. He was like, yeah, we were competing against Donkey Kong Country. And I can tell you right now, I don't care how many. Look, Donkey Kong Country won by itself, outsold Crash Bandicoot. Okay.
Yes, it did.
All right. So clearly, they tried to compete against the King, and the King hit him over the head with a barrel and threw him down a flight of steps. So clearly, it was not competition for the King that they were competing against, and that's what third parties are always doing. They're always like people hold up these third parties like, well, that was competition. No, it wasn't. They tried.
I made the perfect example. I made the perfect analogy for you, for everybody here, because I'm a wrestling fan, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna bring up the WWF. They call it E nowadays, but I still call it F. The World Wrestling Federation.
Same here.
Oh yeah. See, me and you on the same wavelength, Poppy. Situation is that man they call Vince McMahon. He took a regional.
All because of the fucking pandas. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the damn pandas. I know. Listen, they had a man who took the company from his father in an era where the territories were New York stays in New York, Georgia stays in Georgia, Minnesota stays in Minnesota. He made it a nationwide business. He created a modern day wrestling business, and he had that. And he didn't do it. He didn't come up with all the ideas. There was some things that the NWA, the National Wrestling Alliance, Jim Crockett Promotions, did very well. I started on the NWA, but Vince took this thing and made this. He created this machine.
He made it a mass appeal type of product.
Exactly. He knew how to sell his characters, sell his people. I mean, you saw the Ultimate Warrior. all of my warriors, and just the rocket fuel, and everybody was a character. You know something, Mean Gene brother, dude, and Coward Power, too sweet to be sour. Everybody was unique. I'm good.
Man, you're good, man. John, you need to write a book, man.
I probably do.
We need to get
everybody was unique. Listen. Everybody was unique. Had a logo behind them. Rest in peace. Everybody had a standout character. So WCW, the descendant of the NWA, that bought by Ted Turner, they had good wrestling. They had good people. They know how to make good moves. They know how to make good stars. Only a handful was made, and they couldn't quite match what Vince was doing. They tried to beat Vince at his own game. They brought in a guy named Eric Bischoff. Eric Bischoff was there to turn it around. They tried to get away from his southern roots, because that's where NWA came down. They come out of the South. They tried to make it more uptown. And to do this, he bought the talent that was made. They made the name in WWF. He bought Hulk Hogan and Macho Man and Hall and Nash, Razor Ramon, Diesel. All these guys brought him over there and made a big. He made the NWO, the New World Order, and Rock Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon was that's an echo effect. Vince McMahon was Rock for a minute. And these guys, and Bischoff thought he killed Vince. He was trying to put Vince out of business. Even Hulk Hogan went on an interview years later and said, he laughed at Bischoff, said, he ain't gonna put that man out of business. He knows Vince. He worked with him like 10, 20 years. So the situation is Bischoff had a nice showing, but when Vince started turning back the heat back on him again, when he had competition and he had to make sure he survived, he came up with Stone Cold, The Rock, and Sable, and Mankind, and every other character, and then Kurt Angle showed up later on. He started making new stars, and WCW years later ends up out of business. They can't compete. They can't keep up with him. Can't beat him at his own game. Down the road, Bischoff ends up working for Vince McMahon. So you might have a moment in the sun. You might have a time to shine, but you can't beat that longevity. You can't beat the guy that originated the machine. You can't beat him. And that's the whole situation where you have the third party that are pumped up. Oh yeah, Last of Us is this, and Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot went just like DX went to WCW headquarters on that commercial, or not on the commercial, on the show. Crash Bandicoot on the commercial went to Nintendo headquarters and had the megaphone.
Yeah, I remember that to this day. They did so many commercials like that.
They were taking the pay out of Sega's book.
They can't. They're afraid to compete with us.
Yeah, don't listen. That's the only way you can compete with Nintendo is doing tactics like that, because you can't beat them on the game craft. You have to make hype and marketing. So he had his moment in the sun.
Sega commercial where they got the little go-kart and trying to race this big ass fucking.
and now Sonic vs. Mario Kart on DLC. So the bottom line is you have your moment in the sun, but at the end of the day you're in the back of that milk carton. You're going to be Sonic for hire. Because you can't beat them at the real game. You'll get some, because you're the outsider. Everybody wants to root for the underdog. Yeah. But eventually you're not gonna have that staying power. That's why everybody's telling me these old franchises. Son of a bitch, they have these franchises because these franchises stand the test of goddamn time.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Like
they made industry. They made entire fucking genres. Why do you think? I mean, look, listen. Crash Bandicoot. When's the last game that fucker had? Seriously, when was the last game? Like, people
last time I heard Mr. Red Fox, he got taken back to the woodshed.
I mean, like, seriously, I have his last two games. Crash, Mind Over Mutant, and Crash, and Crash of the Titans. I have Crash Bandicoot's last two games, and guess what? They're okay. They're decent. They aren't great. But there was a Donkey Kong game.
There was a game they were working on that was canned. So.
Yeah, but Donkey Kong. Look, Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze came out this gen. Not even.
And that was an amazing experience.
It's a really good game. It's solid. I mean,
so kids, if you haven't played that game, go and get it. Stop being scared of it. They're scared to play it, man. They're scared. It's too fucking hard.
It's not as hard as Donkey Kong Country 2 on the SNES.
For these kids nowadays, for the QTE crowd, yes, too hard.
They didn't grow up with the games we grew up with, so it's a moot point. But someone brought up topic they want to talk about.
Yeah,
and I think it's fair enough. I'm not going to mention names because I don't want them coming to my channel because they're crazy. Let's talk about Nintendo's
Attack Force.
Let's talk about Nintendo's people who love hating on Nintendo. Well, first of all, let's just get this out the way. I didn't say anything about Deborah's Third Publishing. You want to know why? Because there was no official word. What we had was a lot of people saying, "Well, I heard this, I heard that." Look, let's put it this way, okay? Here, rumors are like this, okay? It's like going up to a girl and you heard she was an easy girl, but look, unless you're under her bed and you're an eyewitness and she doesn't have any children running around with no fathers, you don't know what she does. So you need to keep your mouth shut. And that's the thing. We don't know. Look, I'm not a corporate lawyer. I'm not I'm not a guy who gets paid to broker deals between different companies. So you know what? I don't know what the hell's going on, and I'm going to shut the fuck up until I hear an official word about Valhalla or Nintendo, because that's how it works, because I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not a fly on the wall.
And, what is this? Gotcha.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. No,
I just think it's hilarious that people don't understand that. Yeah,
haven't you guys know the guys that mostly post the clickbait articles are the same crappy sites like Polygon and on Scene 64 that's mostly causing all this bullshit?
Well, that is true, but I mean, the issue is deeper than Unseen 64 and Polygon.
Absolutely.
It's deeper than that. They're just a symptom of.
I'm sorry about interrupting. Just on C64 had made so many NS speculations. It's getting boring at this point.
You're just trying to get on the map. That's all it is.
Something. Well, they want to get paid. I'm not going to knock someone's hustle, but
I know what it's all about. I mean,
but when you got YouTubers that all they do is propagate hate and poisonous type speech, they are not contributing to the overall, topic. They're not contributing to the overall dissemination of accurate information. Because I made about a 10-minute video before this call today talking about why are the first people to talk about these bullshit-ass rumors, the first ones to discuss the future or failure of a company that they themselves have mentioned time and time and time again that they don't want anything to do with this company. They've sold their Wii U's. They don't play Nintendo games, but they're so concerned. They are so concerned about the future of a game they never intended to buy and will never fucking buy because they're the same ones that never played Bayonetta 2 when they had their Wii U, but they want to comment on it. So what's really going on? Are they actually closet weirdos, and they want to come out, but they don't know if they want to come out? Are they waiting for the Supreme Court or what? I mean, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
At the end of the day, whether they like it or not, I mean, the industry revolves around Nintendo. You know, that's why the media is always talking about them, good or whether it's bad.
Tuber, you're
why do you care what the NX is when you don't even you're not look, you don't like Nintendo products anyway, you don't play their games, so why do you care about what their next dedicated gaming device is? That makes no sense to me. I'm sorry.
Everybody, can I add some insight on this phenomenon?
Oh shit.
Let me
Go
see
ahead.
if I can put this in perspective here. Like I said, the whole industry, Nintendo's the son of this solar system, and the situation is, we went from the print, we went from the faceless suit web to the blogs, and now we got the web videos. It's about getting attention, and basically you can make a name for yourself by putting Nintendo in the title. You don't have to worry about factual or non-factual. All you have to do is get the attention. It's pro wrestling. Pro wrestling taught me this. They hate you, you're a heel. They love you, you're a face. But they have to have a reaction to you. If you're indifferent, that's when you're dead. So you have to talk crap. You have to do something about Nintendo because you'll get the fans you'll get the haters for one. You get the haters that hate them. They want to join in the hate. Then you'll get the fans who want to defend them. But both times you get the attention. You get the traffic. It's all about, and then also it's about trying to build your name and profile as being the insider. Everybody wants to be the insider. Everybody wants to be the Uncle who works for Nintendo, right? Mm-hmm. So the situation is, but on another note, it's also part of the propaganda machine because the industry is scared of Nintendo. I told you this happened in the last generation. All this stuff you hear out here is there to contain this beast. It's there to contain this tiger, this dragon. They had to work all 24 hours a day to keep it contained. At any time, the people can come out here and drop a bomb and shut down everything you're doing. That's exactly what they're doing now. That's why they was quiet at E3 2015 because they're setting up some long-term plans. 2016 will have so much Nintendo, it'll come out of your ears. People are not ready for what Nintendo's going to do. The Wii U and the 3DS and the NX, or whatever that's going to be, are running simultaneously. There's no successor to the Wii U. There's no successor to the 3DS. It's a third platform. It's a third category. But until that time happens, they have to ride speculation. And the reason they have to ride speculation, I think it's how Nintendo is. You got to remember, at the end of the day, Nintendo's a playing card company. They are playing cards is like a card player. He holds a poker face. He doesn't show you his hand. He won't show it to you. What you got back there? What you got back there? I'll show you when I'm ready. Sit your ass down somewhere. What you got back there? What you got back there? Sit your ass down, like I told you. So he's not going to tell you until you're on a need-to-know basis. Until you need to know, you will not know. So because of this,
somebody's got feedback like crazy.
Wow, I think he's too close to the speaker. Until they tell you, the fans are going crazy. The fans are just rap. That's why they call them fans. It's short for fanatics. They have to.
Chorus. You gotta turn off your speakers.
The situation is the fans go crazy when they don't hear. That's why even Nintendo fans are starting to go crazy because Nintendo is not showing all their cards right now. They're not going to show you the cards at all. They're just not going to show you them yet. But the fans are going into a catatonic.
Exactly.
NX, the Wii U, because they became the media, and when you become the media, it sort of twists your motivation. You're not here to talk about what's going on. You're trying to get attention. You're trying to build your. So the situation is. Wow.
I had to do it. The feedback was killing us.
Yeah.
Sorry, Colrez, but your feedback, you might have to get a better mic.
No, he needs headphones because it looks like he's hearing it from his speakers. Go ahead, John.
But the situation is, because they're so closed-mouthed and they hold their cards close to the chest, the fans are impatient. They want to see what the card is, and the feed off of the impatience. Here comes the websites to give an outlet to that energy. The fans got to get this energy somewhere, so the website can come up with a leak.
They're instigators.
Yeah, they will come up with a leak and throw out something. And there's an echo chamber too, because once somebody reports it, the whole internet reports it because they want to be the first known. They want to get their first traffic, right?
Right.
Some may or may not put rumor in front of it, but they all, like when they said Devil's Third will not be published by North America. Who told you that? Did you get that from North America?
Not Nintendo, right?
Not just that.
Not Nintendo, not even Valhalla Studios, and it would be in their vested interest to say this game is not being published by Nintendo.
Yeah, Tomonobu Itagaki. I like the way he drops these tweets. His tweets are pretty cool, man. He comes out and says, "Calm down. Do you believe me or such site? The world is filled with lies and rumors. Stay cool, mate." So what he said. If he doesn't say that's going wrong,
basically told him, "Shut the fuck up and wait till I'm done doing my deal behind the scenes."
If that's a first-party source, that's the developer.
Right.
Yeah,
the publisher. If you don't get it from those guys, it's not counting.
But here's the thing, though. It doesn't even make sense for Nintendo of America not to publish it because Nintendo's publishing it everywhere else. It's being published in Europe by Nintendo. It's being published in Japan by Nintendo.
Exactly.
It makes no sense for Nintendo of America to be like,
markets are getting published by Nintendo. You think Nintendo's not going to publish it in the biggest market? Come on now.
Especially when they helped to make that game. They helped
paid
fund
to fucking complete this game.
They funded it. They funded the
that
game.
That makes
so
no sense. I mean, you know, that's just...
I see where they get the worry from, though, because Nintendo did do this with 3 games last generation, the Operation Rainfall game. Well, not 3, 2 out of the 3. But I think the reason with that, those are RPGs. They came out toward the tail end of the Wii. It was a bad decision not making all 3 of those games for the market. I don't agree with Nintendo's decision on that. But this is a game that's going to sell best in America.
Absolutely.
They're not going to skip out. And it's not about the content.
Especially with the success of the Splatoon game with multiplayer. People are going to want this. They're going to want this shit. They want more. They want more now.
And the thing is, like I said, it's not about the content because Nintendo told the people from Bayonetta to not be so conservative. Let that girl show her ass. Right. So the bottom line, it's not about... They told her, hey, cut that skirt a little higher. Bring that. Nintendo told them to do that.
John going in on these people tonight, man.
No, Shigeru Miyamoto himself was like, "Hey, it's Princess Peach's outfit. Make it a little bit shorter. Come on." Like, damn, Miyamoto.
So if Nintendo did that and funded that game and released it, they will not have any problem with the racy Devil's Third. Devil's Third is funded, made by Nintendo. It will fit. The reason why you might not see it in August, maybe they're going to release it in October. Maybe we'll release
I think it's going to take Bayonetta's spot.
Yeah, it might be not released along with the rest of the world because why? Because of warehousing and shipping and localization. It's business had to be taken care of. There also could be a situation where that might be a bad time to drop the game. It might be server related too, because they're going to need a lot of servers for that game.
Yeah, so I think it could be just because they could want to drop that game October 31st. Because it's got like that Halloween type vibe to it.
I mean, I'm fine with it. I mean, you're good.
I mean, look, let's put it this way: there's so many games coming out.
Yeah, come on, people.
I mean, I'm not like, oh my god, I don't have anything.
I think it's going to sell better now, though. Arguably, I think it might sell better because of the added news attention that it's gotten. Because think about it: before this, if it would have showed up at E3, it would have gotten the E3 reveal, and it would have been overlooked by everything else. All the hatred for the Metroid Federation Force and Nintendo's lack of polish on Star Fox would have overshadowed it. Come on now, guys.
Don't get me started on that game.
I think it's going to end up. I think it's going to end up being a Devil's Third Nintendo Direct within the next month or two, because if it drops next month in August in other regions, I'm telling you, they're gonna do it direct either at the end of this month or beginning of next month, and during that direct they're gonna give us a North American release date, and trust me, I think it's gonna come out within the same time frame of August. They just don't want to announce it yet because I think they don't want this game to be cannibalized by any other Nintendo games. Because think about it, they don't want it to compete with Halo because it can't compete with Halo. Even though it may be a better game overall, it can't compete.
Well, it's not directly competing because you don't have it's not on the same platform or the same market. So it'd be something unique to the Wii U platform, which is actually gaining popularity, whether or not people want to agree with that. Because think about what's happening with Splatoon and the amount of attention that's given the Wii U platform.
And then
come on, man. You know Nintendo can't turn this ship around.
But if you look at the game, you look at the release schedule of all like popular shooters and big budget titles, popular games come out for the rest of this year. Devil's Third, especially in North America for a shooter, it has to release in August. Because once, I think Halo, other shooters start dropping in like September and October, or even November. But if there's no shooter coming out September, at the latest, it cannot drop in late September. But they won't do that because that's when Woolly World comes out in North America. So they have to drop this game sometime in August or the beginning of September. They have no choice.
But I don't think it's going to cannibalize the Devil's Third sales.
No, but see, Nintendo doesn't like to actually make their games compete with it, even though Woolly World's a
different. They've done it before, right?
No. They never dropped two of their own titles in a month like that. Maybe
but Woolly World doesn't. I don't think Woolly World's had the production.
No, it's not about production. It's just about they don't want to hurt the sales of either game by competing. That's why Kirby came out in February. Mario Party came out in March.
Yeah, especially when a similar game Yeah, you're right.
Why are the same haters talking about Nintendo's demise are the first ones to break the news of the Devil Stars not coming? I mean, they don't.
Because it's bad news.
They don't own Wii U's, but they talk about.
Just like with Bayonetta 2, when they was talking about, oh, all Nintendo keeps showing is like a trailer and this and that, and it's gonna suck for the Wii U because it's underpowered. And now that Wii U got it, the game got nothing but 9s and perfect 10s across the board. It's the highest rated action game of all time. And even Black Bum was like, wow, I'm gonna have to get a Wii U now.
But there's still
He said that in his video. I didn't know it was his video. I clicked on it.
The man has 400.
Video where he said, wow, he says 9s and 10s across the board. He says every outlet is praising this game. He says, I can't lie. I may have to buy a Wii U to pick up this game. I hate to admit it, but I may have to because if a game is getting 10s, you can't ignore it.
What game is this?
Bayonetta 2?
Bayonetta 2.
But yet you still have people asking for when this game is coming out for the PS4 and Xbox One.
Well, I'll tell you when it's going to come out for PS4 and Xbox One.
In 2025
Never.
Now,
Never.
I have a problem with that too. I have a problem with that too about the whole Bayonetta 2 ordeal. It's like those people that crying about that they want on their favorite piece of plastic. Have they ever even heard of the first game or even played the first game?
Yeah, they didn't even play the first damn game. So why do they care about it now?
No, I'm gonna help you out with something else here, and it released on PS4 on February the 31st. But anyway, think about that for a minute. But here's the thing about Nintendo and their marketing. What Dr. Feelgood said earlier about cannibalization is exactly right. Because Nintendo releases things, you don't have two games released, but they'll be like distinct. They release things in a strategy, like in a puzzle, in a certain sense. So let me tell you back to Xenoblade about.
They released Toad's that Toad game, and then March of the Minis during the same month. Okay.
Yeah, they release things in certain kind of tandem. They have
a certain formula how they release it. Yeah.
Yeah. But check this out. I don't think nobody really recognized Nintendo's release strategies. I've been studying this right now. The reason that the Devil's Third did not get an American release date is the same reason that Xenoblade Chronicles wasn't initially brought over to America. Let me hit you to something right quick. Sometimes when you get everything you want, you take things for granted. If you get that's half the problem with Nintendo, right? Because everybody. They take for granted polished game. They take for granted quality. They take for granted cheap, free online. They take that for granted, so they complain. It's like children. A little kid, you keep them from the scary world.
In other words, they're starving you. They're starving you so that when you get your little bites, you're gonna enjoy it thoroughly, and you're not gonna take it for granted. Is what you're trying to say.
But you know what though? And another thing is that I know a reason why it may not come out. If it come out in August. If it does, it's kind of risky for them, but they probably have to do it. And the reason why is because what else comes out in August? Think real hard.
Isn't it Call of Duty?
No. Call of Duty's November. August, the Splatoon full update releases.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
And so with that said, Splatoon ends up becoming the game pretty much we all want it to be. And you don't want to hurt your sales of Splatoon too much because that game is helping the Wii U game momentum. So you don't want to take away from that. So I think that August for Splatoon is going to be early, and either one is going to be early and the other is going to be late. That's pretty much going to be the gist of it. Either Devil's Third gets released late August, and Splatoon update comes out early August, or it's going to be vice versa. Worst case scenario, Devil's Third will come out early September because Woolly World has come out September. They don't want two Wii U games competing for sales.
Well, Super Mario makes it a little closer than that. But the situation, that's September 11th. But the situation is Xenoblade, I'm going to use the Xenoblade Chronicles argument. They didn't give us that game on purpose. That was purposeful. Because the game was a masterpiece. But if they just gave it to you, you've been like, oh, it's a great game, and you just pass it off. You've been just, if they've been in your shelf, but you just took it for granted. By withholding the game,
they sold every fucking copy of that game.
Listen, by withholding this game, people had Operation Rainfall. They felt like they contributed to bringing the game over. They did that. the game finally comes out, it blows out, it dominates. And after that, now you care about Xenoblade Chronicles as a franchise. Now we have a Shulk amiibo. Now
but
we have
Nintendo doesn't create new franchises.
Yeah, now we have the
Yeah, Nintendo did that on purpose. They said the American market, starve them suckers, make them beg for it. When they get it, we'll give them more than what they asked for, and now they love this thing. The same thing they did with Devil's Third. By not saying anything about Devil's Third, huh? What happened?
No, I say that Xenoblade Chronicles is a masterpiece. If you can get your hands on it, guys, get it because it's worth playing.
Yeah.
Fuck the
Yeah.
graphics doesn't count anything against the quality of the game itself.
But I mean, when you think about
anime,
when you think about the world that they built on the Wii U with the hardware limitations
88
on the
megabytes. They say
Wii,
that.
I mean, you think about what they were able to do on that SD console, and you don't care. There's so much stuff going on. You're like, damn, this game is deep.
You know, there's a bigger market in the United States for that game than it is in even in Japan.
Yep.
There's
That's
more
why they put it in
fans here.
That's why they put it in December, because now it's going to be a linchpin that sells alongside Star Fox. And the thing about Devil's Third, by withholding, because everybody knew this thing, everything was lined up, because Europe seemed to follow Japan on releases almost like they like twins, right?
Right.
But they held America back, was going to be the best market for it on purpose, because they wanted you to care about Devil's Third. This was all planned.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the same thing.
They knew the frenzy was going to happen. They knew these little, because they were quiet, and they go when you pull back, people come to you. So they knew the unseen 64s, the Polygon, Destructoids, all the guys, all the blogs, all the little sites and whatever, the video fans and whatever, will come out there and make videos and start talking trash. Neo GAF stirs at the pot, and then they drop the tweet. Then you have
no, but we have to correct you there, Mr. John, because Unseen 64, the website, didn't publish that story. It was a Twitter announcement.
Well,
so what? That way they kind of sort of kept it away from his site. He can say, oh, well, I wasn't correct.
Yeah, it's plausible deniability, but you're all part of the machine. Nonsense. The bottom line is, you know, as soon as look how genius Nintendo is. As soon as the report came out, definitively saying that Nintendo of America will not publish it, here comes the tweet. We are glad to bring it to American fans. The very next day. Now everybody cares. Now everybody cares about Devil's Third. Now the game will have hype. They might debut it at one of these game trade shows coming up here. And I think I forgot the name of the show, but some kind of show is coming up in a few weeks. Or it's just a generic direct by itself to be showcased. Like Bayonetta got a showcase by itself. Devil's Third, and the reason they didn't put Devil's Third in the E3 because it was an upbeat, family friendly E3. They didn't want raunchy Devil's Third in the middle of Mario 30th anniversary. That's why it wasn't there. You don't need E3 to sell that game. They can sell that game anywhere and everywhere. So all this was a master stroke. Like sometimes Nintendo's marketing needs work, but sometimes they on perfect master strokes. Splatoon was a perfect master stroke. Smash was a perfect master stroke. And they're doing it again with Devil's Third. Now everybody cares. I care more about Devil's. I was gonna buy Devil's Third anyway because
I was gonna buy it too, but now it's like, man, there's gonna be a lot more players on that fucking game because that game. That multiplayer alone sold me. Just the multiplayer.
Listen,
when I saw the titty flops, that sealed the deal. The titty flops.
Listen. That's almost AO at this point.
You see that ass, Mr. Red Fox?
That's the sole reason I'm buying that game. That and the multiplayer. That and the multiplayer does look. I'm not lying. That whole clan thing.
I like
where
you can
earn money in fights.
Man.
You can earn money in battles and like upgrade your base
stages too,
and invade other people's bases and take it out and earn. I mean, I'm like, damn, this game is deep. And they said that the Wii U couldn't handle games like this because it's Wii.
I bet you that game's gonna have voice chat.
It
might. If it doesn't, it's still gonna be a good game probably.
No, but nobody's gonna use it.
This is Valhalla. So the bottom line, like I say, the situation is I'm just gonna buy it anyway because anybody that supports Nintendo during this third-party, first-party fight is on my team. Anybody that treats Nintendo with respect, I will support you.
Absolutely.
But the fact that the game is going to be very interesting on top of it, that gives it the extra boost. I cannot wait for Devil's Third whenever it comes out, whether it's August, September, or whatever. I'm buying this game full price. I'm not buying it So I'm not going to beg for the discount. I'm buying it for. I'm investing in a quality product.
Do people realize that companies like these companies do? They use false informants to essentially leak fake information.
Oh yeah,
well,
yeah.
I know a lot of companies do, but I don't think Nintendo did that in this case. I think what they did is that they're probably working out the details of when they're going to announce that game. And I think a lot of people took that as what they're going to do. What people don't realize is that, like, you don't get to be a 130-year-old company. Almost everything they do is very deliberate. There's a lot, even when they mess up, there was a thought behind what was done. A lot of thought, a lot of, like, analytics and stuff like that. They don't just do shit willy-nilly.
A lot of market research, absolutely.
You know, not like Microsoft with that fake ass backwards compatibility.
Mr. Red Fox, why are you trying to get the Microsoft fans out of
because it's funny to me that, like, I know people, man, we got backwards compatibility. I'm like, no, you got a virtual console that
you don't got
tied into you owning the disc. Because it's not playing the disc it's not playing the game off of the disc. It's not installing it off of the disc. It's, oh, well, you own the game, so we can give you a download of the game. I mean, come on, man. Do I look stupid to you?
I
don't like people giving me. I don't like people bullshitting me. That's my thing. I don't like people. Like, don't blow smoke up my ass and tell me that I'm on fire, okay? And that's what Sony and Microsoft love to do. You know, Microsoft, look at this HoloLens. The technology, look, that shit that they showed on the camera, that is not how HoloLens actually looks or works. And they lied. They lied on on YouTube, it's even better than national TV in some ways. So, yeah.
Reminds me of Connectimals.
Yeah. I'm like, come on, man. You're going to lie to me like that?
But gamers nowadays, that's the whole thing about the E3 debacle anyway. They are used to the shine and the shell game. They used to that. They want to be. It's like Sony. He won E3 by showing games that's not going to come out anytime soon and putting a Kickstarter. Let's get to that Kickstarter thing. Kickstarter handling on a national stage. I mean,
and that set the precedent, because now what's going to happen is that was a successful begging scenario scene, and I mean, the guy, you know, he's like, please understand, I need your support. It's in your hands.
You know, if Nintendo would have done that, people would have been. They would have been.
They're calling.
They would have been. They would have been lynched. They would have ran. They would have
called Nintendo out.
They would have pulled their money together, gotten on an airplane, flown to Nintendo to Japan.
No, they would have said,
waited outside
Nintendo
of
next.
Waited outside of Japan. Nintendo of Japan's headquarters. Waited till Iwata came out the back, beat the shit out of him, okay, and sent the pieces to other people around the world who work for Nintendo. That's what they would have done. But Sony did it, so it's fine.
Why can Sony get away with this? How come, you know, this is sunshine and rainbows when it comes to Sony?
Because Sony could get away with murdering someone.
But
and
you guys know what?
Get away with
They didn't focus on this. The Sony rabid fanatics are saying, oh, well, you guys are just sour grapes because it wasn't announced for your platform. Instead of focusing on why the hell is this man going on stage begging for money when you got a multi-billion-dollar corporation there that brought him there, and
exactly
they're having him out there begging for money like it's some.
It's like, you got money. Why the fuck can't you just pay for the game to get made? Why are you begging me for money?
I'm sorry to all you Shenmue fans, but that game just looks boring. Like I looked at footage.
They're not gonna buy the game. We've talked about this. They don't play those kind of games on the PlayStation platform. They want Call of Duty. They want Madden. They want the same repeat, copy and paste bullshit every fucking year, man.
But here's the thing also with these these people coming on to Kickstarter and asking for all this money. Keiji Inafune and Yu Suzuki, these guys are millionaires. Don't let the humble clothing that they put on fool you. These guys made a lot of money You
Oh
know,
hell yeah,
off
they're
the
yeah.
industry. And as far as Keiji Inafune goes, like, why couldn't he put some of his money to fund and make a game that, you know, he would be passionate about, the fans would be passionate about, and then let that be successful, and then he could build upon it, you know, with the whole, you
Because
know,
he saw the success
merchandising, you
of
know.
Mighty Number Nine.
Oh, speaking of that, Red Ash, what the hell is going on with that game?
No, here's the thing that pisses me off about Keiji Inafune and all this bullshit. This SOB, this piece of human excrement. This dude has the nerve. This this SOB hasn't even shipped Mighty Number 9.
Exactly.
It has not come out yet. He has not seen a dime of the money that you would get from selling your game, and yet he's asking for more money. I'm like, motherfucker, why don't you like? I'm sorry, Keiji Inafune is shady as fuck, and
you guys do realize that there was a publisher that came in and investors that came
Games. Sorry, Nordic Games.
And they matched the amount of money that he was able to raise on Kickstarter.
Why is he still asking for money?
Because he went over budget.
How do you go over budget on a 2D platform?
They went over budget.
How do you go over budget on a 2D platform?
It's ridiculous. Like,
they're not going to tell you that, but they went over budget.
How do you go over budget on a 2D platform?
Because you're paying these fucking marketing people that hyped up this fucking Kickstarter at first. You're paying them so that they can fucking go out and try to ask for more money from other resources like your publishers and your hedge funds and all these other people, and they're spending money. They're spending the money. They're not using it to make the game. They're spending it on other dumb shit. But they're not going to fucking tell you that because they don't have to.
Mighty Number 9 was one of the most successful Kickstarters up to that point.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if that game comes out and it's a piece of shit, and Bloodstain comes out and it's a piece of shit, Kickstarter games are going to fucking die because people are going to say, you know what?
They're already in danger.
I'm about to hurt some Mega Man fans' feelings. Drew Mighty 9, Drew Red Ash. I don't understand whoever donated to Red Ash, knowing full well that Mighty Number 9 isn't going to be out yet. You need to take your childhood dreams off your back, take them to a nice great bonfire and burn them, because that's what you get. That's what you're doing.
In layman's terms, folks, get some powder, put it in your hand, and slap your fucking self.
But the final product, I mean, it's not even close to what it should have been. Like when you saw like one of the first videos of the game being tested, I mean, the game looked a lot better than what we see now. Like I think it's gonna be a disappointment on some levels. Like there's a lot of ideas, the sketches, the promises. It's not even halfway close to what it should have been. It just turned into another Mega Man clone, which is unfortunate.
I think that
they're full of shit, Mr. Red Fox. How about that?
I mean, I think that too, but I think that Mighty Number 9. I think Mighty Number 9 isn't going to be as good as people think it's going to be. I think
I'm telling you right now, people are going to be very disappointed. And then the way they're shunning the Wii U owners with the lack of collector's edition and the statue and shit like that. That rubbed me the wrong way. I told them go fuck yourself.
We fucking paid for that shit to get made.
So you go fuck yourself.
Nintendo fans paid for that shit.
I told Nordic Games go fuck yourselves.
So even independently, he's still playing a third-party screw game. He's still doing that.
Right. Exactly.
Let me tell you something.
But I think that's the publisher's doing. That ain't him. That's the publisher right there.
That's what I'm thinking too.
But listen, this is what I'm saying.
Nordic Games, remember, they're the vultures of the industry because they picked up all the carcasses that were the
THQ.
Yeah.
Except for Devil's Third.
They
got Darksiders. They got what else? The THQ have that Red Dawn.
Red Faction.
Yeah, Red Faction. But there was another game that THQ made, Homefront or something like that, where you like fight against these Koreans.
Yeah.
That's a good IP.
Nordic Games took all that shit. They were like, damn, we're just taking all this. I call them
the vultures of the industry.
Oh yeah, and they have MX versus ATV, right? Yeah, they have that too. That ATV game that THQ made. That was.
They're waiting for Ubisoft or EA or whoever else, Capcom, to fuck up. I'm guaranteeing right now. Because they're the man. If you guys ever were if you were watching what they were doing during the I think they got Atari's IPs too, right? They got some of Atari's IPs. Nordic Games has been playing a very, very patient game lately. Over the years, they have been eyeing. Trust me.
I'm sorry.
This is a hedge fund company, guys.
Yeah.
These are fucking suits. Okay. Don't let it fool you because they say it's Nordic Games. These are fucking suits. This is Wall Street. These are fucking hedge fund managers that are waiting for all these companies to crumble and fall so they can pick them up.
Don't own the IP, exactly. Let me tell you something about this Kickstarter nonsense. It's already in danger because the whole problem with Kickstarter, I never understood Kickstarter because why would you put money in that you can't track and you have no say so? You're not really an investor. You're pretty much donating. It's pretty much, it's an overgrown Patreon.
Well, there's no checks and balances for Kickstarter. There's no, because the thing is like you're giving someone money, you're entering into an unofficial contract for all intents and purposes that you're going to provide a good or service in return for this money. And these people, like, after they get the money, oh, this shit was too hard. Sorry, oops, you don't get your game, you don't get your money. In some cases they have to refund the money, but they sit here and we're yanking these people's chains for X amount of time. It's some shady shit.
It's always at the heartstrings of gamers. You know what it reminds me of?
What?
Political contribution when these people run for president.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. Yeah. That's pretty much what it is. Probably where it came from. But here's the thing. If I donate to this project, maybe I should get the game for free when it comes out. That should be some kind of incentive for me to donate. I should get some kind of bonus for funding the game. But you have to pay twice. I have to fund the game and you have to buy it after the fact. So what am I really getting out of this?
Well, actually, quite a few Kickstarters, when you contribute like for a lot of them the minimum amount, you get the game on your platform of choice. That's what happened because I have given to Kickstarters, but I'm lucky all the Kickstarters I've given, knock on wood, to actually came to fruition. So, and I got the game for free. Like I got a Steam key for the game because you could choose to get it good old games or Steam or whatever. For the console games, I haven't given any console games, so I don't know. Except for Shovel Knight, but.
Well, in a few, he basically suckered Microsoft and all these other companies are asking him to make games based on the success of that Mighty Number 9. But I'm going to tell you right now, if that game turns out sour and these other ventures turn out sour, he will not have a fucking dime come to him in the future because they can't play this bullshit game that they weren't given an opportunity to fulfill their visions anymore because they're independent.
Well,
so people need to wait.
Even cost $1 in the first place. This is a 2D side scroller. This is Mega Man spiritual stuff. This stuff is cheap.
Exactly.
It's not because it's HD now, so they got.
No. It's like that bullshit with what's it called? It's like that bullshit with Bloodstain. Like this dude is using fucking Unreal Engine. I'm like, the Unreal Engine's not even designed for 2D games. Why in the fuck would you use an engine that's not good for that particular style?
Because it's free.
Maybe it's easier for them to use that engine instead of
it's free.
Like hand drawn.
It's free and it's actually very scalable.
Right.
So that's what makes it easy for them. It's free. It's scalable. They don't have to pay any royalty fees or anything until the game starts selling.
Then, if it's free, then why did it cost millions of dollars to get it?
Because they know they can sucker people into giving them money that they don't have to get a loan for.
It's bullshit. It's all bullshit.
I'm glad I haven't had I'm glad I have the intuition not to invest into any of these bullshit ass ventures. If anything, I should put up a Kickstarter fucking
Kickstarter.
No, for myself to pay, fucking a charity Kickstarter to pay back my student loans and shit.
People done it. People do that all the time. You'd be surprised how people pay money.
Well, there was this
I need
one
some
guy.
help.
There was this one guy who did a Kickstarter because he wanted to make some potato salad, and he got he literally made he wanted like 200. He wanted like $50 to get.
There's some gullible ass
make some
dumbass
potato-
people out there that just give people money for nothing, man.
He wanted like $50, and he wound up getting like 3,000. I'm like,
I have
shit, that's a
just
hustle.
cause, okay?
That's a hustle I gotta respect.
I have a just cause, okay? I took out student loans to pay for my education, to further my family, and improve my situation, and become somebody successful and contribute to this country. So pay me some money.
That's your pitch.
You gotta make the proper sob story. It ain't nothing but panhandling.
You know, I wish.
In front of the stores.
I wish I could follow your lead, but I did not take out student loans. I got a scholarship, so.
Yeah, well, you know, some of us played around in school, and others.
No one.
I'm one of them. I'm guilty of it too. So.
Some of us didn't take school too seriously. The girls were just too much in your face, Mr. Fred Fox.
I'm with you.
It was too hard to resist, man.
I had to take it seriously because my parents were like, we don't have the money to send you to college, and I was like, oh my God, I do not want to be like $80,000 in debt when I get out of school.
Shit, don't say that, man. Don't remind me.
That's a dirty, dirty word, debt.
Don't do that to me, man. Don't do that.
It's almost worse than the N-word.
Folks, take school seriously. If you're still in high school, do good in your test, and that way you don't have to be in debt like some of us.
How'd you guys fare in college?
I did pretty
I'm
good.
still in it. So.
I had a 3.5 GPA. Not bad.
I had a 3.5 as well, but I had to maintain like.
But you don't have no.
I was doing two. I was doing two majors at the same time. So that's a little bit. That's the double majors a little bit different.
Yeah. It is what it is. In the real world, that GPA don't really mean shit, guys.
No. Except for your first job, that's about it. Yeah. Like, well, what was your GPA? Motherfucker, I graduated. Like that ought to tell you enough, okay?
Trust me, that's all I give a fuck about.
Yeah.
Unless you're like going to be a scientist or some shit, then yeah.
Yeah. If they're an architect or a lawyer, you do not want to see a lawyer representing you.
No, lawyers have higher thresholds than doctors and shit like that, yeah.
You want the best you can afford, although for a lot of people, that's not
Mr.
very
Red
good.
Fox, why do you think gamers out there that propagate hate about a company that they say they don't support and they don't care a fuck about because they're irrelevant, is what they say. Why do they continuously speculate about that future of that company if they're irrelevant? They're irrelevant.
I'll tell you why they do it. It's pretty simple. They do it because they have nothing. Okay, if you are a Sony or Microsoft game system owner, unless you're playing Sunset Overdrive on the Xbox One, you have nothing to play that hasn't already been available because everything else on those systems is pretty much shit. And I know some people might disagree with me, and if you disagree with me, you're wrong. Like there's nothing on the PS4 that I'm really like, wow, this is really something that we could not do last gen. There's nothing that's really like, oh my god, I've never seen this before. Now, on my Wii U, almost everything that I own on my Wii U is something that I could not imagine having on last gen. Like, I couldn't imagine playing Splatoon on a last gen console. I couldn't imagine playing 8-player multiplayer on a big ass screen at 1080p, 60 frames per second, buttery smooth, no slowdown, frames locked, just boom. I couldn't imagine playing Lego City Undercover, like with the way they use the gamepad and stuff. I couldn't imagine playing that last gen. But almost every fucking game I see on the PS4, Xbox One, I'm like,
Red Fox, you going in on these people today?
These are just slightly prettier graphics, slightly shinier. maybe a few more effects in place while you're playing the game. But it's the same shit we had last gen. It's literally the same shit. There's no difference.
Well,
I mean,
there's one difference. Apparently the games run at 1080p, 60 frames per second, right?
But they don't.
They don't.
They don't run 1080p.
Look at Assassin's Creed Unity.
That's 900p on the Xbox on the Xbox One, and it's 1080p on the PS4, but it dips and it's not very.
I thought it had dynamic scaling resolution.
No, that's just some bullshit that Ubisoft said because they know they made a shitty
Meaning
game.
that the game doesn't really stick at 1080. It drops. All these games do that.
And that's the whole problem. That's why, good God, man. That's why this is a war. This age generation is a war. You pick anybody. I hear people on forums all the time complaining about the state of the industry and how things are done, and they're getting disgusted. But they won't spend the money on the platform, on the people, on the company that will keep it the right way. They won't do it. They won't spend that money. It ain't even that much. They'll spend $400 to play PS 3.5s, Xbox 360.
Shit, John. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, you hear these people, they're like, Nintendo needs to lower the price of their console. Why? You're getting more shit with the Wii U for what you're paying for. You're getting a system that's backwards compatible with all your old shit, even your peripherals. You're getting the Virtual Console, which has games spanning from 6 gens ago all the way to now. Well, except for GameCube games, and technically Wii games are also BC now with the downloadable thing. I mean, except for one generation, you got 5 generations of games you can play. Backwards compatibility, technically speaking, and they just have to make them available as time goes on.
But we don't have voice chat, Mr. Red Fox. That's the whole problem.
Well, I mean, I don't give a shit about voice chat because I've had it since I was 12 years old on my gaming PC, and I've used it maybe.
But the majority of these guys that ask about voice chat, they're on YouTube all fucking day.
Yeah, that's my problem too.
They always worry about voice chat. They're on YouTube.
They want features.
You know what?
Yeah, that's my issue too. It's like they always talk about I have no games to play or this and that, but it's like you spend more time on YouTube than playing the actual video games.
That's a good point.
They're bored. That's what they are. They're bored. They got nothing to do.
Exactly.
The games are boring. The games are old. The games are stagnant.
Because the games, I heard somebody say they beat Batman Arkham Knight in 2 days. I can't believe
it.
Damn.
Come on. Hold on. Wait. Let me get in this thing.
Oh, shit.
This is the whole problem with this industry right now, and it's a war. The Wii U is not nowhere near done because it has to fight this war. And the situation is, the whole problem with game getting stagnant is because the controller does not damn change. If you don't change the input device, you cannot change the game style. You can't. If you play only keyboard and mouse, you cannot play certain games. Certain games don't equate to a keyboard and mouse stand up correctly until you turn it into until you bring up the joystick and turn it into the NES pad, until you add the L and R and X and Y, until you add the analog stick and the Z trigger, until you add squishable buttons in the C stick, until you add Wiimote, gyro, pointing controls, until you add gamepad, gyro, camera, NFC.
But John,
you can't get games, man.
These gamers nowadays call that a fucking gimmick.
A gimmick, yeah, it's a gimmick.
Some
here's the thing:
gamers call that a
every single
gimmick.
console has a gimmick.
But look at the
All of
PS4 light bar on the DualShock 4.
Yeah, that does fuck all or nothing.
Right.
And that's a gimmick. That's a useless gimmick. That does nothing.
Causes a seizure.
Let me get in on that right there quick, because that's what I'm sick about. Because all this shit, all this shit about the PS4 and the PS4, half that shit comes from Nintendo. That light bar comes from the Wiimote. That speaker on that thing comes from the Wiimote. Those sticks come from the 64. Double L, double R. That's a double up of the Super Nintendo. That ain't nothing but a derivative. I don't play backwash. I don't buy Rotex. I buy Rolex. Fuck that shit. I'm not down with this.
Damn, John. It's like the first time I heard you say fuck.
It's true. Look, I said this.
I'm buying Cadillac. I ain't buying Radillac.
Look,
man.
People, like Microsoft spent $100 million on a new Xbox One controller. I'm like, you've been using it. Look, you look at the Xbox One controller, the Xbox controller. You look at the PS, the DualShock. They're fucking derivatives of the SNES Wishbone controller. That's what they are, okay? That's all they are. So basically, you've got two consoles. You've got Microsoft that's been in the console market for 3 gens. You've got Sony that's been on the console market for 4 gens. And neither of them have come up with a better solution for their controllers than fucking ripping off some shit Nintendo tried years ago and said, we can do better.
You guys remember the first, what was it, the first dual controller? Was it for the PlayStation 1, it had only a D-pad and the different 4 buttons. They then added the dual sticks to it, right?
Yeah.
Without the rumble.
Yeah.
Right? After that, they did another revision to it. Then they called it the DualShock, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
For the PlayStation 1. Because they saw the success Nintendo had with the analog stick and the rumble pack on the N64 controller.
Yep.
And let me bring up another point right to add to that Poppy 2K that nobody talks about. Because that's what about clearing up and telling the truth about it. Because this propaganda is
people don't realize that. Why is the PlayStation even the PlayStation? Okay, the fucking PlayStation was a creation of fucking Nintendo's R&D.
They just showed it. They showed the damn Super Nintendo controller. That is Nintendo. It
didn't have a PlayStation logo on it. It had a Super NES logo on it.
It had a Super NES logo on it, but the controller had Sony on it. Not Sony PlayStation, Sony. And here's the thing. People like, oh, you don't like Sony? Look, I used to like Sony because they did their own thing and they weren't trying to copy someone else's.
If anybody's not what they used to be, it's Sony and Microsoft.
But now it's like Sony, they don't do shit. They just sit there and get on their knees
copy
and
and
do
paste
favors they need to do to third parties to get those shitty fucking third-party games.
They sold out for the West.
Exclusive.
Hey guys, let's clear up something right quick.
Go in.
Let's go in. The thing is called the control stick. They try to undo that and call it analog. It is an analog stick, but the real name is called the control stick. That's what it's called. When they want to talk about the innovation, they try to leave out the innovator. You notice they call it force feedback, right?
Yeah.
No motherfucker, that thing is called rumble.
Yep.
Rumble.
Yep.
Son of a bitch. It had nothing to do with force feedback. It's rumble.
Star Fox 64.
Yep.
Star Fox 64.
That's when I bought my
rumble pack.
That's when I bought my 64. I bought the 64 when Star Fox 64 came out. And
remember when you used to play GoldenEye? Every time you pulled the trigger on the back of the middle part of the prong of the N64 controller,
it would rumble.
It would rumble, right?
Yeah.
It will.
No, who else had the guts to do that but Nintendo? Who moved this thing forward? Who gave you this innovation?
These kids don't know nothing about that, man.
No. I'm gonna break it down even harder. Because what do they call this thing? A D-pad, a directional pad. So, bitch, that thing is called the control pad. It's the control pad. Nintendo made that thing. Nobody else did it before them. It's theirs. They made this thing. All this stuff you enjoying is because they made it. Son of a gun. So I'm tired of all the stuff when they try to take the innovator out of his creation.
Yep.
They want to not the innovation without the innovator. D-pad, force feedback, dual shock, analog. No, bitch. It's rumble. It's control. It's Nintendo. That's what it's about. And they still doing it. They the one that gave you the Wiimote. I had a guy at work tell me about the speaker in the PS4 was nifty because they heard the sound. I said they did that last generation with the Wiimote. I played Big Man Academy. I played No More Heroes. I enjoyed that last generation.
And that's how I feel. It's like the Wii came out last gen. The Wii came out last gen. It was selling gangbusters. So then Microsoft and Sony bent over backwards to try and copy the shit. Like Microsoft at least tried to do something original. They were like, "Hey, it's the Move. I mean, no, it's the Kinect. Hey, look at this. It's the Kinect. Hey, it's a camera. Look, it moves when you play the game." But Sony was like, "Fuck it. We'll just take a Wiimote, put a ping pong ball on it that glows in the dark. Move, baby, move."
It looked like a dildo. It looked like a glowing dildo.
I won't take it that far. I won't take it that far. What I will say is this: it was the most unimaginable. It was the most unimaginable. It was the most unimaginable bullshit I had ever seen before in my life. And when I saw that shit, I was like, man, Nintendo won this gen. They won 7th gen. They look. Anytime you got people desperately trying to copy your shit.
Yeah, they scrambled their asses off to get that.
And even Microsoft was still trying to copy Nintendo shit.
They told their fucking
pigeonhole that fucking Connect with the Xbox One. They're like, come on, we need this.
Can I
Go ahead, Tuber. Tuber's trying to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tuber.
All right, just a quick point, no problem. I just wanted to say, like, to all the people that talk about how the Wii U has no games, and how like Nintendo is going through these droughts for this system. But here's the thing: if Microsoft and Sony, right, if they didn't have to rely on third parties as a crutch, and they had to only survive in this industry with their first party games, how many games this year have they come out with so far, compared to what Nintendo's coming out with later this year? Would they be able to survive?
Not a damn thing. Exactly. That's the answer to that question.
If third parties weren't holding them up, propping them up, how would they survive this industry with mainly first-party games?
Yeah.
They don't have first-party. They don't invest into first-party because they figure they got the third-party wrapped up.
Yeah.
Sony has the IPs. I do admit.
What IPs?
Well,
they used to. They used to have IPs.
They used to have IPs. They can't do it to a certain extent. That's what I'm saying.
We agree with that. They used to have IPs.
Some IP. They had IPs 2 gens ago.
Yeah, they had some of the best IPs.
But with each generation, they lost IPs and they started relying way too heavily on third party.
Because they're built on a house of cards, guys. They're built on a house of cards.
I'm going to tell you the same thing Hiroshi Yamauchi said, and that man was a prophet. That these third parties ain't worth shit. I'm paraphrasing. That's not what he really said, but he basically said they aren't worth anything. But it's Hiroshi Yamauchi. I could see him with a cigarette in his mouth, pulling it out and blowing out the smoke like these third parties aren't worth shit.
Yeah.
He saved them.
See, where we at right now is a situation where we're talking about Nintendo being behind the times, and we're talking about Nintendo not catching up. Who is the leader of the business? I'm not the follower. You follow me. I don't follow Microsoft and Sony. I don't go for bells and whistles. I go for the meat. I don't go for the appetizer. I don't go for the buffing. I don't go for the gravy boat. I want that main course. I want that meat on the plate. The game. The video game console is about games. That's what it's about. That's why PSP got his ass whipped. They're gonna take handheld entertainment out of the handheld gaming ghetto. We still in the hood, son of a bitch. The bottom line.
We still in the hood. Yep.
The bottom line. If you don't advance the innovation, you don't advance gaming. You're not gonna get nothing on these PS3, S5s, and Xbox 360s, 370s. These things are dropping. That's why cross-gen is going out so long. They can't move forward. All they have is graphics. But a man.
Now they got 8 gigs of RAM, Miss John. Come on now.
Who gives a damn about 8 gigs of RAM?
They got 8 gigs of RAM. They got telepathy. They got fucking the next generation 1080p.
They got VR.
There was a man with a velvet glove. There was a man with a velvet glove 11 years ago who said this: "The time when horsepower alone made an important difference is over." And it's still over. All this graphics, they need to get more powerful for what? What's the power going to do? Give me a little bit extra bird on the screen flying in the flock? I don't care about that. What about the game, dude? What about Xenoblade Chronicles X is going to bust everybody's ass in December? What about
that game's a beast, man. That's a fucking PS4 and Xbox One ain't going to get that game.
No, listen.
Ever.
They got Final
Chronicles.
I'm sorry, that was a little rough. I'm sorry.
Man, you cutting these people under, man.
Listen. If the Wii can handle Xenoblade Chronicles, that old system, the Wii U is stronger than the Wii U the Wii U is stronger than the Wii by far. This thing is, but it's not using it for power's sake. You can put more stuff in the game. It's about the game. That game is going to have so much stuff. It's going to be. It's going to take Witcher 3 and tell them to go to hell. That's what it's going to do. It's going to tell.
300 hours.
Wow. Amazing. How big that game is. It's a lifestyle. It's not a game anymore. So
and don't forget, there's DLC for that game that you can get to even.
Yeah, they're gonna have DLC for it too, man. Expansion pack.
Add more stuff to it. So,
let me tell you something. When that Zelda finally drops, and it's going to drop on the 3rd anniversary, there's going to be so many games next year. We got 4 anniversaries actually. We have Zelda, Metroid, Kid Icarus, which I left out, and Pokemon. There's so many games coming out next year that everybody's going to be sick of it. They're going to come here and own everybody. They're going to have, when everybody finally catch up to 8th gen after he puts out 8th gen games for the first time in 3 years, they're going to come out.
Don't do that, John.
I had to break it down,
man. You trying to get these fanboys freaking throw some.
I want him on fire. I want him NBA Jam. He's on fire.
They get mad though. I mean, and that's the thing that really gets on my nerves about a lot of this cross-generational BS is that, look, a console is made to play games, okay? Mm-hmm. It's made for games. Everything else that a console can do is secondary to its primary purpose, which is to play games. Now, if your console doesn't have innovative gaming experiences, then why the hell do you have a console?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's like having a house, but you don't live in it. Why would you buy a house, but you can't live in it? That makes no sense.
Because it was cheap.
Listen. When Nintendo drops these bombs and all throughout 2016, they're going to tell you what NX is. It's not a handheld, not a home console necessarily. It's a 3rd level. I'm going to break it down what that's going to be. My speculation.
The 3rd pillar, like they talked in Blue Ocean Strategy.
Yeah. No, I'm going to break it down a little deeper than that, though. Because Nintendo's basically returning the form. They tried this 20 years ago. We take it back to the early 80s. We had the home console. That was a color TV game set, like and then up to the Famicom.
The Sharp M80, I think, or M800 or something like that. I remember.
The Z80, you think you're talking about?
Yeah, it was the Z. It was like one of those, but it was an NES console and a TV.
Continue.
Yeah. So you had a home console, Famicom, color TV game, all that, right? Handheld was the Game & Watch. The 3rd gaming sector was called the arcade. They had 3 different places to sell games. They dropped arcade when they recognized the home market would be superior to arcade, and they were right. So they dropped the arcade. The last one we had in '85 was Play Choice 10, which is a pack of home console games, and Arm Wrestling, a Punch-Out spinoff. They go to 1995. The Game Boy is now the handheld. The home console is partly NES and mostly Super NES. They try to create a 3rd category called the Virtual Boy. It's sort of like a handheld. It's sort of like a home system, but it's like in between both. It's not quite either or. It's a 3rd category. It didn't work out. They went back to 2 platforms, handheld, home console. NX returns to the 3rd form. We don't know what the 3rd form is. We haven't heard talk about quality of life since when? Didn't Wada tell you this will change gaming's life?
Yep.
Quality of life, change gamers' life. NX is not the Wii U successor. It's not the 3DS successor. These games have games coming out for the end of the decade because power does not matter anymore. What are we going to do? Building a more powerful console when the 3rd party has not been spanked yet. They haven't been put in their place yet. Nintendo's going to wait these guys out until they crack themselves. So they're going to hold the console as long as they need. That's why the price is not dropping. $300 is they made one price drop in 2013. That's all you're going to get for a long time. It's going to hold $300 until they start putting out the colors and until they put out the dual gamepad games. You got a lot more to do with the Wii U. 3DS is just getting into a stride. You see Finals get to be bigger and bigger. There's so many games that's left to come out on the 3DS. We haven't even seen them yet. They're going into the mobile to steal those guys and suck them into the 3DS. That's what they're doing. So NX is a 3rd category that's we don't know exactly we won't know what it is until they bring it out. But it's not the Wii U success. Don't write the epitaph. Don't write the eulogy on the Wii U yet. We are not done with the Wii U. This is about the unity. Exactly. The U stands for unity. And next year, when they finally catch up, when they finally start getting their games out on time, if they don't get delayed even then, Nintendo going to meet them with the smorgasbord. They're going to have so many games. It's going to be like E3 2010 all over again, but times 3. They're going to drop so many games on their head. Everybody whining about E3 2015 is going to be like, oh, wow. They're going to forget all about all this griping. They're going to love Federation Force and beg them for the game. They're going to love everything they're putting out. And they're going to have the masterpiece at the end of the year called Zelda Wii U. It's going to change everything. Witcher 3, who? Who is that? Zelda Wii U. That's what it's all about. So I can't wait to see the unprecedented third-party partnerships. I know what's going on. I already jammed it earlier in the podcast. I I know what
Oh,
Disney
God.
is going to do when they finally join. I know that the amiibo of Ryu is not going to be just for Smash. I know it's a lot more where that came from. So the unprecedented third-party partnerships are talking about the Japanese third-party partnerships primarily. When they unite Japan, this generation is over. Japan rules the world, not America. They lost this business 30 years ago. Japan runs it because Nintendo runs it. All Nintendo has to do is run Sony out. The Vita only sells because of Minecraft. That's what picked the Vita up in Japan. There's only a 3DS alternative over there.
But I heard that
Animal
Minecraft is in the works for Wii U.
Who said that? Really?
I heard that. I heard that's
Mojang.
Mojang, some asshole from Mojang.
Yeah.
Well, good. About time.
You know why? Because they realize there's a market for it. Come on now.
Well, all those Minecraft clones coming out. Yeah, there's a market for it. Yeah.
People are buying them shits up, man. I bought it. I paid for it.
The Wii U is probably the best platform. The 3DS and the Wii are the best platform because they're touchscreen. It matches keyboard and mouse better than anything else.
You don't have to switch screens or nothing like that.
See, so that guy was ignorant, but I'm glad he coming to his senses. About time. But like I say, the games are coming. There's gonna be so many games between here and but this year's packed as it is. Star Fox is gonna whip that ass. You know, Project Guard, Project Robot, all that Star Fox. When you get Xenoblade at the end of the year, Super Mario Maker already showed you it's going to kick ass. I cannot wait for that game to come out. It's almost around the corner. I can't believe it's this close. And in Japan, right now, they're going to have Animal Crossing. I know Animal Crossing like the back of my hand. That game is a beast. When that comes out in Japan, it's all over. Fire Emblem Fates has already smashed everybody in Japan. That thing came in #1. Big. Came out just like Awakening, bigger than Awakening, I think. So it topped the original Fire Emblem from 30 years ago. So, or 25 years ago. So, you got that. Splatoon ain't dropped off that chart since. It's still in the top 5. Nintendo is in a resurgence right now. All the hate and all the 2013 negativity is wearing off. This console is on the rise. It's not on the fall. All the hate cannot stop it. By the time we get to the end of this year, we're going to have a new mentality on this console. It's going to be a new mentality on this industry. Sony has nothing this year. Microsoft is going to get the edge on Sony this year. Next year, Sony finally...
So, John, what are the real gamers that have had enough going to say? Or
real gamers, the frauds, they will be over here talking about their features in their voice chat and their Hulu and their Pornhub. I want to play some games.
Come on, dude. I mean, don't you know that, like, I can't, like, a console is for features, you know? I mean, to hell if there are no games to play on it. I need to be able to talk to, you know, people who aren't in the room with me like I'm crazy.
It's called a phone. It's called Skype. You already and smartphones are ubiquitous, so there's no excuses anymore. I'm one of the rare ones without a smartphone, but everybody got a phone, so you can voice chat through the phone. It's nonsense. All this stuff, Nintendo has this on lock. This is their generation. By the time you get to 2020, they will be only Nintendo. This is the end. This is the last console war. I said it from the very beginning. So all I'm waiting for is the other shoe to drop. They're going to go into the mobile. They're going to suck them out. They're going to stay in this console business, cause Microsoft and Sony to fight over those third parties and run themselves financially into debt. Sony's already going to screw themselves trying to make Project Morpheus. They can't even sell the Move. They can't sell the PlayStation Vita. They can't sell the PlayStation Vita TV. They can't sell anything. They left the mobile market. PlayStation Mobile ran away from mobile. They ran. They dropped the Vita. The Vita's a ghost. So all they can sell is the PlayStation 4, but you don't win the world with a home console. You win the world with a handheld because you win Japan with handhelds. Sorry, guys. Nintendo's competition is Apple and Google. That's who they got to worry about. But those two son of a bitches, they're too scared to even fight Nintendo directly. They fight offhand. They fight with a phone that can have game functions. They won't fight with an outright game machine because they can't hang against the boss with a game machine. They got to sell it as a side feature within that phone. That's why that's why Nintendo can't be beat. Nobody's gonna beat this company after they finally wipe out Microsoft, Sony, and put Apple and Google and cause them to back up. There will be no more incoming competitors to this business. Maybe Samsung might want to give it a try. I thought they will. We'll see how dumb they are. But there will be nobody else joining the video game business. It will be only Nintendo and PC when this is over with.
Well, I got a question for you, since you believe this. What would happen? What do you think is going to happen to third parties once? I mean, after they've spent so many years screwing over Nintendo and doing their best to, you know, gimping games and putting out half-ass games on the system and everything. what will they do when they have no place else to go except mobile and handhelds and a Nintendo console?
Peace.
Well, the situation is you can't go to mobile. If they would go to mobile, they go there now because mobile is too big in phones. They're not going to mobile because mobile is too risky on market to make money. Konami going to try and find out. They better stay with them spas and gyms and them casinos. Mobile is not the answer. That's why Sega is making a mistake, but they'll learn the hard way too. That's why you see them apologizing now. They figured out they made a mistake. The situation is there's nowhere to run. They ran from the PC. That's why they're on these consoles in the first place. There's nowhere to go. They only can go back to Dad's house. That's where they got to go if they want to make money. They can stay. They can be hard-headed and end up on the street in the homeless shelter, or they can come home with Dad and fix his house back up. Bottom line,
I don't know. I'd rather not be homeless, but you know, some of them are really stubborn.
Have you guys realized that they don't particularly like the PC market? They don't want to go on Steam. You notice that?
Well, no, I have a question regarding that. I mean, what do you think about like the current trend? Because there's some Japanese developers that are actually putting games that thought I would never see on Steam, like the Tales series, like it's on Steam, and you got the like the Final Fantasy 13's on Steam. But these are games that aren't going to be coming out on a Nintendo console though. Like so, there's
they're doing that because they don't want to put it on a Nintendo console. They refuse. It's still that you don't want to put it on a Nintendo console.
That's what it is.
No, they're trying to find a way out. And Japanese developers, the reason they're in trouble right now because they separate from Nintendo. When they was with Nintendo, they were as strong as they ever been.
Yep.
The more they fight, the more it's going to hurt them. But you know, Atlas and wise up. Atlas still half and half, but Atlas is very friendly to Nintendo right now. Koei Tecmo is getting very friendly. So the ones who join the nucleus, they'll survive to the next life. The guy that try to run away from them and they'll basically be in the corner once they find out that the PC is limited. Once they find out that your best bet if you want to make these high budget games is to deal with Nintendo, they'll try to find a way out. But Japan ain't as proud as you think they are. They're already bending now. They're still trying to find a way out. Square and Capcom still trying to find a way out. But once the shit hits the fan, they'll bow down and they'll get humble. They'll get very humble, and it'll be back to normal.
So you think Nintendo's gonna put them in the camel clutch and make them humble? Huh?
Yeah, no, it's not a recliner. They'll put them in the standing recliner and make them humble. Or better yet, the $1 Million Dream. The bottom line is, the situation is the Western ones. That's the ones that they will go to the end. That's the whole real fight because Japan's trying to follow the West. The Western third party is the one that's going to fight to the very end. Those guys won't die until they've been broken in half like Bane broke Batman's back. They're not going away until they're broken. Until they might try to. They might kill themselves. They don't care if they die. Some of them might not do that. But Japan will fold first. The West will fold last. But they will all fold sooner or later. That's the end of this generation. When the 8th generation is over, it's Nintendo and only Nintendo in the console market. And
I could see that.
And this they can hold out as long as they want, but the resistance is futile. This is the board.
Well, I mean, they're foolish enough to think that they can how are you going to outplay the man? How are you going to outbuild the man who built the house? They know all the secrets.
Remember Eric Bischoff? He fought Vince until he couldn't fight him, and he works for him. That's what's going to happen.
Well, I mean, if I was Nintendo, I wouldn't hire any of those lackeys.
Oh, that's the best way to show you own them. Bischoff was his biggest competitor. I'm going to put you out of business, and now clean my shoes. That's the best way. That's the best way to do it.
Oh man.
So, but like I say, this is the crucial period right here. This year, next year, it's going to be like all the negativity you're hearing on the internet right now. All this. The reason you hear them talking about NX because there ain't no fun on the PS4, ain't no fun on the Xbox One. That happening itself is Nintendo. They want to see what Nintendo does next because they know Nintendo.
Exactly. They're worried about what. Yeah, they're always constantly dick riding Nintendo, but then they talk shit about it. It's like.
Yeah. Why do you care? I mean, if you don't like the system, if you don't like the console manufacturer, or the developer, you don't like Nintendo games, you don't play Nintendo games. Why do you care what their next console is?
They remind me of those guys. They remind me of those guys when I was in school, like in high school, and they used to go and talk shit about the the big girls, the big fat girls. They used to say, "Oh, that bitch look stank," shit like that. Next thing you know, everybody finds out that man was riding that thing the other day, and then he comes out. He in front of me like, "What are you talking about, man? I ain't touched that."
I thought you didn't even like her, dude.
Yeah,
BBW.
I thought you didn't swing that way, man. And you was talking shit about it, man. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's projection. They make plausible deniability. Once you protest too much. Exactly.
I think everybody's known people like that, right?
The lady don't protest too much.
No, man, she took advantage of me, dog. She took advantage of me. She took advantage of me.
With him, you know.
I had a little bit too much to drink, dog.
John Lucas.
I have a question for all you guys, and that's pretty much a prediction, but I just gotta get this out. I'm looking at like this news article, this little video clip about how these news anchors are so excited about Mario Maker, and I'm looking at all the positive views and all the views Nintendo's gotten with this game. So it's like, could we see Super Mario Maker be like almost the next Wii Sports?
Oh, that's gonna sell a million easy.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mario Maker.
That's gonna be successful.
Cause it's bringing old and new.
And
like
you know,
gamers.
and Nintendo didn't put much research and development into that game. That game was done.
Well, I mean, it's basically just a very simplified version of what they used to make their 2D Mario games. So, I mean, it's not like they spent 100. It's not like they spent. Okay, it's not like what Sony spent to make Little Big Planet.
Yeah, you can hear Mario hitting the little fucking the question mark and go.
Listen, when a game mechanic can still be that resonant 30 years later, you know you created gold. You know you created masterpieces. This is like Mozart, Beethoven. This is Leonardo da Vinci. This is Michelangelo. You cannot stop the power of Mario. Mario is the king of gaming for a reason, because that mechanic was magical the moment it showed up in Donkey Kong. That jump, bounce, punch, pounce, all that stuff is just, and the character and this universe of it is, and what it represents is just something about it. And putting it in a clash of mixed style, you knew it was gonna be good when you first saw it with the Mario Maker like font. I know Mario Paint had Mario Paint composed it. A lot of young kids. I was a teenager by the time, but a lot of young kids was just lost in Mario Paint for years and years, just making drawings and music with It was just creative. Game developers came from that little Mario. I got Mario Paint in the box right now, and the situation is, I knew it was gonna be magical when it touched that heritage. But when we saw it at Nintendo World Championship and seeing how diverse this was, the race before was showing you how cool it was, but to see just how it's unprecedented. This game is yellow and gold as its box denotes. This game is selling, and actually putting stuff in the box for one. That's one thing I don't like about Nintendo lately, about the physical packages. No more cool stuff in the box. When I buy physical, I want a game card. I want some kind of little design. I know it's not necessary anymore. I just want to see it. I like to buy and have that flair inside that. When I open the box and I see that packaging, I love that stuff. So when Mario Maker has that cool booklet, when it has the stages front, them Treehouse guys made, I'm gonna love getting killed on. It's just magical. This game is magical. September 11th, it's gonna hold all the way to December. You got Splatoon. The Wii U is gonna kick mother ass. It's gonna kill somebody this year. All these games piling up, and you still got Smash. We still got these amiibos. We still got Mario Kart. Almost sold half to every Wii U owner. It's just the prejudice has to come down. When the prejudice comes down, everybody comes in and buy a game. Then they find the rest of the library and find it's nothing but masterpieces in this library. There's no shovelware this time. It's all, every time you buy a game, you buy Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, you can't go wrong. You got Pikmin 3, you can't go wrong. Wonderful 101, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with Game & Wario. You can't go wrong with Lego City on the cover. You can't go wrong with Kirby. You can't go wrong with Splatoon. It's all there. All these games are just masterpieces. Great, well done, well polished games. Captain Toad. So as it goes on, the momentum can't be stopped. It's slow gas. It's a slow starter. They try to create this car, but it's turned over. It's ready to fire now. We about to drive down this Nintendo road.
Yeah. I think that a lot of people just don't like. I think that the haters just it's easy to hate on the king. You know what I mean? It's easy to hate on because Nintendo isn't directly confrontational. The way they deal with their things is that I'm going to show you, but I'm going to show you the best way possible. I'm going to make your ass look stupid. It's going to take me a little bit. It's going to take me a little bit of time, but when I make your ass look stupid, everyone's going to know just how stupid you really are.
And honest truth though, and I know the rest of the gang over here will agree with me. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't doing something right. If you're doing something right, you will have your haters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, you know, look how many people hate. I mean, every time you try to do something, how people just be hating on you. You got to be doing something right. If they wouldn't hate you that much if you weren't doing something that didn't hurt their feelings.
Yeah, it was just like what Poppy was saying. Like these fanboys, for some reason, they're so into what Nintendo's doing instead of, you know, doing whatever, paying attention to whatever Sony, Microsoft is doing.
Yeah, but they say they had enough, and then they call themselves real gamers. So I don't know.
Oh man, but I have a gripe that's been bothering me for the longest time, and it deals with what happened, you know, during the Wii generation, where the groundwork could have been laid, you know, to save some of these companies and develop games for that system. And like one of the franchises that I feel like that really should have gone onto that console is Street Fighter. When you think about how well Street Fighter 2 sold on the Super Nintendo and how well that the Wii was doing at that time, I thought it would make sense for Capcom to release, you know, like a Street Fighter game, you know, on that system. And we never got it. And even when it came to like a Street Fighter 4 port on the Wii U, Capcom was like, we're not putting, you know, like old, you know, titles on we're not putting Street Fighter 4 on the newer consoles, but yet, you know, you're putting out that, you know, that crappy port on the PS4, you know, and it's just, I'm just wondering, why can't we have a home console version of Street Fighter on a Nintendo platform?
Cha-ching! That's why.
Yeah, because Capcom, like I said, like
would
we
make
said
too much
earlier,
sense.
like I said earlier, Capcom got in bed with Sony, and when you get in, look, Sony. Dealing with Sony is like dealing with someone who has chronic STIs, okay? Like, you know that they are dirty. You know that they are infected, but for some reason, these people keep on getting in bed with them. It's like, damn, I mean, don't you realize that this person... And they just keep on doing it. They do not
Mr.
care.
Red Fox, you sure know how to cut them balls off, man. I tell you.
Well, it's true. Look, listen. Okay, look at all of the Japanese third-party companies that were riding high, jumping off of the. They jumped off it when the N64 came out. They jumped ship off of Nintendo and jumped onto Sony, and they did well on Sony during that first PS1 generation. But then the PS2, you saw quite a few of them starting to go downhill. And then the PS3, a lot of classical, old-school Japanese companies that got on board with Sony are gone. They're gone. Their IP, they were either bought up by Square Enix, and let's get to Square Enix for a second.
Square Enix going to hell.
Squaresoft and Enix were two of the major juggernauts for JRPGs in Japan. Like, between the two of them, they were like some of the best damn RPGs in the video game industry. But something happened.
Square made a lot of fucked up decisions.
Well, the thing is that Sony money had it. Sony money had its Final Fantasy 13, and Square did not get the type of money they thought they were going to get off that game because Sony took a decent share of the profits. So Square was like, well, we can make money off of Final Fantasy 8 and Final Fantasy 9. Neither of those sold as well as Final Fantasy 7, but they were more expensive to make. And they had to bear the brunt of that development cost. So then, basically, they made that shitty movie to make Final Fantasy into a household name, and, well, you know, we all know what happened with that.
Well, I got a question. How do y'all feel about that they can only announce that there's the Final Fantasy VII remake?
Because the director doesn't even know he's fucking making it.
He didn't even know he was making the shit until he saw the shit on TV.
No, but see, no, my point is this. All these dudes that got so hyped, like, yeah, you know, we got Final Fantasy VII coming out.
CGI.
You know, but if you watch the SquareSoft conference, I mean Square Enix conference, what happened is this: after they showed that trailer for Final Fantasy VII Remake, that guy came out and said, as you see, this is we're remaking Final Fantasy VII. He says now at the time I can only announce that we are doing a remake. Like he literally said that. I can only announce that we are doing a remake. That means they ain't done shit else.
Yeah, they just did that. They just did that shitty trailer, and that's it.
You know what? If you can go to if you look it up on YouTube, go to the Square Enix E3 2015. I think it's like maybe halfway through. When you go to that part, after they show that trailer, he comes back out and he says, "I can only tell you right now. I can only announce that we are planning on doing a remake." I'm like, that's it?
We're announcing.
You're not working on it? No, nothing else.
Say that again, Dr. Fields. You said they are announcing that they are planning. Announcing that they are planning.
Yeah, anybody can plan. Shit, I could plan. I'm gonna go out.
I plan on going to Hawaii, but if I ain't got the money for it, shit.
Release date.
Well, yeah, it's gonna hit the PS4. Like, yeah, I'm gonna.
In 2018, it'll hit the PS4.
I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, y'all are excited because the guy said that we are thinking about doing a remake.
No, they haven't even started.
That's basically what he said.
But they haven't even started yet.
This is
like,
versus over again.
To me, all I admit is the only thing they've worked on thus far, besides the first trailer for the PS3 they showed us back in the day, was all they worked on is this new trailer. That's it. Yeah. That's all they've worked on. There is no gameplay. They ain't even put together a damn title screen yet.
And they didn't even. And here's the thing: they didn't even tell the guy who's directing it that he was directing the damn thing. He's like, "Oh, this is the first time I heard about this shit." Yeah, that engenders so much confidence in Square Enix right now. I really.
Basically, he was telling everybody he doesn't like that idea that he has to work on that fucking project. Basically.
Well, considering that he.
You would never say some shit like that in public to
considering that he helped create Lightning of Final Fantasy 13, 1, 2, and 3, I don't trust that fucker with a dog, much less a Final Fantasy game.
Yeah,
my whole thing is this, man. I think Square made an announcement like maybe a year or so ago. This is when before they had released Lightning Returns, because fans keep on asking for Final Fantasy VII remake or remaster, whatever the case may be. And they made an announcement and said that they will only make Final Fantasy VII when another Final Fantasy actually has similar sales. They say so until another Final Fantasy comes out and sells as well, they won't make one. Well, I'm pretty sure Lightning Returns still ain't done that. This is purely hype. They did this for hype and nothing else. No one can convince me otherwise.
And have you heard that
they're desperate for money?
Yeah, the Hitman game that's supposedly being done, that they're going to be selling that shit in pieces as well.
That's sad.
So it's episodic.
Yeah, they're fucked. I'm done.
You're kidding.
I'm fucking done, guys.
Wow.
Whoa. I'm gonna bring back an old quote for you guys. 10 years ago, almost 9 years ago. Oh, he left. Oh, wow.
You say it was done.
He said it was going. So, Sony in 2006, cast a ride. We were released Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy Versus 13, whereas Final Fantasy Versus 13 7 years later. They're now called
Versus 13 became Final Fantasy 15.
I don't know what happened.
And here's the worst thing. Final Fantasy Versus 13 was supposed to be on the PS2. It was supposed to be on the PS2. Like, why? Oh my God! They just.
So yeah, that's a sign right there. That's a sign right there that don't get too excited about the 7 remake because you might not see that thing until 2019.
That shit ain't coming out.
Exactly, and
dude, by the time if that get, I will say this. I won't say it will not happen. I would say the chance of it happening are almost unlikely. But I will say this: if that game comes out, I don't think it's gonna be what people expect it to be. See, they're
because they're not calling it remaster. They're calling it remake. So it's gonna be made into
It's not
today's style of playing, which is
Yeah.
QTEs.
Yeah, it's not no turn based. Don't expect turn basing or it's gonna be nothing but DLC microtransactions up the ass.
Well,
Press-
the guy who made it said that he's making it and it's going to be more realistic. When I heard that, I was like, oh my god, you guys are fucked.
All right, so
Anyone who loves this game, you're fucked.
that means Cloud is gonna have a perm instead of having spiky hair, because that's realism.
Well, that and the battle, the quick, okay, the people who grew up on Final Fantasy VII, you're prepared to have your childhoods raped. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh man. But I have a question. Do you notice how like Final Fantasy Versus became Final Fantasy 15 and how 15 kind of looks like a Sony's version of Xenoblade Chronicles?
Yeah, they copied. They switched over. Final Fantasy 15 was actually a different title. They actually changed it.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be played differently. And since they saw the Monolith Chronicles, Xenoblade Chronicles X looked so fucking amazing with the battle system and shit, they copied it. They even said it.
Well, let's be frank. All the people who made the Square Enix RPGs that people love don't work at Square Enix anymore. They work at Monolith Soft, Alpha Dreams, Miss Walker Studios, Intelligent Systems. They do not work at Square Enix. So I mean, look, if you're a shitty third stringer and you're and the first stringers are someplace else, you need to copy what the shit they're doing.
Yep.
Right?
This is also didn't the director for Didn't the director for the Final Fantasy 15 said that he had a Wii U and that he liked Monolith Soft's project Xenoblade Chronicles X?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
God. It's almost like they did with the Smash Brothers on that PlayStation All Stars, isn't it?
And you know what's crazy, guys? They said that the Monolith Soft's producer, director, whatever, he said if this wasn't their first HD project, they would have been able to do even greater. I mean, think about that. This was their first time ever working on HD, and they fucking put that masterpiece together. So and the honest truth,
Monolith Soft might have another game on the Wii U before.
They actually are helping Nintendo's EAD, I guess, to put together the next Zelda, right? That's what they're doing. They're helping them because they got the big world experience with the big, landscapes and draw distance and shit.
I mean, these guys are going to be absolutely surprised to see these bombshells. Like I said, Nintendo's a card player, and they hold it close to the chest. But when they drop that trump, they drop it just like when you play spades and you drop that big joke on them, and the faces go, oh.
What do you think Skylanders Superchargers is going to do for the Wii U?
Nothing.
Well,
no, because it's got those amiibos, right? Or those.
Well, yeah, it's going to sell, but it's going to be because those games they always sell better than Nintendo anyway. So that gives it an extra.
Going to bring new players in, or what? What do you think?
Oh yeah.
Because if that happens, then what do you think Disney's going to do?
That's what I said last time. When Disney combines with Nintendo, the apocalypse is upon us. It's over. Mickey Mouse and Mario, Link and Luke Skywalker, Donkey Kong and the Incredible Hulk. Do the math.
I could see it happen. I could see them making some type of exclusive Star Wars game for the Wii U that isn't some EA bullshit.
Yeah.
So, and yes, I said, because I'm a huge Star Wars fan too, and yes, I did say EA bullshit.
And that's enough. Yeah.
Wait. Not just Hyrule Warriors, Skywalker Warriors. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
That would be fun.
Yeah, but that's EA.
As long as EA wasn't involved with the shit, because EA has already been killing Star Wars.
Creativity.
Well, they don't. It's just money for them. And look, here's the thing. Look, I know it's a business. I know people are trying to make money. I can appreciate that. My problem is that there is no fucking artistry to their games. Even BioWare games, and I love BioWare games. I'm old school BioWare fan. Even BioWare games have lost their artistry, their uniqueness, and that's hard to do because BioWare. But I knew when the founders of BioWare were run out of their own business. I was like, well, that's the end of BioWare. Like I heard people saying, "Is BioWare back?" Fuck no, BioWare's not back. Why would you even say something that stupid? Don't be stupid.
It's like you can't get rid of the founder. I remember the Dexter Laboratory cartoons. When Jenny Tartakovsky was running it, it was Dexter Laboratory. When he left, that wasn't Dexter no more.
Yep. And when they got rid of Samurai Jack, I was real mad. I'm still mad about that. I'm still mad about that.
They changed the art style and the voice actors for that show. And I remember when a lot of the art style for the Dexter's Laboratory changed. Like, what did they do to the show? God.
That's the thing about Cartoon
SpongeBob.
Well, that's the thing about Cartoon Network. They'll have like a really good show and run it and get rid of the founders and then run it into the damn ground. Like they're bringing back Powerpuff Girls. Nothing wrong with Powerpuff Girls because hey,
awful.
No, I didn't say the movie. I said the TV show. The TV show was funny as hell, especially when they had that monkey Mojo Jojo.
Because the remake looks awful.
Yeah, the remake. They don't even have the original. They don't even have the original fucking voice actors. I'm like, come on, man.
You can't do
they
that.
Don't even have the original voice. They don't have the girls who did the voices for Blossom and Buttercup.
It's not going to be the same.
Yeah. I'm like, how the hell are you gonna? And I'm like, if they don't even have the same dude doing Mojo Jojo's voice, this the hell with this show.
Leave it alone, guys. It's gone. Don't ruin a great product. Oh my God. I love the Powerpuff Girls, man.
Yeah. I mean, look what happened to SpongeBob. The whole when the original director left after the SpongeBob movie from 2004. Look how the quality of the episodes declined. Same scenario.
The only ones who were able to basically carry on after the original finals, like stuff like the Looney Tunes, the Warner Brothers, they changed directors and the character changed with it, but they kept the integrity some kind of way. Sometimes you can do it, like the TV show Cheers and a certain actor leaves, but only a few cases that you can do that and keep your integrity. Most time when you get rid of the original founder, it ain't the same no more. It's like them trying to bring back DuckTales, but you don't got the guy doing Scrooge McDuck. Who would? No, some things is not done. You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't take the webbing off of Spider-Man's outfit, and you keep the Powerpuff voice actors as they are. You can't get rid of the Simpsons either. If Harry Shearer is not coming, not Harry Shearer, Hank Azaria is not coming back, the show is over.
Yep.
Good God, what's wrong with people? Pay the man his money.
Well, it boils down to just people like, oh, we don't need them. Yeah, you do. They're the essence of the show. Why would you,
That's like when a lead singer leaves. It's like the band's still alright, but there's something missing. You don't know how the lead singer. I mean, the lead singer is like the most important.
Like the Jackson 5.
Exactly. Without Mike, it ain't Jackson 5 no more. It's like TLC without Left Eye. It's just TC. Where's the L? You can't bring it back.
Yep.
It's
no
TC.
Left Eye Lisa Lopez. It's just it's done. Yeah.
You got to pay the facts. So, but they think they can cash grab. It's the same thing with these game developers. When they try to bring back old franchises that lost their original visionaries, and it's not the same.
I mean, that reminds me of someone wrote this article on a website, and they said, "Is Rare back?" And I was like, "Fuck no, Rare's not back."
Was that like a joke?
The Rare that we grew up with, the Rare that we know is gone.
I mean, I like to laugh, Mr. Red Fox. You can tell by the way I act, but
yeah, it's done. There is no Rare is dead. Okay,
no, Mr. Red Fox. But what about the 30 games for $30, man? Come on,
they're all Nintendo games, you mean?
Yeah. Here's the thing. Those 30 games, aside from Conquer and they might have gotten the rights back for Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, and maybe Battletoads. All the rest of that shit is just some bullshit. Like the games that Rare made that people really loved them for were on Nintendo consoles. GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, Killer Instinct. Well, Battletoads was on the NES, but I mean, Battletoads was kind of rough. I mean, I like the game, but
yeah, it was still
there's
fun.
certain aspects about that game where it needed some polishing. But the thing is that when Rare was with Nintendo, Nintendo made them better. Nintendo made them step up their game.
Yeah.
And like now you don't really like Rare. Rare is not back. Rare is dead. Okay, the people working at Rare right now, they're just people there to hold as a placeholder until Microsoft can get all the good they can get out of it. And then what's gonna happen is that they're gonna shutter that studio and hold on to the IPs until the cows come home. But Rare is dead. Rare is done. There is no more Rare.
That Eurogamer article, who killed Rare? Look it up because they break the whole story down.
Yeah.
And they talk about that bonsai tree that's Miyamoto planted in front of the Rare headquarters, and now it's like a bittersweet symbol of what they once were. This tree was dried out. I guess it was wintertime. It's just symbolic to show, this is the seed they planted in you. You did not appreciate it. You thought you can do better, and you went to the dark side. And look what happened to you. And every time I play, I gotta basically put myself in a Men in Black mode and wipe my memory when I go back. I got Diddy Kong Racing, and and you play that game, Mario Kart was already there, but they did something a little different. They always do. They always take like a little left turn from what Nintendo was doing. They might do the similar thing, but they would go somewhat left, like Banjo was doing to Super Mario 64. Diddy Kong Racing, you go from area to area, and the music changes with the area, and it just had a charm to it. It just felt right. These guys they understood their role in this company. They created GoldenEye would not be what it became on any other company. They would rush out 95 to have it with the movie, and it came out crappy like every other TV show or movie tie-in. But they gave it 2 years. Everybody forgot about the GoldenEye movie by the time the game came out, but nobody cared about it because they put the game out. And that quality, they don't touch you directly, but their influence is around in an indirect, like hands off. They're watching from the background. So like when you see that gif of the Splatoon guy after E3 2014, that guy in the back, that's Miyamoto looking on, and like these are my children. This is my creation. He's just seeing what they're doing, and it's somewhat admiration and somewhat he's saying these are my disciples. That's what Rare was with Nintendo, and Retro. Now bring to the present. Retro is the same thing. Retro is the descendant of Iguana Entertainment. Jeff, not Katzenberg. What's his guy? That's the guy's name. That Jeff guy, Spangenberg. There you go. Katzenberg. That's somebody else. He created that company, but he was not stable. He was sort of wild, man, right?
Right.
So. Right. They had to stabilize the company. They trusted Metro out of the jump with an unproven, well, they're not unproven, but not quite proven developer. But they let those, and it was a mess until Nintendo put their hand on them and gave them guidance. And that's how Retro became this developer that everybody now thinks is only the Metro developer. And now, nobody else can make Metroid but Retro. Retro is not Retro without Nintendo's hands on them. Everybody forgets that they think Retro can go outside. That's what Rare thought, and Rare found that they couldn't either. And the situation is. I think, and that segues me to another point about how people in America, it's that bias, man. It's a little racism in it. I know it's a piece of that in there, because a lot of them think that the Western developer knows more than the Japanese developer. Same thing, the thing that came out, what N64 put out about NST. That whole thing about Nintendo was nationalistic and xenophobic and all this stuff and racist and whatever. And I don't believe that article for 5 minutes. Yeah, N64 has proven with the Devil's Third fiasco how reliable they are.
Yep,
but
I put a long rant about it.
I'll look it up.
Yeah. And also the whole Nolan Bush. I mean, he's talking about how Nintendo's xenophobic. I mean, look at Nolan Bush now. I mean, he praises Microsoft, but can't stand Sony or Nintendo.
Yeah,
Nolan Bush now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Down of Atari, co-founder.
Now, he's gonna have the guy that had the market to himself and then lost it all.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was running Atari.
Well, he sold it to
atrociously
Warner
before he
Bros.
sold
Yeah,
it.
when he sees
Before he sold
Nintendo,
it was damn near
it's like a
bankrupt.
reminder of the bad decisions that were made during his time.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
sold it to Warner Bros. That was
The
his
lingering.
most. When he sold it to Warner Bros, that's where everything went downhill.
Yeah,
Atari
but it
has-
was. Yeah, but they were damn near broke. But the reason he had to sell it to Warner Brothers because he was running it. He ran Atari into the ground. Then he sold it to Warner Brothers, and they ran it further into the ground. Then they sold it to Jack Tramiel, who ran it even like it was already in the ground at this point. And he just like said, "Well, I'm gonna send this motherfucker to the core of the earth." Look, I like Jack Tramiel. I read his biography. Jack Tramiel was a remarkable man, but when it came to running a video game console manufacturer, holy shit, he didn't know what he
was out of his depth. But see, let me bring up about this thing about how Westerners look at the second party developer to Nintendo. You'll see them try to give more credit to the Western subsidiary than the parent company.
Yep.
NST is the one that made Metroid Prime Hunters, and they made, they still making games. They make the Mario and Donkey Kong games, all that stuff. And they're a great developer, right? They came out of DigiPen, right?
Yep.
And that's come out of the Nintendo headquarters in America. But the whole thing about the Project Hammer thing is the thing wasn't good. The thing wasn't good. It's not a situation where Nintendo is not being racist because they don't think the Western know what they're doing. They're just saying, we want to make sure we have quality control. Nintendo is about keeping their hierarchy right, though. That's what keeps the company from getting like Sega, because they don't let the American branch oversee the Japanese original.
And I am so grateful that they're like that. I am so grateful they continue to be that way.
Yep.
Reggie.
Time and time again, the West has shown that they don't know how to manage money.
Yeah, look at Sony sold
they
out
don't know
to
how
the
to
West.
manage investments.
And not just that, people don't understand that. I hear these people say, "Well, Sony destroyed Sega, and Nintendo destroyed Sega." No, Sega destroyed
themselves.
Pretty much.
Specifically, Sega of America and Sega of Europe fighting against Sega of Japan. Instead of them banding together and do what they needed to do in order to put their consoles out and get software sold, they were busy fighting each other. And when you do that, of course they were going to go under.
Dreamcast was their only agreement, really, because Japan, they were trying to put the Saturn backwards compatibility on the Dreamcast, but America, Sega of North America ruled out that since the Saturn wasn't doing as well in North America, that they should not put Saturn backwards compatibility in the system.
The only reason the Saturn didn't do well in America was because Sega of America sabotaged that system in America. And Bernie Stoller, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this right now, Bernie Stoller is a piece of shit, okay? Yeah, and here's the thing, I don't even like Sega. Like, I'm not like a Sega fanboy. I have Sega systems, I have a Dreamcast, but Bernie Stoller was a piece of shit. And Bernie Stoller did more to hurt Sega's the Sega brand than I mean, people like, well, Nintendo just sat back and watched Sega destroy itself. And they saw what happened and they said, we will never let a foreign one of the lesser branches of our company have that much power in our company. And I don't blame them, because after seeing what Sega of America did and Sega of Europe did to Sega of Japan, I can see why.
Wasn't Bernie Stoller?
What the hell?
Wasn't Bernie Stoller responsible for not bringing the RPGs over to the Saturn?
Yep.
Yeah, he was like, oh well, they're not gonna like RPGs, which is why we got Shining Force 3 Part 1, which is like Shining Force 3 is one of the masterpieces of Camelot. It was like the last game they made for Sega, and it's one of the best games ever. But we only got Part 1. There's 3 parts of that fucking game. We only got Part 1. You know what? Bernie Stoller's a piece of shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what happened to was he the replacement or something right after Tom Kalinske left, or when did Bernie Stoller come?
I'm not exactly sure. What I do know is that he was. Here's what I know about Bernie Stoller. Bernie Stoller basically sabotaged the shit out of his system.
Yeah. Xenophobic as hell.
Well, I mean, it's not just like, here's the thing. Look, this is business. This shit's about money. You don't need to like the color of my skin if we're getting paid. Hell, Reggie Fils-Aimé is Haitian. You think Nintendo's going to let the fact that he's Haitian stop them from making money?
I got a quick interjection announcement to make.
Go ahead.
My wife is currently playing the campaign, and she's about to play DJ Octavius.
Oh shit!
And
she's about to have one of the best experiences ever.
Well, here's the thing: like when she first saw me play the campaign, she saw me playing him, and she was very intimidated. She's like, "Yeah, I'm not." So she's put in like 50 hours in at basically the online mode and nothing in campaign. So the last day, she's been doing nothing but the campaign.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, she's in for a treat because DJ Octavio is one of the best bosses I've ever seen in a Nintendo game.
Yeah,
for
I told
years.
her that, and yeah. So, but continue.
I still gotta play the campaign.
He's the shit. DJ Octavio is the shit. He is. I'm like, damn, this dude is intense.
And see, we got to DJ Octavio because Nintendo keeps their order correctly.
Yeah.
And we talk about Sega. Sega actually started an American company, so I guess it was always Schizo from day one. It's actually an American company where it started from. But it became Japanese. It's complicated. Nintendo, on the other hand, keeps the rank and file. They don't say that America has no say. They don't think, because they hear to say America can help them get more broad understanding. But at the end of the day, I'm in charge. It's a ranking order here. It's a pecking order. You follow my lead. I'll let you give me suggestions. I'll let you give me information. I'll consider them. But you don't tell me what to do. America's not going to sit there and say, you're not putting out the Wii. You're going to put out the game hexahedron instead of the Wii. No, we're putting out the Wii. So when you look at Reggie Fils-Aimé, at the end of the day, pretty much the effective head of Nintendo of America, but remember, he's the COO, not the CEO. And it's always going to be like that for Nintendo because they keep the rank and file. They keep this thing together for cohesiveness. When you look at everybody talking about Nintendo, like retro, they want to promote retro above Nintendo as if, oh, Nintendo know what they're doing. They need to let retro do what they do. Yeah, they made retro do Donkey Kong. No, the retro got tired of doing Metroid, idiots. Metroid, they've been doing Metroid for like 10 years. They got tired of it. They want to do something different. They wanted to go Donkey Kong, and they gave them Donkey Kong. That's why they did that. They didn't force them to make Donkey Kong. They wanted to do it. Yep. And the thing is,
you know what though? A lot of people, I realize that a lot of people don't realize that. They don't think about that. It's like, okay, I know that such and such company, a person has made this franchise, and you love this franchise. But a lot of developers have come out and said that, hey, I would like to do something different, but the publisher said they want me to do this. Like even a lot of like movie directors or whatever have come out and said that. Like I'll even use an example y'all gonna laugh at. Michael Bay. Now we know the Transformers series is okay at best, the franchise. But even Michael Bay, before he made the third one, he said that I have a movie I want to make, which is Pain and Gain. He said, I actually want to make that movie more than anything else. He said, so I'm not going to make another Transformers movie until I make my movie. Because that was an important movie to him. Sometimes these producers, these executive producers, and these companies, they get tired of making the same franchise because they have other ideas, but the publishers are saying, no, get Call of Duty out there right now. Which is why those other two guys went to go make Respawn because they had got fired, but they wanted to make something different. And even Robert Bowling, he got tired of how they were treating Call of Duty. Like sometimes they want to do something different. Like,
they don't give it a break. I mean, the thing is like you need to take a break. I mean, you can't okay, every fucking year Assassin's Creed.
I would be okay if Call of Duty released every 4 years. Give me COD every 4 years, and just make sure you update that one every year with content, and then every fourth year or every generation, give me a whole new COD. That way, it will feel fresh every time. That's what Nintendo does in Mario Kart. You look at Mario Kart from the Super NES up to now; it's vastly changed, but it's also vastly the same.
Yeah.
And every time they bring it, people miss it. It's like people are still playing the last iteration before the new one comes out because they love the game. They're like, I can't wait till the new one drops, man, because it's been so long. It's been so long since we've seen it. Look at Xenoblade Chronicles. Yeah. And now we got X coming out. It's been a while.
It's gonna be nice.
They put it in quality. They don't do quantity. They do quality.
Yeah, and they don't flood. I mean, they don't flood the market. I mean,
How many
you
20
look at-
gigabyte patches is that game going to need?
Yeah, you look at these other consoles, and it's like
You guys ready for this?
these other third parties, and it's ridiculous. It's
You
like
guys
every
ready
time
for this? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, bring it
I'm
on.
getting ready to bring up a subject. You know how Mario Maker, they put out Mario Maker, and let's just say it's a fucking, global success. What's stopping them from putting out a Super Mario 3D 64 or whatever, Super Mario 3D Maker?
It probably come in the future. I say it probably come next home console, but
What do you guys think about that?
I wouldn't be surprised if they do a.
That shit, like, wouldn't people shit in their pants and shit? Be like,
yeah.
I wouldn't be
It'd be hard to
surprised.
program,
all
but
the
yeah.
haters would be like, oh, that shit looks pretty cool. I would like. I wonder if
I wouldn't be
You pretty much
surprised if
get-
they do a Super Mario Maker for the 3DS, like new 3DS in the future, maybe. But instead,
Well-
but use the was it Super Mario Land
Are
and
you ready
Mario
for
Land
this
2?
one? You ready for this one? Zelda Maker.
Everybody's waiting for it.
Well, they already said they're not going to make a Zelda.
They can only do the original and Link to the Past. That's the.
You never know. They could say a lot of shit. If it's
Yeah,
Zelda,
but I mean,
people want it.
Top down ones.
Donkey Maker.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Like the 2D Zeldas, like the Super
Yeah.
NES and then the NES and so on
yeah,
and so
but the
forth.
thing about the Legend of Zelda is that the strength of a Legend of Zelda game is the level design. And I've played. I mean, I'm just gonna get real here. I have played a ton of fan-made Legend of Zelda games, and I can tell you right now, there is no one walking around making that shit that can make a dungeon as well as Nintendo proper can make a dungeon. So, like, you would get a lot of really shittily made levels. I mean, really shittily made.
Yeah, but
Okay, then how about Smash Brothers?
Yeah, but don't they already have that with the level creator?
No.
yes, already did.
It's not out, is it?
Yeah, you have the level creator. It's already on the game, level creator.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
No, but it's limited. It's not like you only can do a couple things. It's not like.
They already got that. It's called Project M. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
You ain't gonna worry about that. That'll make it Mugen then. You want Mugen Smash.
Oh no!
But
I have it on my computer, but it's like, yeah.
But no, here's the thing. I'm gonna get back to that thing I was trying to say earlier though, about this developer, this conceit that Americans seem to have about not all of them, but some. This sentiment that the parents don't know what they're doing. It's the other one. The same like this. It's where this Metroid stuff coming from. That's what Metroid Other M is coming from. Not some of you guys might not like Other M. I respect Other M. I like Other M. Other M is a good game. To me, I don't think a Metroid. I come from the era when Nintendo would go left a lot more. Nintendo stayed in their vein a lot more than they used to. Nintendo would think about this. Let's go back to Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong, it's the original platform. It's not the original platform, but the original major platformer. And it was a man that runs, jumps, and climbs. The man was the hero. The ape was the villain. The girl was the damsel. Donkey Kong Jr. flips the mechanic entirely upside down, where Donkey Kong the villain is now Donkey Kong the damsel. Mario the hero is now Mario the villain, and the baby, it used to be Mario's baby, his girlfriend, and now Donkey Kong's baby is the hero. He flipped it. And Donkey Kong Jr. climbs, runs, and jumps backwards. It's entirely inverted. Then he made Donkey Kong 3, which has nothing to do with neither Donkey Kong 1 or Jr. It's a game, it's really a shooter. It's basically a bug shooting, you bounce them in the sky. I didn't care that Donkey Kong 3 was very different from Donkey Kong 1 and 2, because that's what they used to do back then. Then Mario Brothers comes out, it's about two brothers and a pipe, and you're bouncing little monsters underneath and kicking them over. Super Mario Brothers, the sequel, which is actually the sequel guy, everybody forgets that, is a total departure from the original Mario Brothers. Yes, you have the run, jump, and bounce mechanics from Mario Brothers, but you didn't get to jump on top of enemies in Mario Brothers. That game is totally different. It's entirely changed. The Super Mario Brothers 2 that we got in America is actually the real. Hold on, wait. The Super Mario Brothers 2 we got in America is actually the real Super Mario Brothers 2. That thing was designed to be a Mario game from day one. That's why when you see that Doki Doki Panic, you still had Power Blocks and Starman. as a Mario game from day one. It was departure from the Mario 1 mechanics. It's like Mario 1 with a mechanic different the departure from the original Mario Brothers. They used to do this all the time. You wouldn't have the stuff you had in Mario 3 without Mario 2. The Mario in Japan was an expansion pack. Really, it was really Super Mario Brothers 1.2, in my opinion. So I'm not surprised. Like Super Mario World and Super Mario World 2 was Yoshi's Island. It's the same they did Donkey Kong. Think about this. Mario rides on Yoshi. Yoshi's a tool of Mario, right? So Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, Mario might ride on Yoshi, but Yoshi is in command of the operation. It's an inversion. The whole game is about, it only turns back to normal when you pick up the star, and Mario, as baby Mario, carries Yoshi on the egg on his back. See how they invert the mechanics? Mario 64 is an absolute departure of the 2D Marios. I'm not surprised when people take a left turn, because that's when you get new kind of gameplay. Mario Sunshine is a departure from Mario 64. It's 3D, but it has no Starman. That thing's about a rocket pack, a water gun, right? So I'm not surprised when they take a left turn. That's why Federation Sport does not bother me. Or you have these gamers talking about next level games as if next level games is like some Bush League developer. Next level games is the one that gave you Luigi's Mansion and Mario Strikers and Punch Out. They have proven themselves to be a top level designer. I'm glad that next level.
I mean, that's what I said when people were doing all this whining and complaining. I was like, look, Kensuke Tanabe, like he was in charge of all those Metroid Prime games, and Next Level Games, I don't think they've made a garbage game since they've been around. So, I mean, when did they make a game that made you think they wouldn't be able to make a good game? I mean, like, I was one of those people who was really skeptical. Who's really skeptical of
Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime. But I mean, here's the thing: I at least had some credence to be skeptical because it was retro, and no one had heard of retro. They hadn't made a game as retro yet. No one knew anything about them. But I mean, these people have, the dude Kensuke Tanabe was the director of all 3 of those Metroid Prime games. Okay, him and Shigeru Miyamoto. Okay, Next Level Games has made tons of really has made really good games consistently since the GameCube. So clearly, they'd make good stuff now. I'm just saying.
And the thing I'm saying is these guys in the forums, they had like Nintendo as some amateur that just happens to have the Metroid. They believe that the franchise is called Metroid Prime. The franchise is called Metroid. Period. Metroid, not Metroid Prime. That's a sub-series.
And they're getting pissed about a sub-series of a sub-series.
There were some people that didn't like when Metro Prime came around from the 2D sprite, side-scrolling universe to the 3D using the Unreal Engine. Yes, it was Unreal Engine modified to create the Metro Prime that we now praise as the definitive version. That's why when Metroid Other M came out, people were disappointed because it wasn't, in the same vein.
Call it. Say it again, Poppy. Say it again one more time.
People were disappointed when Metroid Other M came out because it wasn't in the same vein as Metro Prime.
Well,
they attributed it to the voice acting and all the other bullshit, but reality is that they
were angry.
Wanted
they were
it
angry
to be
because
a traditional Metro Prime.
Yeah, it wasn't what they thought in their mind.
It wasn't what they thought it was.
The problem. Here's the thing: the technical problem of Other M was this. Okay, the game itself didn't know what it wanted to be. Okay, like like in certain portions of it, it feels like a really great 2D Metroid game.
I have the game.
See,
I like it.
Yeah, I have it too. I don't like it though.
I got it.
I'm one of those people.
I got it for $15 when it dropped. I don't know why it dropped to $15.
Yeah, I know why it dropped to $15. But
that was bad because I saw it for $9.99, Mr. Red Fox.
But seriously though, listen, I was one of those Metroid purists back in the day that was talking all the shit literally, when I saw these videos on YouTube, I don't like Metroid Other M because it has I don't like the graphics, and I don't like the way it looks, and they're hurting my like someone kidnapped one of the most fearsome bounty hunters in history, and they're holding him hostage in the basement, raping her. Okay, good luck trying that, first of all, if she was a real person. But in all seriousness, though, I mean, I was one of those people with the original Metroid Prime, and then I stayed away from it until Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, and I enjoyed the shit out of that game. That game is fucking awesome. But I mean, the reason people didn't like Other M is because it really, like, it kind of had an identity crisis. It was like it wanted to be 2D sometimes, but then it wanted to be like the first person when you shot missiles at bosses in order to hit their weak spot. It didn't really want to jive with what it wanted to truly be, and that kind of hurt that game a little bit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. To me, but Nintendo's done this plenty of times. By taking that was an experiment. They was trying to expand what Metroid can be. Because when people talk about a true Metroid game or a true Zelda game, or people still hate Four Swords. Who's to tell you what is Mario? Yeah, Mario. Mario 64. Where's the flagpole? Where's the ticker tape? Where's that off screen with the little white box? Where's the pearl with the hawk mouth? Is that a real Mario game? Well, I mean, listen. Where's the barrels? Where's the hammer? I mean, seriously, where's the power block? What's real and what's not real? That stuff right there is a limited mind of a game. If you don't span the scope of games and change, like some people, like Metroid can be open-ended with non-linear paths, or it can be mission-based.
John
like
Lucas, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but you got to take into account there's, excuse me, approximately 24 million PS4s, and then there's 13 million or so Xbox Ones that have been sold in this generation that are using, if not the same fucking controller, or pretty similar controller. These fucking people don't want you to fuck with what they are playing with.
Yeah, they're hidebound. They refuse. They don't like innovation.
They refuse change. They don't want change. That's why Nintendo fucks with them. Nintendo fucks up their mind every generation.
I see it every time.
They don't like the change. They don't like something different.
They didn't want the Wiimote. They saw the gamepad. They're like, "What the fuck is this shit?" And they're like, "I don't like the way it looks." Well, have you played a game on it yet? I don't like how it looks though.
Then you get comments. I miss the old Nintendo. Why is it not like N64 days? It's like they don't change, they'll die.
Controller.
They hated the N64 controller then.
I've always hated the N64 controller.
And let me say this.
N64 controller. I mean, don't look. Every Nintendo controller after the N64 was an evolution. I mean, come on, look, everybody you say talking about they like the N64 controller, but but everybody you talk to say that they love GameCube.
The GameCube controller, yes. And then I was thinking they couldn't top the GameCube controller, and then I saw the Wiimote, and I was like, oh shit, this is impossible.
See, the thing about Other M was trying to change. And honestly, they put off on something to come out. It's like the Zelda cycle. It's exactly the same thing. Right now, the hate's still hanging. Give it a generation or two later, everybody gonna look back on the Wii finally. It's already starting to happen now. Same thing happened on the old Zeldas. But Other M's gonna have the same thing. They're gonna come back and revisit that game and find out that the hate was not as warranted. It had some parts that the only problem I had with the game was the pixel hunts. I understood what they were trying to do with Metroid. Metroid Fusion was more mission based. It was a linear game too. Metroid 2 was linear. That's a Game Boy Metroid. It doesn't always have to be non-linear. It don't have to always be the same thing. Metroid Other M, it's like a balance thing. Metroid has action, it has adventure, exploration. It's a mix of different portions, right? It's different properties. They weighted other M more on the action side. It still had exploration, but it's a little more. It's subordinate to the action. That thing was fast paced. You want to talk about Metro Samus being weak and scared? Samus put an arm cannon point blank to somebody's head and blow their brains out with the finishing move. I mean, Samus was a beast in that game. Samus was nasty, and somehow when you play a thing in 2D, it felt like the 2D Metroid. It felt like playing a sequel to Super Metroid in a home console form, in a big home console form. But the way to make that feel good when you go to 3D, you know what you have to do? You have to role play. A lot of people, the reason people can't understand the switch to 2D to 3D because they don't really understand the Wiimote right. If you understand the remote right, then it doesn't make it actually. This is the way you do it. This is the way I do it. When I'm ready to go into cannon mode, when I turn to 3D format, when I turn the point to the screen, I put my hand on my arm. It's like Samus put her hands on her arm when she shoots her cannon. You must pretend you're Samus with her arm cannon when you hold that Wiimote. That's the way you make that work. That's what they was trying to go for. So the situation is, I understand when I played the game, I had to basically turn my Metroid Prime tactics off because Metroid Prime. I love Metroid. I'm the kind of guy that likes Metroid Prime and other M because I play the games for what they are, not trying to play another game in its place. I'm not trying to play Majora's Mask as Ocarina of Time. I'm not trying to play Wind Waker as Ocarina of Time. I'm not trying to play Sunshine like 64. Every game is different and it presents itself differently. I'm not playing 3D World like Galaxy. It's a different game. So the situation is, Prime taught us to basically look at the backgrounds all the time and look for lore, right? I love doing it. I love looking at the background and testing it out. That was a good feature. I love that. Metroid Other M says the background is the backdrop. Don't care about the background except for hitting a button to open the door. They basically said, screw the background, move, action, run, move, shoot, move, run. It's a fast-paced game. It's about action. That's why I understood Metroid Other M. It's about fast-paced. It's snappy. So the reason why everybody's going crazy about Metroid Federation Force, they had a stick in their mind about Metroid Other M. What they really want is Metroid Prime 4. There's not going to be a Metroid Prime 4. They're not going to get that. The next Metroid is going to be a Metroid game. I want Sakamoto to make it because he's the co-creator. Another thing I want to bring up about the hate about Other M is they hate Sakamoto for the way he wrote the script, which actually, if you look at the script and look at the real story, it's not a contradiction at all. And the concentration feature, that's the same thing we had in Super Metroid when you go into that little energy ball and she gets her missiles back. The same thing. The suit can bring its own power back. But nobody really played these games. That's why they talk like this. If you play
the only reason I didn't like the script for Metroid Metroid Other M was that there were a few things that were Deus Ex Machina and convenient for. I was like, you could have come up with a better villain than someone remaking Mother Brain, because chronologically speaking, Other M is supposed to take place after Super Metroid. The Metroid Prime franchise takes place between Metroid, the end of Metroid, Return of Samus, and Super Metroid. So that's like 3 or 4 years, whatever, maybe 5 years, I don't know. But it's a decent period of time. During this time, she has fought Ridley. Oh shit, it's like 4 or 5 times at this point. Like blown up pirates. The Federation knows about Mother Brain, and yet someone had the bright idea to clone Mother Brain into an android and make that the caretaker of a facility that has dangerous creatures. And they also happen to clone Ridley because why the hell not, you know? Because we're smart people.
Honestly, I might put out a writing and video that explains all that, because I'm seeing why they did what they did there, but I can't go through in this broadcast here. But what I'm saying is, it's too long. It'll be too long. But the situation is, these guys, they
got to take into account. I think you guys have to take into account that the reason they do these things sometimes is because they're trying to bring in other newer fans that haven't played the universe before, to make it a fresh experience for them, so they understand who these characters, these bosses, and these villains and whatnot are within the lore itself.
And honest truth, I'm actually glad Mother Brain was another M. I knew it was going to be, it said Other M, Mother. It was telling you M-O-M. It was telling you Mother Brain was going to be Madeline Berger.
The Other Mother, yeah.
It tells you it was going to be there. Honestly, you got to think about this, Red Fox. we have never seen Mother Brain in 3D. None of the games after Super Metroid put Mother Brain in them. So we needed to see a 3D version. It's like it's a cheesy video game script. Ganon will always come back, no matter how bad this bad guy is, Zant, Aghanim, whatever, hijacked by Ganon because Ganon is the dude. That's why they brought it back. It's really that simple. But they found a nice script way to bring Mother Brain to 3D world. We never seen the 3D Mother Brain. We saw it sort of with Aurora units in Metroid Prime 3. Yep. But I wanted to see an old-fashioned Mother Brain. That used to be that was Captain in the Game Master. That's the old. Remember the old voice you used to have on the Captain in the Game Master?
Yeah, the same dude who did the voice for Audrey 2 in Little Shop of Horrors. Yeah, Little Shop of Horrors.
So it's that sassy voice. I want to see Mother Brain in 3D. That's why they did. That's the ultimate reason they did it. But they found a script way of bringing it back. But the bottom line is, these guys want retro to be above Nintendo. It doesn't work like that. The retro serves Nintendo. Retro is retro because of Nintendo. Same with Next Level Game. Next Level Game is guided by this company. That's why they basically said we are becoming a second party. This is a great company to work for. That's why I don't believe Unseen 54 and the racism charge. Because if they're not, Nintendo shuts down their own games when it's not working. When their own games is not good, they shut them down. So it's not about racism. It's not about all this stuff. But these guys have the mentality that Nintendo is out of touch and the Western developers should take more of the reins. It's that same thing that was going to happen to Sega. If Nintendo did that, they would end up just like Sega.
Yeah, I mean, go ask Sega how that worked out for them, letting the Western part of their company take over. Oh wait, you can't. You can't ask Sega.
Same with Howard Stringer running Sony. He's from CBS. He doesn't know enough. When you're not coming from the region that the company's from, you're probably not going to take the same kind of mentality toward it. If you have no stake in that land, really,
you're not going
to come out with the same intent. When Sony has to do what they do, they're selling because they have to keep the people employed in Japan. Howard Stringer's from America. He might not think about Japan the way Japanese will think about Japan. Just like if Japanese in Japan would not think about America like America would think about America. Homes matter. So I hear all this nonsense and this noise, but it's just impatient fans who forgot who's in charge of the stew here. That's all that stuff is. It's being kids. Like I always say, Nintendo is dad and the rest of them are the kids. But
they want to promote someone over their parents, and in my household that didn't fly. In my household, you did not promote people over your parents, over your family. You just didn't do that. That was a no-no.
Plus, Japan is all about honor too. And it's like, look at what Sony's doing and how they sold out to the West. I'm like, that's not an honorable thing to do at all.
Selling to the West, that's important, but don't sell your heart is where you come from. Don't sell out. Basically, don't go to New York and try to pretend you're from the Bronx. If you ain't from the Bronx, you ain't from the Bronx. Be who you are and stay true to yourself.
Yep.
Yeah.
We don't need no wannabes and posers.
Fakers.
Trying to be down.
We don't need no skeezers and perpetrators. But anyone want to cover any other topics before we begin to wrap things up?
Well, I guess apparently I posted a link about Sony. There's a guy who made a video about Sony and what they're doing. Apparently they're doing more crowdfunding projects.
Oh wow! I expected that though, cause they don't have money to do.
They don't have any money, and they need to do something.
Nobody else is talking about it. Nobody else is like, "Oh, it's Sony. It's okay. They can do it." But
people know they don't have money.
Oh man, we can't have that. Nintendo's doomed. The NX is coming out next year, but Sony, even though they're making barely any profit on their systems, it's fine. It's okay. They can do what they want.
Well, I mean, here's what people don't understand, because I've had this argument with numerous people who don't understand business. Like, Sony made $200 million last year off the PlayStation division, but overall they lost $1 billion. Plus, they're in debt for the $8 billion that they lost. on just the PlayStation division over the PS3's generation. So basically, Sony owes so much money that whatever profit they make is like what they use to keep the lights on and keep people employed. They don't have a lot of money to do a lot of other shit, you know. So I mean, I don't know why people they don't understand that. So Sony, yeah, it doesn't surprise me they launched a crowdfunding thing. They're doing whatever the hell they can do to make some money. Shit.
Sony's a crowdfunder. How far have we fallen?
Yeah, well, I already lose like pretty much faith in the whole gaming community stuff when everybody was like cheering on that Shenmue 3 was being crowdfunded with Kickstarter.
Yeah, when I heard that, I was like, you guys are cheering someone begging you for money?
Yeah, like come on, like Yu Suzuki was a tool, like.
You know, not to mention it's a scam because I mean Shenmue back in the day cost what 47 million to make back then.
Yep.
And yet now he's asking for 2 million. I'm like, come on, man. Do I look stupid to you? Seriously?
Crowdfunding Sony. Man, how embarrassing is this?
Very. No, you know, but it's Sony. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
This is a multinational corporation with money beyond, I mean, NBA players supposedly.
Well, they had money beyond. Look, Sony. Like, here's what people need to understand about Sony. Sony had bad business practices that started 30 plus years ago, and like when you do shit like that, where like it started 30 years ago. Even if they had started making choices to fix the issue, like you can't fix 30 years of bad decisions with just 1 or 2 years of austerity. Like on a fundamental level, Sony was messing up, and their most innovative people left the company, and went to work for companies like Samsung and Panasonic. So it's like Sony doesn't understand that, you know, they don't have resources like they used to. I mean, they're leveraged to their eyeballs. They owe everyone and their mother in Japan money because they took government loans and private bank loans to stay afloat. I mean, Sony is I mean, I've said this before. Sony is fucked.
That's why I always say the most powerful console never wins.
There was a reason. You guys remember that the Prime Minister Abe, what was his name? Abe.
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 Yeah, Abe.
He stated that
honest Abe.
all companies should be stewards, okay, as Nintendo runs their business in the same manner.
Because Nintendo budgets, shit. It's not hard. I mean, it's not like...
I always laugh when people say, "Oh, Nintendo's going to be gone." I'm laughing at that because they don't understand how financial systems work. They don't understand how fundamental business operations work.
They don't understand how a budget works.
I mean, Nintendo is not the type of company that's going to go and just dump money on fucking dumbass shit like
third-party support.
releasing a VR headset when nobody's asking you for a fucking VR headset.
They did that 20 years ago.
You have no
tried
fucking
it
money,
once,
and you don't have
hell no, not again.
You have no money. They don't have any money in the bank account. They're living off of credit.
Yeah, that's Sony. They're living off of low interest government loans that the Japanese government gave them because they're basically like an establishment in Japan. If Sony wasn't an establishment in Japan, whoo, Lord.
Oh, Red Fox, I'm gonna make it sound more down to earth. Sony walks around here and say, "Hey, Fox, let me buy $25 so I get my check next week, man. I'm good for it, man. I got paid back. Let me buy 10 spot, Bo. Let me buy 10 spot."
I would be like, "Kiss my ass, you deadbeat." No, like, Tuber5 has a question. Yeah, they sold like Sony, like they were like Sony turned a profit last year after they sold the computer division, the buildings, fired people. That's not how you turn a profit. You turn a profit by selling a product or a service. But Tuber5 has a question. What do you guys have to say about people that want Nintendo to be like Microsoft and Sony? Oh, God.
Look, okay, now think for a second. Remember when Sony was competing with Nintendo back in PS1, PS2 days, and then they went after Microsoft during PS3 era. Look how far they sunk.
Yeah.
Short and
The
sweet.
people that think that Microsoft and Sony's business practices are
They don't know history. They don't know what's really been going on with Sony.
or
They
the
don't know
correct way
finance.
forward. They ask them to start paying the guys that's supposed to be giving. It's like going to a restaurant. You order everything you want to eat, right?
Yeah.
And then when the bill comes, you tell the restaurant owner, you got to pay it because I ate your food. Right?
Well, that's how third parties operate. They really, like, here's how third parties operate, right? It's basically like coming in and saying, okay, like, you have an open market, because that's basically what a console is. It's an open market. You pay your little fee to get your booth. You set up your wares, and you wait for people to come and buy your shit.
Exactly.
But then, instead of you coming in paying your fee to the person who owns the open market, like, no. You got to pay me to set up my booth in your fucking market. And then, on top of that, you go in there and you buy the shit, and they give you $5 or $6, and they sell you a product, and then they sell it to you piecemeal. Oh, well, I'm selling a 5-course meal, but I give you a course, and for every extra course is another $5. So really, it's $25, but you can start it for $5. You know.
The nerve of third parties to think that these companies that have invested billions and billions of dollars to create these foundations for these consoles and the infrastructure needed to support these consoles, to go and tell these console manufacturers how they're going to fucking run their business. Does that fucking make any sense?
Well, that's what you hear from third parties. Oh, they didn't consult us. Who the fuck are you?
Exactly.
I brought your consultation.
The third party guys, these third party software guys, developers and shit, publishers, they sound like fanboys from YouTube.
No, they're like, oh, they didn't.
Apples don't fall far from the tree.
YouTube fanboys that try to dictate to how Nintendo should run their business.
No, they're like, oh well, you know, you'll hear third parties.
Nintendo should be they think Nintendo should be giving them free games every month, like some other people. Excuse me.
Yeah.
No, they're like Nintendo. They're like Nintendo didn't consult with us, and that's why we don't have our games on the system. I'm like, who the fuck are you that this company should have to consult with you on how they build their console?
Can I add some perspective on this part right here?
John,
I'm gonna say right there.
Go in on them.
I'm gonna go in on these jokers again. we already talked about the vendors last time. I went in about who runs the house and who are the children.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing I'm gonna say right here. EA makes all these sports games. They own exclusivity on NFL and FIFA licenses, right?
Yep.
They have key sports franchises and some other ones, right? So why don't EA create the sports box, sell it on the market, an EA console that sells number of EA Sports and other EA games, and go on the market? I'm sorry, they tried that one time before. It's called a 3DO, and it went ass up, tits up, whatever you want to call it. It's gone. They tried it, didn't work. Activision, the first third-party developer, knows how to find a cash cow to stay afloat, way past his creative zenith. How come they won't create an Activision box? How come they won't create an Activision station? They don't have the guts.
It's a dangerous proposition.
Because they'd have to support it. They don't do it because they'd have to support it, and it would be first of all, they'd have to spend billions to get it off the ground.
Absolutely.
Then, in order for them to get it to sell, they'd have to support it.
The math doesn't add up for them to try.
Third parties already have third-party boxes. It's called the PC, the PS4, and the Xbox One. Okay?
And
I've
always said this. Nintendo is the only company out there, the only console maker that realizes the all-important truth in the gaming industry. A great game idea without a platform is nothing but a damn idea. It's a vision. It is a fantasy. Games need platforms. They need consoles to become reality. So basically, that is exactly why, and I cannot believe that Microsoft and Sony have forgotten this. Like, do you know that Call of Duty ain't shit without your console, without your platform? It's just an idea.
Exactly, and they pay these bastards money.
You can put it on PC if you want. Like, they can put it on PC, but let's be honest. How many PC games out there, which there are tons, actually sell well with in a $1 billion bracket? Not many.
They can't because the market is just so flooded with shit.
Exactly. So it's like
the mobile landscape. Continue.
So basically, Nintendo still knows that without a game idea, a game without a console is just an idea. That's all it is. They still realize this, which is why they want Money Hat. But the rest of them have fallen into that whole facade of, hey, let's have these games come to our console. Activision, Ubisoft, EA, none of these people are shit without consoles.
Exactly. If they didn't have a market to sell their games, they'd be fucked. And yet Sony and Microsoft pay these people money. They're like, oh, let me give you a ton of money to do the bare minimum.
That's it. That's been the problem for 20 years. We've been at this thing for 20 years because we had outsiders, amateurs, people out of their depth trying to play this video game role. They don't belong here. Sony does not belong in the video game industry, and neither does Microsoft. They don't belong here. They're outsiders. Sega is a game company. The business might not be as good as Nintendo, but they were a great game maker.
Yeah.
Game companies, Neo Geo, SNK was a game company. They might have made a console that was way too expensive for anybody to afford, but them games, Samurai Showdown, King of Fighters, was good. We had game makers in this business at one time, and now we have a bunch of faceless suits. I'm taking Poppy 2Ks. Poppy 2K saying faceless suits, playing, trying to be. We'll never have a Kaz Hirai ass. We'll never have a Spencer ass. Nobody cares about your creative process because you're not creatives. You're nothing but money men. You're Zach and Brooks Brothers suits and ties. You don't belong here.
You guys notice that the reason like the PC market isn't profitable is because it's so flooded, right? We all agree, right?
Yeah.
That's one of many reasons.
You know the mobile market is the same way.
Yep, that's
Three.
That's getting ready to
Do you guys realize that now we're going into the third year, or going into the end of the second year and then third year of the platforms for this generation, that now third parties have to be very careful with what they release because now they're more susceptible to failure because there's so much shit out there on their platforms now. So who is the platform that is actually a viable business venture for these third parties to go and provide products to? Right now.
That's my argument. That's my entire argument.
Well, not Nintendo, because they would rather cut off their dicks, excuse me, the expression, than support a Nintendo platform.
Listen.
Well, do these people want to eat? Do they want to put food on the table? Do they want to have?
It becomes a pride thing. At a certain point, it becomes a pride thing. It's pride.
I mean, look at what the indies are doing. They're so fucking intelligent. Look what they're doing. They realized this a while back. They said, well, shit, no third parties are doing business with Nintendo. Let's jump on. Fuck.
Because they have everything to gain and nothing to lose.
Look how many games on the indie side have come over from the mobile market that you would have never thought come over, because at the first year that Wii U's launch, the console was doomed from the outset. The media said this platform is not a viable competitor, is not powerful enough, it's not this, that, this, blank. Then the YouTube fanboy orgasm happened, and they all spilt their shit, and they're like, oh, I want to jump on that bandwagon and talk shit about too, and the media.
I call the YouTube community Westboro, like the Baptist Church.
Well, I mean, I won't go that far, but here's what I will say about it. I'm not going to go that far. Look, they aren't that hateful, but I will say this much. No, I'd say they're about 20% Westboro.
Oh, okay.
They're 80% just haters. I mean, look. Why, like, and here's the thing. Like, okay, why are you hating on the company that basically brought gaming up to a level that we had never seen before?
They grew up with Nintendo, they say, right?
Well, that's what they claim.
But
Then you
Nintendo
ask them what
grew up
Nintendo
with
games
that.
they play, and they mention a whole bunch of fucking third parties. So I don't trust what they have to say. Any of them. But
well, goddamn, I grew up with Nintendo. Shit, they haven't kept up with the times, goddamn.
yeah, they're like, I like Nintendo games, and they're like, I don't like Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and I'm like, well, did you play any of the previous Donkey Kongs?
And then the other one's like, well, fuck.
It's actually easier than the previous Donkey
Nintendo
Kongs, and they're like, I never played the original Donkey Kong, or man, I wanted something like Metroid Prime. Well, did you ever play the original Metroid? No. Then shut the fuck up. but
No.
One of the funny.
It's on this level right here, man.
Tuber, real quick. Tuber wants to say something. Go ahead, Tuber.
Just real quick, I just want to say that one of the funniest things they'd say, like, I grew up with Nintendo, but Nintendo didn't grow up with me.
First of all,
I don't get that. It's like saying, well, I don't eat Lucky Charms anymore because Lucky Charms didn't grow up with me.
That's a good one.
It's
I like
still
that.
fucking delicious.
Mr. T talked about the nerds and the frogs. These boys are insecure. They're more childish than the ones who play Nintendo because they're so concerned about looking adult. They're scared to be seen. These guys are frauds. I'm gonna get about the indies. The indies are third party. Let's remember what this is.
Yep.
Third parties mean independent developer. That's what it means. Independent. Indie, independent. These are the new children.
Yep.
Shovel Knight made his name partly on the PC, mostly on the Wii U. That's where it made it, and the 3DS. These indies said that the big third parties want to stay away. This is where we're going to come in, and we're going to make our name on here. We're going to use the tools, Affordable Space Adventures. We're going to use the tools that these guys are too scared to use. This thing is easy to develop for. Nintendo don't even give it. You just hit this kit and let's go. It's time to make some games. And we got nothing but we got a Miiverse to talk directly to the community to sell the games.
Yeah,
so the bottom line is,
shit, man.
I said
Nintendo should a lot more.
I said Nintendo should do this more last generation. I thought when WiiWare came along and did Skyware, they should absorb the kids a lot more in that generation.
I thought they were going to do it too, but I mean, I think that was the testing ground, and I think they learned from that. But now we got some questions to get through, and we got them. We got a lot of them, so we got a little bit of time to get through them.
Is anybody pissed off?
Well, none of them are weird. I hope. I haven't read all of them, but none of them are weird, I don't think. What is everyone's stance on QTEs? I don't mind them if they're sparse and or implemented well, like in Wonderful 101, but not when they're constantly in the way or make up the entire game. Who wants to tackle that?
Man. I think QTEs have a place in the game, but not when they're the main attraction to your battle system, or they are used to conclude the end boss fight or the end of the game. I hate that. That destroys it.
QTEs is nowadays. I think they're okay in God of War, whatever. They're kind of but I think it's just a shortcut for not developing actual mechanics for boss fights. So, it's kind of fun to interact with cutscenes and stuff like that, but I mean, it's becoming annoying.
Well, I mean,
how do you end a game with a QTE? Like,
well, they did that with Tomb Raider. They did that with Tomb Raider. They ended the game with a quick time event boss fight, and I was like, you know what, this is bullshit.
Shadow of Mordor.
Shadow of Mordor. I'm like, come on, man, this is some bullshit right here.
I think Final Fantasy 13 too.
I mean, like, I would rather do what they did back in the day with like old first-person shooters like Wolfenstein and Doom, where they give you the ultimate weapon, and they're like, you know, it's like, hey, plenty of ammo, better use it against the boss. You're like, this is the final level. I'm gonna have to save this until I get to the boss, and then I'm gonna tear his ass up with this BFG or whatever gun, an annihilator, a chain gun, something.
And then you get there, you just press some buttons, and that's it.
Yeah, I could do that, but this shit, press X, press the triangle button. Literally, one of the second to last boss fights in the Order 1886 is a quick time event. I'm like, this is some bullshit.
I forgot about that one. Yeah.
It's lazy.
Hey, Mr. Red Fox, it's just not the PFG, it's the MFG.
That's some bullshit, man. Next question. What are your guys' opinion on the Project Hammer debacle?
What is Project Hammer, by the way?
Project Hammer was a game that was being produced for the Wii. It was actually, I think it was announced at one of the E3s for the Wii platform.
Yeah. And it was going to use the Wiimote to swing your hammer, and it looked really cool.
It looked cool. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, apparently it wasn't up to snuff, and it got canceled.
I guess the game wasn't,
That was explain that again? What was the game?
It was a new IP from Nintendo.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a new IP where you were this dude, and you waggle the Wiimote, and he had this big-ass hammer, and you would waggle the Wiimote to swing it, and you could, like, destroy shit and destroy the environment, and, like, pick up bad guys and throw them in the air and then swing your Wiimote at the same time and like knock the dude like down the street in the game and shit. It was a very interesting looking thing.
Why was it canceled? Like I keep hearing like people talk about this game like, oh man, they shouldn't have canceled it.
Well, apparently it wasn't up to the quality that Nintendo wanted and they canceled it. So
they made the decision that it wasn't worth continuing the investment in it.
When was this game canceled?
Oh God, years ago.
Right back in 2006 or 7 or 8, something like that.
Around 9 or 10, something like that.
Oh, okay, that far.
I say concept. Definitely wanted to try it out. No, the game I wanted to try was Sadness, but we never got to see that, of course.
Yeah, but that was. I think that was vaporware. I mean, that was never.
Yeah. I wanted to see what they're gonna do, but they're just jokes. But like I say, sometimes a concept doesn't get off the page. If you get a game that sounds good but does not play good, it's not worth the. If it's not done, if it's not ready to come out the oven, it's not ready. And sometimes the thing gets burnt. And sometimes the thing gets burnt in the oven. You just got to start a new pie. Exactly. So like I say, you might not see Project Hammer as Project Hammer, but Project Hammer might come out in some other aspect later on in a different game down the road. Just like the stuff from 64DD, we didn't get to see that because this drive was a flop. So later on, that became the Mii's. So you might not see it in its original format, but those concepts don't die; they come back later on.
Nintendo learns from failure and then reapplies it in a new way.
That's called research and development.
Yeah, like the Virtual Boy. Yes, it flopped, but guess what? Because it flopped, they said, you know what, we're going to have to learn to do this shit without people having to put shit all in their face.
Yeah.
3DS!
No glasses.
Yeah. So, I mean,
but too bad the 3D fad went away because people didn't like 3D too much.
Yes, and now they want the Virtual Boy with better technology. It's called Morpheus and Oculus Rift and all that shit.
That can't be good for your eyes.
Well, it isn't. It isn't. No. But look, whatever. It doesn't bother me. It's another fucking fad that's gonna get utilized poorly.
You're throwing F-bombs left and right tonight.
Well, it is. Listen, this shit came out in the early '90s. Everyone's like, man, virtual reality is gonna be the future, and it was stupid then. Stupid now.
Mr. Red Fox, you just don't understand. The technology is so much better and so much more evolved.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but here's the thing. The technology is better. The picture is crisper. But the general concept of strapping some shit to your face while you sit in a chair and manipulate some controls, it's the same shit. There's been no innovation. The technology's gotten better, but the concept hasn't changed.
I don't know. The Omni.
It's just the graphics. That's all it's about, the graphics.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of the Omni? That looks somewhat interesting.
The Omni, look, it's more shit strapped to your face, and you looking at it in first person, and you have a controller in your hand. Like, here's the thing. Like, you couldn't even do anything where you're using a fucking. You've got some goggles strapped to you, and you have to use a controller. You would think they could move beyond you needing a controller if you've got it strapped to your head. Isn't that kind of breaking the immersion? But that's just me.
The virtual reality I want is where you're strapped in a machine, and you're actually in the game. You can see, touch, smell, hear, everything. Now that's
you want Star Trek Next Generation. That's what you want.
Yeah, and until they get to that point, virtual reality is just a passing fad. And by the time they get to that, it's going to be like, so there's going to be something better next. So, plug you into the game directly.
Actually, Mr. Red Fox, we already had a piece of virtual reality already last generation. It's called the Wii. When you pick up a golf club and swing a golf club, that's a part of virtual reality right there. But they don't recognize that part, do they?
Well, they won't talk about that because Nintendo did it, and if Nintendo did it, it doesn't count. What does everyone think about Hatoful Boyfriend coming to the PS4 and the Vita? The dating sim where you're a human girl amongst birds. I can't get mad since it's so weird and different. A breath of fresh air. It's a breath of something, but I wouldn't call it a fresh air.
That sounds weird.
Here's what I'll say. It's from Japan, and the thing you have to realize about the Japanese is that they've created some of the awesomest technological innovations in the world, but some of their games are really fucking weird, okay? Japan is weird.
Well, the reason because if you go to Japan, there are a lot of dating sim games. It's because a lot of the men in Japan have just given up on dating. A
lot of the women in Japan have given up on dating.
Yeah, they've done it too. Yeah,
that's why the men gave up.
Yeah, herbivore men.
Yeah.
No. If the girls won't give you a chance, I mean, they say 59% of men are not even interested in sex. That's messed up.
That is messed up. They're like, well, F it. I'm just gonna, just take care of myself and call it a day.
Does anybody know why this is the case? I mean, Mr. Red Fox, you've been to Japan.
Well, I think I have a theory, since I am both a sociology and poli-sci major, and I studied population growth dynamics. It was one of my major things that I studied. Japan is very expensive to live in. Very, 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 very expensive. The people that are married don't want to have kids because it's so damn expensive to have kids and raise them and take care of them. They want to have a certain lifestyle, and they don't want to take the hit to their overall income levels to have kids. Understandable. Now, the problem is that you have an aging population that had a baby boom after World War II. So you have a lot of older people that are reaching retirement age in Japan, and not enough young people to take care of them. So they're having the same things happening in most of the first world countries in the world. Japan, the U.S., Europe, any place you have a first world country, the same thing's happening. The only places where this shit isn't happening is second and third world countries, because those people be fucking. I mean, for lack of a better word, they be having
procreation. It's better to do, though.
Well, I mean, not just that. It's just, I mean, because they tend to have a more agrarian society where having a large family to help you make enough money to feed said family helps. But here in America, you don't need to, like, most people do not work with their muscles. They're like, okay, I have an education, I work my 9-to-5 job, and I get paid, my close to six figures or six-figure income, and I take care of myself. And It's like you have a certain amount of money that you make, and it's like if you had a kid, that would cut into your income. You're like, fuck that. Most people who are like two people get married, they have one kid.
That's the reason we don't.
That's where I'm at right now.
You said we don't use our muscles as much, and that's why we're so fat.
Well, I mean, I won't even say that's even the case. It's just as a country goes from being a third world country to a second world country to a first world country, the type of jobs that people use to take care of themselves decrease. Like when America was more like closer to being second world, we were more agrarian. You had more farmers, like blue collar work, that type of thing. But as people got more educated, they didn't need to do that. I mean, I'm going to tell you the truth. My grandfather owned his own business. He was a landscaper. When I turned like 15, 14 years old, I used to help him. And I swore, I'm like, I never am going to do this shit for my living. Fuck this shit. Like, I'm not going to be out here mowing grass, fucking in the sun. I'm going to get myself a damn good education so I don't have to do this shit because I need air conditioning.
But that's the problem. That's the problem we run into. Like, if they okay, this is kind of but somebody has to build the building. Somebody has to grow.
That is true. That is
Food
true.
doesn't magically fall from the sky.
That is true. But here's the problem. Here's the problem. In America, we have the technology where one farmer, if he has the right tools, he doesn't need to have migrant labor. It's like one farmer, and he can take care of 500 acres and grow food. Those 500 acres will feed like 50,000 people, just to that one farmer. Now, I mean, here's the thing. Do you have more people who can do that? You don't need, like, as technology progresses, you need less people to do less people can do more. So I mean, we don't need that. I mean, Japan, they have farmers in Japan. It's like,
No, check this out, Red Fox, check this out. Because me and you being black, we definitely and not just us, but if we have a special history with the South.
Oh, God! Don't get me started with that shit.
I know, right?
Yeah. Come on, watch this. You go back to your grandfather's generation and beyond. I bet on your family reunion, which is probably around somewhere this time. My family reunion is coming up end of this month. You go back to the family tree. They were like 5, 10, 18. Not 18.
A lot of children.
But you had a pack of kids.
My grandfather had 11 siblings. My grandmother had 5.
I knew it.
My grandfather had but each of those children had less children. Each generation have less children because they're like. But then again, my great grandfather was a sharecropper. His parents were slaves. Okay, so and sharecropping is like, I would say, some people say it's one step above slavery. I'd say it's just across the street from slavery.
Yeah. No. So see, I say. It's same in my family. My grandmother's generation, she comes from, well, you combine them together, she had like half sisters or whatever. But it's like 9. But then she had 3 children. And then my mother had long story about it, the only one surviving is me.
Yeah.
Basically, the situation is, the real truth is, Red Fox, technology kills jobs. That's the purpose of technology.
Yeah.
The only thing about technology is, you remember The Simpsons, right?
Yeah.
You remember Homer Simpson and the toilet couch?
Yeah. That was fun.
Nobody forgets the toilet couch.
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose of civilization, to make us fat, happy people on a toilet couch.
Well,
that's what technology is.
I wouldn't say that. Civilization is there to make shit easier, which isn't a bad thing. In order to make shit easier, someone's gonna have to get fired.
That's what I'm saying. When you can go and you can watch TV and take a dump, it don't get much easier than that.
Well,
so
I mean, that's why,
and
that's why I call the Wii U a technological marvel, because anytime, like, I remember when I was a kid, and I'd be playing a game, I'd have to pause the shit if I had to go to the bathroom or answer the phone or talk to someone. Anytime I can play a full-on console game and go to the bathroom, take care of my business, and come back, like, wash my hands, come back, and I'm still playing the game during all through that, except, washing my hands and stuff. That is, that's next gen gaming right there.
Think about what the NX could be. Like, you could take your controller, which is the handheld. Say you have to go on a business trip or something, and you could spend the day in the hotel playing your game, finishing up your game on your NX device. I mean,
no, see, no. Hold on. See, you gotta think about, we talked about Japan and this dating game and the Japanese demographics. Don't you understand that's why Nintendo's creating the quality of life? Because of all those elders?
Yep.
Think about that. And then always think about Japan first and foremost.
Yeah,
the reason
they're a Japanese company.
That's why Konami is doing health and fitness stuff now. Because the population is getting old all at once. Yep. And Japanese live a long time now. Japanese live like 100 years more often,
like,
right?
the oldest man in the world was in Japan. He's like 112, and he just died recently.
Because of their diet, they don't eat the crap that we eat in this country.
Well, that's changing, though.
They're really healthy. They're really healthy.
The name is Hitomi Tanaka. But anyway, they
really
started
a lot
to eat
of
more
processed crap.
Yeah, they started to eat more Western food. But at the same time, the dating sims and all that it's really a crisis in Japan right now. I really feel bad for them because the women are They're looking to become independent and self-sustaining. They don't want to deal with the old marriage stuff. The guys are trying to get away from the salaryman lifestyle. It's basically everybody's into Japanese culture has its strengths, but it has weaknesses because they basically. I'm talking out. Well, you know more than me, Red Fox, but they seem to be. They don't have that contrary spirit like Americans get. Americans will go left when everybody goes right.
Well, because individuality in Japan is hammered. Like they have a saying in Japan: the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. They don't like people who go against the vein in Japan. They don't like that. Also, like I said earlier, it's so fucking expensive. Like, okay. In Japan, if you want to get married and have a house for your wife and eventually a kid if you have a kid, you don't start making money to where you can do that until you're in your mid to late 30s and that's if you're lucky. If you're a normal Japanese person, you're talking in your 40s. No one wants to start really dating in earnest and be able to actually afford if this shit works out the way I hope it works out, I can get married and shit. And when you're in your 40s, I mean, that's for an American. That's I'm settling down, and my kid was born just a few years ago. Got the house and everything. I mean, and Japan is having that crisis, and that's the reason why it's so expensive to raise a kid, get married, live in Japan. What Japan really needs is what they desperately need is maybe some type of subsidy or something to make it affordable for people to have children.
Yeah. See, the problem is a healthy economy is built on growth, and if you don't have kids, then your economy is more likely to stagnate.
No, I mean it's not the kids themselves. It's just everything is so fucking expensive in Japan.
Expensive as hell. There's just a lack of upward mobility up there.
I'm just talking about, cutting off your population. That's.
I mean, comparatively speaking, Japan has a healthier economy than quite a few other countries. They were we're in a recession. I'm like, Greece wishes they had your recession.
Exactly.
Man, if we had Japan's recession.
We're still dealing with inflation.
They're making, the Japan's economy is in the trillions, so you're talking about 65 billion for total Greece.
And we still dealing with inflation and the value of a dollar going down all the time.
And but let me put it this way: they wish they had our. But let me put it this way: the only countries, and this is kind of getting into political science and sociology, but the only countries that have actually weathered the worldwide recession were countries that didn't do ultra hard austerity measures. Because here's the thing: in history, every country that went through a recession or a depression, the only way to get out of it is to spend. It's counterintuitive. It doesn't make sense. The only way to get out of a recession is to spend money. It's weird, I know, but it works.
Economists on both sides of that spectrum.
Watch this, because this brings us back to Yamauchi. You gotta understand what Nintendo was trying to do 10 years ago. It went way more than just selling the video game console. Watch this. Yamauchi, when he was basically stepped down, but he was given a water when they was transited into the revolution. He said, "This will sink us to heaven or sink us to hell, or whatever." Right? He said, "My wish is for this to lift Japan out of depression." That's what he said. Remember that, right?
Yeah.
I remember.
Understand depression. You could say it's economic depression and social depression. There's a reason why they called it the we. There's a reason why they wanted the family to come together. Japanese are isolating too much and getting off into their own little worlds. Everybody is not spending money. So when you buy the Wii, you come together, you spend money, you make babies. That's what the whole thing about the Wii was really, really about.
And you had 100 million of those consoles out there.
I say Nintendo should bring back the love hotels.
There you go.
That might be their expansion efforts.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. Not only do they have the love hotels, but they also own the rights to the Super Mario Brothers porn because they didn't want it to be associated with them. They just bought the rights to it. So maybe they reopen some love hotels and stash them with their video that XXX video they own, and Maybe they can help save Japan.
Yeah,
There you go.
the
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm Mario. I'm trying to find the Princess of Peach.
that was
That gives a new meaning to the word peach.
should
Think
do.
about it. Think about it, Red Fox. Think about it. These handhelds, like the 3DS, the whole purpose of the Street Pass is for people to become friends on the train in Japan.
Yeah.
They want people to come together. That's why the Wii U is still a home console. They want people to come home. They want people to come together. They're still on this track.
And that's why Nintendo includes. That's why Nintendo doesn't a lot of their stuff. They could put voice chat, but they want to bring people together. They want to bring people together, and not just for you might find that special someone.
They already got people alleging that Nintendo wants to be their daddy and shit.
That's the problem. Like I agree with what you guys are saying, but America is so much bigger and vaster, and the people we grew up with don't live in the same hometown we do, or a lot of us.
I agree with that, but like the dudes who made Splatoon said, there are ways around that without you acting like a whiny little bitch, like some of these people were acting when that game came out.
Shots fired there. Shots fired.
But if you want to, you want to talk, but you want to talk with randoms and stuff. Well, there are people who want to talk with randoms, so.
That voice chat stuff comes. Like I say, Red Fox knows about it. Comes from the PC, but the PC is an isolated kind of device. It's really one to a person. When they go to LAN party, you ever seen a PC LAN party? Everybody's in front of their individual PCs. It's a locked off, individualistic kind of thing. That's Americans, right? But we got all the space in the world. We have this such thing called urban sprawl because we build roads to nowhere. With no industry and no commerce. That's an American mentality. Because we got all this land, we don't know what to do with it. Japan, they're trying to come back together. This whole generation is part of what Nintendo's trying to ultimately do for Japan. It has effects for every part of the world, but it's mostly focused on Japan. That's why Love Plus was on the 3DS. All these games that have these dating sims and all that, but get back to the host question, is, as bizarre as they may seem, they're serving a purpose to keep people from becoming strangers to each other. It's a sad thing what's going on in Japan. I hope they solve this.
Yeah, I hope they solve it too, because I'm gonna tell you right now, no one makes games like the Japanese, and no one. I love Japanese culture. I mean, that's why really I could have done. I could have done my semester abroad. They were like, you want to go to Russia? You want to go to India? You want to go to I could have gone to Egypt. I was like, fuck that. Japan. I even said it like the dude in Street Fighter 2. Japan. I'm going to Japan. But yeah. So I mean, it would be a shame. But I mean, look, they really need to get their shit together, and I think they can do it. But it's going to take some tough choices. But
one of the things they should do is create incentives to have children, like some kind of tax break or something.
No, that's what I said. They need to do some type of incentives to make it cheaper for people to have children. But we need to get to the rest of these questions. So, because we do have more. So this one is from Anderson Archilla. So which version of Fire Emblem Fates will everyone be getting first? The Hoshido path due to its similar structure to Awakening, or the Nor path, which is more akin to the classics? Man, I don't care. I might buy both of them at the same time.
Both of them.
I don't care, man. I enjoyed both. I enjoyed Awakening, and they have a winning formula there with that series.
I like Awakening. The problem is it's not that I have a problem with this is like my major problem when it comes to RPGs. I'll really get into an RPG for about a month and then stop because life starts to happen, and then I realize I have to pick it up again. It's like, oh, man.
Well, you know something about the Awakening made it so easy to play was that if let's say you were doing an act or a scene or whatever, and you go in there and you battle whatever you're gonna battle, and let's say you lose a member. Well, you can turn it off, turn it back on, and play it again, and strategize differently so you know what to expect next time. But let's say something happens like you just saying, you just close your 3DS and let it sit there and then come back whenever you're ready to play again.
Yeah.
You
As long
know,
as you have it built up, of course.
it made it easier. Yeah, it made it a lot easier to play. Like what you're saying. I beat Fire Emblem after maybe 8-9 months, and that was because obviously life and everything else was happening. But I always kept on playing. I always did like a session each night before I went to sleep. I had it right next to my bed, and my wife was always there watching me while I was playing. And she's like, "Why are you always playing that game?" I was like, "I don't know, it's
good."
I need to get back and do it and finish it up.
Yeah, man, just leave it right next to your bed, and every time you go to, if you're getting ready to go to bed, play one session, and then eventually you're gonna get good enough to where you know how to, get certain.
Oh,
it's so damn addictive.
So still in my backlog.
So what is it? Sword? I can't. I have time keeping track of the weakness. Sword versus axe. What's the
weapon triangle? Swords beat axes. Axes beat spears. And so that's how you got to think of it. A triangle. The sword beats the axe. The axe beats the spear. The spear beats the sword.
Fuck you up.
The bow and arrow just destroy. The bow and arrow actually sucks against all the weapons, except it does damage to winged animals and it does damage to just winged animals. So Wyvern Riders, Pegasus Knights, the
Wyverns and the Pegasus and the dragons.
Yeah, if it has wings and you have a bow and arrow, you can fuck them up. So basically, I'm getting both of them. If they come out at the same time, I'm getting them both on the same day. And I hope they do a dual pack where they're like $50 to get both games.
Same here. I'm all over that double pack.
How do you guys feel about that though? Do you just think that's just like what? Why not just make them one cart?
Pokemon.
Because it's just like Pokemon, and because it's huge, and they want to make some money. Shit.
It's a big game. They put a lot of money into that game.
Look, it's Nintendo. Look, I'm not. Here's the thing: if they were screwing people over, but it's like two completely different games.
Yeah, it's two games. It's two different paths, essentially.
If you own both, I think you get like the combined true path. Like you can download it for nothing because you own the two games. So you're getting you're getting another third. So you're getting another 33% of the game. These are two full games by themselves. You're getting another 33% added if you own those two. So I mean, damn, I mean, shit.
I wonder if they're gonna give you a discount on another one if you buy one and you buy the second one.
Well, that's why I said I hope they do a package where it's like you get two for like $50, which would be awesome.
Yeah, it did in Japan, so I think they'll do it here. Because Fire Emblem is now going to be a bigger franchise.
And was it successfully launched in Japan?
Number one off the top.
Oh, okay.
Sold the original Fire Emblem.
Damn.
In 1 week. So wow. I think 1 week. So what
this one? They got voice acting in this game.
Yeah, they do.
They had a bigger budget. They've never had voice acting like this.
Is it full voice acting?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have voice acting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
So we have another question here. This one's from Colres X, who joined us earlier, but his technical issues were killing us. What do you guys think about the massive outrage after E3? Even some Nintendo-centric sites like Player Essence and My Nintendo Life have flip-flopped.
Damn right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Those sites are obviously, because you need.
They're fanboys.
Yeah,
so Treasure was gonna say something.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, this is what happens when you don't keep your expectations in check. I mean, I keep my expectations low and just wanted to see what Nintendo would do, and mainly what I wanted was games for the Wii U coming out this year. That's all, and I got it. So
that's what they said too.
Yeah, the thing is, what happens with these events, like when it comes to the Rex and it comes to the E3s, everybody's like, before it happens, everybody's like, oh, everybody, let's get on the hype train. And then when the event happens and it doesn't fulfill the expectations, they go crazy. They get angry at Nintendo and like, Nintendo, you should have done this, you should have done that. They have all these high expectations and they mess themselves all up because of that. So
yeah, they don't know what to do.
I don't go into these events with any of that. So I just You know, as long as I get games, then I'm good. You know?
Yeah, that's how I feel. As long as I'm getting games, like, and I was like, I'm one of those people. I was not mad about Metroid Other M, or sorry, Metroid Prime Federation Force. I was like, wow, we get a game that actually goes into the Federation fighting the pirates, which we've heard about it, we've never seen it. We've seen like glances of it, but now you have an entire game that goes over that side of the story, and I'm like, damn, this is awesome.
Exactly. Why can't they just expand? Yeah, expand on the lore.
Why
So people know more.
Why can't they expand that universe?
It's
You're mad about it.
It's the art style. Well, two things. There's the art style, and it wasn't on the Wii U.
Here's my interpretation of what's going on with these Nintendo fans. Every now and then, Nintendo, even I fell for it. I mean, honest truth, not this one. I'm talking about even the fans who are. I don't question their fandom. They're not fair where they're real Nintendo fans. But every now and then, Nintendo will throw you for a swerve. You're not expecting what they're going to throw at you, and you might not understand it right away. I was the same way about the Wii U before the summer. This summer 2 years ago, it clicked on me in June, right after Xbox showed that Xbox One. I was actually aggravated with Nintendo by stopping the Wii in 2011. I was like, "What are you doing?" I didn't have a problem with the 3D, the 3DS, but I thought they launched it bad. I thought, "What are you?" I was with the outside with Nintendo between 2011 and 2013. So the situation was they lost perspective because they get so caught up in the news cycle. They get so caught up in what they get caught up in a narrative. They've been hearing, and the propaganda affects. I don't care how much you get your own mind. Propaganda, if you keep hearing it long enough, it gets you, like you said, it's advertising in your face every day. If you keep hearing this stuff over and over, you get sucked into that world. Mm-hmm. And they've got caught up in a narrative that the Wii U is doomed. They're going to abandon the Wii U, and the thing is doomed. They get caught up in Nintendo. They got caught up in the Nintendo doom cycle. That's what happened to these guys.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right, I'll come back to that. They get caught up in the doom cycle. They will come out of it because really all it is short-term lack of understanding. Same thing I didn't understand the DS when they first came out. I didn't keep up with games. I was basically a retro gamer at that time. I was playing old stuff and playing my GameCube, Animal Crossing, and Smash Bros. All the time. I didn't keep up. I stopped buying EGMs. I didn't keep up with game sites. So I didn't understand why I didn't know the PSP existed. I'm like, I had to learn about that after the fact. Oh, that's why they put the DS out. I didn't understand the DS when it first came out. There's sometimes that Nintendo does stuff because they think they understand the company. The company don't even like the fans to know everything they do. They want to keep they don't want to be totally predictable. So sometimes they'll throw the fans for a loop. They won't drop everything when you want them to drop it. They won't drop it how you wanted to drop it, but they will drop it. And that's what the fans got to remember. That's what they got to respect. That don't worry about it. They've been here for 8 generations. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. Just because you don't get it today don't mean you're not going to get it tomorrow. Same thing with Devil's Third. They went fool about Devil's Third, and now everybody's hyped about Devil's Third. They don't see the method to the madness. I've learned the hard way. I learned like you learned the hard way about Metroid Prime. I learned the hard way about Metroid Prime. I didn't really doubt that Nintendo could make a Metroid in 3D, but I thought it should be done a certain way. I was actually doubting them, forgetting that they made Mario make 3D. I forgot that Zelda went 3D. I'm like, why would I even doubt Nintendo making Metroid 3D? I didn't have a problem with the art style of Wind Waker, but I thought the fans might have a backlash. Maybe Nintendo should change it up. I was wrong. I've been wrong a lot of times about Nintendo. I'm tired of getting my ass whipped. I'm tired of being stupid. So I'm going to shut my mouth. If I don't understand it, be quiet, look, listen, and learn. You'll figure it out soon enough. They'll show you that magical card. So those fans got to take their time and come out of the cycle. They've been making these little. They're part of media also. A lot of these fan sites, they're about media, and they start to change their interests. They're trying to find a chance to get web traffic and have a conversation, and they're getting to the point where they're almost like where the tail is wagging the dog. They forget the dog wags the tail. So give them a time to come back around. They'll catch on, and by the time we get to next year, all this stuff, all this griping of this year will be forgotten about.
I'll be laughing too. Not only that, but Nintendo even they clearly said the E3 deal was going to be focused on a lot of games coming out this year in 2016, and it's not only that. it was they wanted to advertise Super Mario Bros. 30th anniversary, and all you saw was games rated E, rated E10 because that's what Nintendo's known for, family friendly. And it's not just that either. And not just that either, but they talking about they gave up Wii U, all this and this, but let's not forget the whole DNA. We don't know what that's going to be about. And with Club Nintendo left, they said they're going to have a replacement for Club Nintendo. We don't know what that is yet, but it's coming.
Oh, that's going to probably be awesome as shit, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's going to start in August. That's when everything's going to transform. We're in July right now.
Remember they said they're going into transformation?
Yeah.
Remember that? That Nintendo's going into transformation, so people just need to be patient, man.
No, it's transformation like Frieza in Dragon Ball Z. This is not even my final form. I use
50% of my power.
Yeah, Nintendo's not these guys. No, I'm saying what's wrong. These guys are scared that Nintendo's going to go away. When they announced NX, listen. When Nintendo announced NX, they scared everybody because they did that to keep people away from. They running the mobile. They're not running the mobile. They're going to mobile to steal mobile. But they didn't understand that. They thought NX meant that Wii U's time is up, and they have a lingering fear that Wii U is being shipped out. They don't understand. They're not following the Nintendo cycle. They're not understanding that if Mario Tennis is coming out, there's a lot more to come out. They're not reading the tea leaves right. That's what's going on, and they got a fear of the Wii U going out the pasture. And it's flavoring every thought about Nintendo, and they're going hysterical. That's why they call them fanatics, man. Fan fanatics. So they don't have no balance yet, but I think next month is when Nintendo's going to start dropping these bombs. That August update, that's why they put Splatoon in the August update, because August is when Nintendo's going to start bringing the hammers out. And all these fans are going to start being over the Wii's not dead after all. The Wii's not dead after all. We don't know what NX is yet. NX, I told you, NX is the third level. It's not necessarily a home console successor or a handheld console successor. It's a third platform of some sort. I think it's quality of life. But I don't know. I'm speculating just like anybody else. We don't know, and we won't know until they show it. It's not the replacement of the Wii U. The Wii is going to the end of the decade. The 3DS got at least to 2018 before it starts to wind down. These consoles are fine. So when Nintendo drops more information, it fills out their remnant. They can calm down, and you'll see this stuff go back to balance, and they'll get caught up in Super Mario Maker craze. Star Fox, I love Star Fox. Oh, Xenoblade Chronicles, I love you. They'll be back before you know it. Yep. They just have to get more perspective. They have to learn like I did the hard way. They have to learn by the hard knocks. I done learned the hard way. I done been beat up. I don't doubt my company no more.
I can appreciate that. Exactly. I think, and we have a follow-up question that actually piggybacks off the last one. Can there be a gaming community with when a lot of people are very delicate with fragile egos? Not really. I think a lot of people just get mad. Like people, the thing is that a lot of people get invested in their own little point of view, and they can't countenance the idea that they could be wrong. And when they are wrong, they don't say, you know what, I made a mistake. My information, my supposition, my conclusion was wrong. I'm sorry. I gave you guys false information. They just ignore it and just keep on rolling along. And so, basically my advice to you is don't listen to a gaming community. Listen to your own thoughts. Observe, follow the history of the way gaming is going, and history will never steal you wrong. I agree.
Not said.
What you guys think about the Nintendo cycle and that a Nintendo gamer system gets extremely hated on to only be loved 2 gens later?
The media.
Cycle, yep.
Yeah, the media, because remember when the GameCube came out, it's a purple lunchbox, it's kitty. Now look at it now. Everybody, oh man, GameCube's awesome.
It's everyone's favorite console that they didn't fucking buy.
Yep, we've seen that with the Wii now as well, and the Wii is going to happen the same way.
Man, I love these games on the system. Why didn't you buy it when it came out? Oh, well,
I don't know.
No, talk about the 64. The 64 is the first one.
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody was talking about that PlayStation back in the 64 era. And 64 was, it's a joke machine. It ain't got no games. It ain't got no this. It ain't got no that. We got these little bits of stuff, but we ain't got what PlayStation got. PlayStation is Crash Bandicoot. But then a couple of generations later, everybody loved that GoldenEye. Everybody loved that Ocarina of Time, the best of all time, and all that stuff. The Zelda cycle is not just with Zelda. Yeah, you said it right, Nintendo cycle.
Hey, guess what, everybody? It looks like people who are some of the people who are questioning Nintendo bringing Devil's Third is getting the word that Devil's Third is coming.
What I tell you. I
They can put down their pitchforks now.
Yes.
Yeah, no, they're just gonna find something else to bitch about.
Yeah,
people who like to
But
bitch will
Nintendo
bitch
is irrelevant,
regardless
yet
of
they're always bringing up Nintendo. I don't understand that shit.
Remember,
I mean, if you don't care, then why the fuck you always talking about them?
Such an irrelevant company.
Look at Star Fox Zero. Everybody talking about all the graphics. Oh my goodness, it's horrible. But come on, it's the same that happened to Mario 3D World. Everybody was bagging about the graphics. Then October comes around. Oh, this game looks so good. The Star Fox is gonna go through the same ordeal. Watch.
They just gotta learn.
Same as Xenoblade Chronicles. It was rough when they first showed it. By the time it's over, bam.
Nintendo games always get better over time in terms of graphic fidelity. It's not like Ubisoft.
Oh yeah, speaking of Ubisoft, they came out saying that we're not gonna come out at E3 and lie about our graphics anymore.
We can tell you the truth is a better business decision long term from now on than showing you proof of concept.
Look, all they're going to do is just show what they said. They didn't say they weren't going to show bullshots. What they said was that they were going to show the game running on the target hardware. But these systems are like PCs. So what they're going to do is that they're going to show a game that's been heavily spec'd to run really well on that particular hardware, on that particular dev kit for that hardware. And it's going to look gorgeous. And the actual game comes out, once they add in all the areas and all the stuff they add, it's still going to be downgraded. So either way, you're going to get screwed over with these companies. The only company that shows you gameplay and the games get better as time goes on is Nintendo and some of these indies. The rest of them just shady as hell.
That's it. And the gamers have gotten so trained and used to that kind of that overhype because they can't sell the games on their merits. They got to sell the game with pizzazz and showbiz. They got to put bullshit. They got to do CGI trailer that don't show you anything about the game. These guys are trained to think that's the norm. That's not the norm. That's amateur hour. What Nintendo shows you is a game in progress. When Federation Force was first shown, it said development in progress because it's not done yet. The E3 is not there to be finished. E3 is there to show you a work in progress. It's there to show you what's to come. When the game comes out, that's when the polish comes up. Nintendo don't do the downgrade; they do the upgrade.
Yep.
The truth is not spoken, so a lot of people don't know it. But that's what this show is all about, to tell the truth.
Well, we have another question here. Anyone feel that gamers are treating games like meal orders? People get very pissed off when certain games aren't made to meet their certain specific demands. Doesn't this also invalidate the games or art argument if people tell the artists what to do?
Yep.
Actually, I think it's a balancing act between the two things. Because, like, for example, after like 8, 9, 10 Call of Duties at this point, you would think they could put a woman in some battle fatigues and give her a gun and have you play as a female character in a Call of Duty. Because last time I checked, women can shoot a gun too.
Yep.
Like, there's nothing stopping a woman, you know, because anyone in the military will tell you there were female soldiers shooting fuckers too. So, I mean, you know, like, there's nothing holding that back. It seems like every single protagonist in a lot of these games is some bald-headed white guy. And, I mean, you know, there could be some variety. But the thing is like, I mean, you know, developers have been trained that, you know, developers have been trained to think that they know what consumers want. When, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, consumers are like voters. They don't know what they want. They don't know what they want till they see it.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that.
Okay? They don't know what they want until they see it, okay? Like, for example, people are like, man, I don't want to play as a female character, but then they had Mirror's Edge, and, well, actually, Nintendo did it before anyone with Samus, but they had Mirror's Edge, and they were like, oh, man, this game's fucking awesome. I mean, look, gamers want to be wowed. They want new, compelling experiences. you're doing gamers a disservice by constantly giving them the same shit over and over and over again.
I think something else. I'm gonna add that too about Anderson Archilla's question. Reggie Fils-Aimé said it best a couple years back. He said one of the things that, and on one hand I love, and on the other hand that trolls me tremendously about not only our fan base but about the gaming community at large is that whenever you share information, the perspective is thank you, but I want more. Thank you, but give me more. It's insatiable. And for so many years, community been asking, "Where's Pikmin? Where's Pikmin?" We give them Pikmin, and then they say, "What else?" And then for years, this community has said, "Damn it, Reggie! When you launch, you better launch with a Mario game." So you launch with a Mario game, and they say, "So what's more?" I've heard people say, you got these fantastic franchises, but beyond what you're doing in Smash Bros., isn't there a way to leverage all these franchises? So when you create Nintendo Land, they say, "Ho home, give me more." So it's an interesting challenge. He said it best, and I'll drop a link too.
In other words, he says, "You fucking
whiny
bastard,
little babies."
respect what we
Like I
do."
said,
All
Shit don't
gamers are
happen.
never satisfied. That's what it
Greatness doesn't happen overnight. Greatness.
No, it doesn't.
That's
Like,
why.
that's
why the Sony PlayStation guys are still waiting.
Yeah, I had an argument with a anti-Nintendo fanboy, and I was like, dude, like they're like, well, where are the games for the Wii U? This is when the Wii U was having a drop. I'm like, man, it takes time to make good games. You can't just pull a great game out of your hand. No matter how good Nintendo may seem, they don't just make a good game just from out of nothing. There's time, effort, energy put into this shit. And people don't understand.
For that greatness, though. They're still waiting for that greatness.
Greatness awaits.
Greatness. Yeah, I do have greatness. It's on the Wii U. So we got that one. We got that one. It's on the Wii U and the 3DS in my PC. I got all the greatness I can handle. Do you think that Mario Maker's requirement for level creators to finish their levels first before they can be shared will help quell the amount of Kaizo troll levels by a good amount? Hell yeah! Because you got to beat this shit before you can put it on the system. I love
that was a smart addition. I didn't think they would even think of that. That was smart because it's gonna force you to say, okay, I'm gonna create something that's doable, not some random ugly. It got to be some form to it. So yeah, I didn't expect that out of them, but yeah, that was brilliant.
They can't come on there and put some evil troll level that's unbeatable and like, well, you gotta beat it. No, I don't. You gotta beat it.
It's a Mario World. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I saw the Super Beard Brothers beating that guy. I was like, God damn. What type of thick, twisted? Like, I saw some of those levels they had on the Treehouse. I was like, what type of sick bastard would make these levels?
I know.
It's fun.
It's fun.
Shit. I always want to, I like my hard Mario levels, probably because I've mastered the game so many times.
Yeah, I've mastered the game too, but goddamn. Actually, no, I take that back. I've always delighted in learning how to break Mario levels so that I don't have to do it the hard way the developers tried to put me through to do. Like, everyone knows that level in Super Mario World where you're supposed to use the blimp blocks in order to go through this gauntlet of enemies. I just took a blue Yoshi and ate a red shell Koopa and just flew through. Because I ain't got time for that shit. No. Look, if it wasn't in the game, it wouldn't be allowed to do it.
I'm gonna tell you.
You're right.
Try going through pretty much every level in that game with just no power ups, just small Mario.
But I also have done it the right way because I had that game on Game Boy Advance as well. And if you wanted to unlock the chocolate version of the world, you had to get the princess coins too. In order to get the princess coins, you had to go through these levels the right way and get all these coins. So I had to do it the right way too. So I've done it both ways, but I prefer to break it because, I mean, that's the type of gamer I am. I figure out ways to break games legitimately and get around the developers' walls because you can't hold me, son.
Have you ever beat the NES version of Super Mario: The Lost Levels?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I've beaten the NES version. I've beaten the NES version because I have a Famicom, and I have that game on Famicom. And I've also beaten the Lost Levels on Super Mario All-Stars. Yes,
I beat the All-Stars version.
All-Stars
is not as hard as the original.
Well, I would say it's slightly less hard, but graphically, it's a much more polished game than. But they're both hard. Yeah. They both feel like Nintendo. They both feel like Shigeru Miyamoto just like grabbed you, held you down, and kicked you in the crotch, and was like, "Yeah, see how hard that game is." Like, you see that guy smiling in the corner. He's evil. He's evil.
I beat it on R-Stop, but I cannot deal with that sucker on the original release. They re-released it on the Wii.
It is hardcore. And here's the thing: they took out all the little exploits, like the thing where you could like get a Koopa on some stairs and use the trick to get like a whole bunch of lives. Like after you get to 99, it resets back to 1. Like, come on, man, shit. But that's Nintendo for you. Listen. If every time I see that company, I'm like, man, they're tough. Which leads to the next question. Actually, it doesn't. It is a horrible segue. But why do the media always try to imply everything Sony does as the best and damage control them on a regular basis?
Money.
Well, it's not even money. It's just
they want them to win.
Yeah, they want Sony to win. And here's the thing: Sony doesn't have the money to win. They don't have the money. They don't have the IPs. They don't have the developers. What they do have is a fuck ton of support from third parties. But that's I mean, shit. That and 50 cents won't get you a cup of coffee. Oh God! Don't get me started on that fucking professional troll, Michael Pachter. This is the Pack Attack. I know everything about business. But you know something? When they get that fucker on a real business show where he can't be like a fan, say that fanboy shit, he actually tells it like it is.
His ass tightens up.
Yeah, but then when he's on his little when he's with his fanboys, he's like, oh man, Nintendo's Wii U. Nintendo's making more money than the Xbox division and the PlayStation.
He's mad because he don't get those VIP backstage passes anymore.
Well, he's the dude who said that Satoru Iwata is a terrible CEO. I'm like, he's making more money than Kaz Hirai's made for the fucking company.
I'm just curious. Was he even an analyst before Iwata was even president of Nintendo?
Yeah, he was.
He works for this security place that tells people how to invest shit. That's what he does.
Blow off for Howard Lincoln.
What, say that again?
He used to go and blow off Howard Lincoln back in the days, because he used to talk high and mighty about Nintendo back in the days. He was really positive about them. But now, because he got his VIP pass taken away, they rescinded his authorization.
Well, Nintendo used to play those games, but they don't anymore. Which leads to the final question. Anyone else afraid of the aftermath that will ensue from all the self-inflicted hype of the NX? Most people / groups couldn't handle an absent feature in a game and one meh E3 showing. So it stands to reason the official reveal will totally obliterate them. Yeah, it will, and I'm going to be laughing my ass off when it does. I'm going to see certain people who own websites who wrote all this shit about the NX, and when it doesn't come out the way they thought it's supposed to come out, I'm going to be laughing my black ass off.
You know, I think it'd be funny if Iwata, when it came out, said, "We told you so."
It might be the vitality sensor.
That would be the ultimate troll move from Nintendo. They're like, oh, and it is the vitality sensor. We have finally found a way to use it effectively in
now,
games.
See, please understand. Now, see, the situation is, NX, man, you know, they're expecting. There's no reason for Nintendo to try to create a PS4 killer, because these third parties are invested in the PS4 and Xbox One. I don't care. That thing is the Technodrome. I used that before, right? the Technodrome.
No, that's a new term.
Last kick shell.
Okay, that's Crane, right?
No, this is Krang. Shredder, where's my body?
Yeah, that's right. You remember that show?
Look, man, I was that was my show when I was a kid, so I.
Hey, everybody loved that show, man. The situation is trying to out PS4 to PS4 wouldn't do Nintendo a doggone bit of good. And the other thing I can't stand about it, I'm glad it brought NX to the last question. We need to get a standard controller. Do you really think Nintendo's going to come out here with a pro controller as the controller for the next home console?
Hell no.
You think the NX or the NX? Nonsense. It's just people are.
No, sometimes I think it's I think they feel compelled to say stupid shit like that because they realize that their choice of consoles and gaming hardware isn't competing in that effort. They're not innovating your interface. They're just recycling and copying and pasting.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, Microsoft says they spent $100 million on the Xbox One controller. I like to see who cashed that check. I mean, who cashed that check?
No, sorry.
Listen,
go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
It's the thing. $100 million. All that for the same thing, ridiculous. Situation is, the NX stuff is, like I say, it's a third level. We're not having something that's going to compete with the PS4. It's not anything to do with the PS4. PS4 is not worth competing with. We don't compete in pig slop.
Well, guys, I mean, they just come out with a gimmicky controller. I mean, goddamn, guys. I mean, I thought it was going to be the next Nintendo, Super Nintendo. I always.
You don't want the Super Nintendo, you idiots. The Super Nintendo was under siege its entire life. Super Nintendo's life got cut short. It was in the shadow of the NES for the first half. The second half was in the shadow of the fifth generation. Super Nintendo is in game-wise, yeah, I love the games, but market-wise, this thing lost power from the NES. They're not thinking about that. They don't want the Super Nintendo back. You don't want, and Super Nintendo did not stay standard. They put L and R on the top of the controller. They put X and Y in the diamond format. It's not, and they put a dog bone ergonomic shapes. They don't do standard controllers. Standard. Who's standard? We made the standard. Nintendo made the standard. So all this stuff about NX having a pro controller that's going to be like the Super Nintendo, it's going to be powerful to the PS4. I'm sick of that mess. You don't know what the NX is. It is not the access to the Wii U.
And I'm sick.
It's a third level. And when it comes out, yeah, there will be meltdown. There will be probably. I hope there's not somebody trying to commit suicide.
It's going to be some butthurt. There's going to be some butthurt fans. There's going to be some so-called website owners and fanboys and wannabe analysts who are going to get their feelings hurt. Because look, listen, okay. No one has ever predicted what Nintendo's next console is going to be after the SNES, right? They tried the power race. The SNES was more powerful than anything else on the market at the time, except for the Neo Geo. And it, like you said, it was under siege its entire commercial life. It fought well though. I mean, it left some motherfuckers with busted eyes and busted teeth. Or sorry, I used the wrong word. Teeth.
With an F.
Yeah, with an F. but yeah, I love the SNES, but it was under siege the entire time. It was in the shadow of the NES. And then when it finally had those 2 years where it was on its own, then PlayStation came, and it was like look, people forget that some of the highest selling games of that gen were not on the PS1 when it first came out. They were on the SNES. People forget that shit. But I digress. The NX, like, I'm tired of hearing about the shit. I'm gonna tell you right now. It's not gonna be ultra powerful. Personally, I think they're gonna use the technology from the Wii U because, like, they've been refining how much power they can get for out of a system while refining how much power it needs to output that energy, processing ability. So personally, I think the NX is gonna be like a really, 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 like, I think it's gonna be almost like something that's going to be kind of like a bridge between their handheld system, their handheld. I like that, Tuber. I think we're gonna deal with it's going to be like a fusion, if you will, a bridge between their console and their handheld. I think it's going to be like kind of like a it's going to have all those features that so many feature-heavy people always need to have features in everything they play. Instead of worrying about the games, they worry about the fucking features.
You know what I was thinking about the other day? Did you guys ever remember when you put your PS2 disc or your GameCube game in, or your other games in for the other system? Did you ever have to worry about, man, I gotta wait 2 hours for this bitch to install?
Nope, just the startup screen.
Nope,
started that motherfucker
not
up,
until
right?
I joined the 7th gen.
No, it's like when you buy a game, you're like, fuck, man, I wonder how long this bitch is gonna take to load up.
The PCification of consoles.
They've really fucked up. I'm sorry. And where's all this power going to if they can't get that shit right? I mean, think about it.
I'm on also.
I hear the Xbox platform is like the biggest violator on the Xbox One side. I don't have one,
They're
but I hear
all
they're
horrific.
They're like really bad on that. And then the PlayStation 4, also they got issues with that shit, man. And that's something you don't hear those fanboys talk about. They don't say nothing about that shit.
I also have a problem with the NX because everyone think it's going to use x86 architecture, and it's like these people seem like x86 architecture is going to end like world hunger or something if Nintendo uses it, and that's not the case at all.
No, first of all I'm going to say about x86 architecture is this, okay? It's grossly inefficient for making games. Plus, Nintendo has spent fucking billions of dollars on PowerPC, refining PowerPC to the point where they can make PowerPC sing like I was gonna say something really graphic involving women and sexual acts, but they can make PowerPC sing in ways they can make that shit make a sound that just really just makes
the Andy Griffith theme song.
No. Mini Ripperton.
Oh yes, they can do Mini Ripperton. They can make PowerPC say it sound like Mini Ripperton with her la 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 song. So yeah, and if you people don't know who Mini Ripperton is, go on YouTube and say la 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 and type in la 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 Mini Ripperton, and you'll be like, oh shit. But my point is this. They put billions into PowerPC. They're not going to throw that shit away to make it easier for some lazy-ass fucking third parties who aren't going to support them any damn way. Let's be frank. Western third parties aren't going to support them anyway. Why would you bend over backwards to let someone rape you up the ass?
They're basically going to they're going to double down on their technology that they've created, that they've invested in, and protect their home and go from there. And if anybody wants to join, they got an open door policy if you want to come in. But you gotta follow the rules.
You gotta pay your dues, and if you can't pay your dues, get the fuck out. That's Nintendo. That's how Nintendo rolls. And I mean, that's why I look. I don't agree with everything Nintendo does. Okay, I'll be honest with you. They aren't perfect, but goddamn, compared to some of these other motherfuckers running around, shit, I'll take my chances with them. At least I know I'm gonna get some good games. Damn.
Yeah, that quality of life. I've heard murmurs about that, but you never know, man. You know what? Whatever it is what it is. I've got a Wii U right now. I got 3DS. I got my PC. I got my PlayStation, my Xbox. I mean, I got more than enough to play.
Hey, guys, let's sum that up, all that up in this note. All the Devil's Third annex rumors. Let's put it like this. Look at all these rumors. Follow me every day. I just need some time to get away.
Oh,
all these rumors, I can't take it no more.
You're going old school. I like that. I like old school like that. But I mean, it's just look. It's baseless speculation. There's no evidence to support it. And so until I see Satoru Iwata come out on a stage and tell us about it, I'm just going to say rumors. And yeah, I know what some people say. Well, Reggie said this. Reggie says a lot of shit. Reggie's a pitch man. He sells shit. and a salesman sells things by talking shit. That's what they do.
That's all Reggie is. He doesn't make decisions on the future. That's Iwata and the board.
I mean, not to say Reggie doesn't, earn his money, but
obviously he earns his money because he sold the fat DS.
Yeah.
So I mean, he got promoted after that. So.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't like Reggie. I'm just saying that, if you're thinking that Reggie said something and that means that it must be true.
Say something, you gotta take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, because this is the dude who said, "Hey, man, you might be getting GameCube games on the Wii. I mean, on the Wii U, you might be getting GameCube games. I would love to get GameCube games on the Wii U, but is it going to happen? Probably not.
Well, they do have the controller. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, they do have the controller. That would be awesome if they did it. But if they don't, I'm not going to be like, man, Nintendo lied to me. I'm going to be like, they're a business. They had to make a decision. Shit.
I think those would be like the easiest games for them to port. I mean, to get on the Virtual Console because I was reading an article where Iwata was talking about, I guess one of his Iwata asks about the cost of time and resources to actually format like the older games to run on an HD system and shit. So.
And GameCube games are much bigger than 64 games, so yeah, it's a lot more work. And I'd rather them work on new games than old games.
And he said, would you rather us work on new games or older games? We only have so many resources. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, shit. He says they didn't expect the amount of demand for Virtual Console games either. So, I mean, there is a demand for them. So,
Virtual Console is there to also help sell new games because these jokers are missing Zelda so much. What comes on the Virtual Console? Ocarina of Time. It's always a magic to what they do.
I downloaded the Ninja Gaiden NES version for the Virtual Console on the Wii U the other day, and I played it with my Pro Controller. And the magic with that Virtual Console is that you can create a save state.
You beat it finally.
No, I'm on the last boss. But the thing is, what's amazing is that it looks like they've redid the entire game to work on the system with the latencies and everything involved. Because if you remember, the regular Nintendo controller, the latency on that was just, I mean, non-existent. So they had to reprogram this game, and it looks like they've fixed the latency with the wireless controllers, and also it's like it seems like the image isn't skewed or anything, and it runs very well. I think you don't see any slowdown or anything like you used to see. So it's not just a straight port is what I'm trying to say. So when people say, "Oh, all they got to do is just fucking put the games on the Virtual Console and call it a day and make tons of money," I think it's a little bit more involved.
Straight up emulation. But there's more to it than
it's a little bit
straight
more
up
involved.
emulation.
Yeah.
That's the quality we keep forgetting about around here, right?
Well, I mean, Nintendo. I mean, like they are the only company I've ever seen who actually tries to, have that certain level of quality to stuff. Like Sega tried, but they lost it. They lost it.
I think what happened with Sega is that they had the powers that be lose focus on what exactly they wanted to do. Because I mean, this jumping back and forth on focusing on the next generation and staying on the current generation, or adding to the generation with all those different attachments. I mean, if you looked at the Sega Genesis with the 32X and the CD drive and you looked at it and you got the extra control, the big ass controller with all the extra buttons on it, you thought that motherfucker was Optimus Prime and shit, getting ready to fucking transform.
I mean, I think the thing that really hurt Sega is that they got cocky with the Genesis.
Right.
They didn't know when to let it go. Like,
I'm
I mean,
what
that was the
fuck,
problem.
Man? What do they want to do with this motherfucker?
The thing I have to admire about Nintendo is that after the NES, they learned how to let a console fucking go. They'd be like, you know what? This SNES had its 5-6 years. You gotta let it go.
Guys,
in 64.
Sometimes we get upset because Nintendo doesn't bring over shit from Japan. But if you kind of think about it, maybe Japan is sort of their testing grounds to make sure that it's like a market approval for a certain product to make it over to the other side, because
it is.
There's been a lot of shit that they released over there and never came over here that you're like think to yourself, why the fuck did they do that? And it's just not Nintendo. A lot of companies do that, you know.
But like I said, Sega did not know when to let go of the Genesis.
No.
I mean, the reason they created all those damn peripherals was so that they could keep on selling Genesises. Now, I have nothing against people making money, but goddamn, some of that shit was just ridiculous.
With all the blast processing and shit.
Blast processing, that's bullshit anyway. It was bullshit then. It's like that 8 gigs of RAM is the new blast processing. It's got 8 gigs of RAM. But how does that help me play a game?
Bigger worlds.
There's also the self
and it just does.
There's also the self processor. So it seems like every generation we have our new blast processor.
Yeah, every generation we get some bullshit that's just complete and total bullshit.
Hey, Red Fire, do you remember Nintendo talking about Mode 7, or you hear them talking about games?
I remember them putting Mode 7 in games. They didn't talk about it. They showed you what the shit could do, and it looked awesome.
The Super Nintendo box itself had the it talked about Mode 7 on the back of the box.
Yeah, on the back. I'm talking about the commercial. You didn't see anything about, but Mode 7. They just said Super Mario Kart. Look at this game. It's fun. Look at it. They're running. Talk about the game.
Now you're playing with superpower.
I don't care about your features. Features are nice, but tell me how your game's played.
Yeah. How do they help the game? Like, that's the thing that gets me. Look, I have nothing against features, but how does it help the game? And don't tell me I get to talk to my friends, because that has fuck all to do with the game. Okay, I can talk to my friends on the phone. That's not really helping me play a game. So please tell me how features, voice chat, whatever, is helping me play the game. Now, if you can give me a valid reason it's helping play a game, then I'll be like, yeah, that's cool.
And
that totally makes sense.
These people that complain about voice chat and having these features, like, was y'all even gamers before the whole Xbox Live started that crap with whole voice chat and features? Was they even gamers back then? From third generation to generation 5 at least?
First of all, the Xbox did not start that shit. They stole that shit from PC. But what you were saying about were they gamers? Probably not. Look, a lot of people just jumped on gaming when it became acceptable, because they went from it became this kind. It went from being this kind of taboo thing to being more mainstream.
Weirdo. You're like a loser and shit. Now, dude, let's go play Call of Duty. I mean, God.
Yeah, I mean, that's not.
We got to get the zombie fast going on. We got to go and battle them zombies. I
mean, it's not just with the video game industry. There's a lot of stuff that start off small and short and sweet, and it becomes big, and it's a change of heart and soul, like hip hop.
Yeah.
I wish I could say something about that, but I'm not a particular fan of hip hop, so I don't know.
It's a long story. Let's put it that way.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, the whole rumor about you're a little kid if you play video games, you can't get no woman if you play video games. That was a big stigma back then.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you right now.
There's something wrong with you.
I can tell you right now. If you go on a date, people like there's no stigma. Look, if you go on a date and you go up to a woman and you're talking about how you headshot somebody in a video game, that date is not. You will not be playing baseball later on in that date. That's all I'm gonna say on that one.
Yeah, but like that. I'm just talking about the fact that people were actually playing. I'm not talking about going on dates, talking about games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the stigma was much stronger now. But then But now everybody plays it as it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be just for certain people. It's for everybody to play. It's just like chess and checkers in the park.
That is correct.
And now we have actual analysts talking about what in the hell is Michael Patton and his company talking about on Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal and video games had nothing to do with each other in 1990.
Nope. I mean, going back to what I said about the hip hop thing, like back then it was about unity and peace and having positive words. But then all of a sudden, when gangster rap got popular in the '90s, and even now when it's talking about sex, guns, and violence and drugs and money, now all of a sudden, you hear it everywhere now. You know the same thing that applies to video games.
It's like these.
Yeah.
Cage Anime, it's UNITY.
Yep.
UNITY, it's the unity.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all gone. I missed that era.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but
that's
here's
gone.
the thing. Like, all that... Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. It's just basically... All that changed because it became profitable. That fucking type of music became profitable. So when the Suits got their hands on it, they decided to create that... dissension, that beef.
Yeah. I heard that it was because there was like people within the industry that wanted to invest in the prisons, the private prisons. That's the reason why like gangster rap started to become like more mainstream.
It's all about the money, man. The suits.
I don't know if it was because of the wanting to invest. What I will say is this: the money got into it, and I mean, It's like with the military industrial complex, and then you got the music industry, and you got the video game industry now, which is $17 billion industry. You think big money's not going to want to get involved? Of course. That's why you got the Activisions. That's why you got the Electronic Arts. That's why you got Nordic Games. Yeah, they are shady as hell. That's all I'm going to say about Nordic
I call them the vultures of the video game industry. Those motherfuckers are going to eat everybody's lunch.
Well, they are shady, but what I will say is this though, just like the music industry, especially the hip hop and rap, just like the video game industry, like gaming. I'm not saying gaming used to be a business, and then investors got into it and they turned it into a fucking industry. And the problem is that investors, and even Nintendo, investors are not interested in making a good game. They're not interested in the reputation of a company. They just want to make money. There's no balance. There's no, well, we can't say this, we can't do this. It's just whatever the hell they want to do. So,
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. When the big money comes in, when a guy with money bags comes around and you're starving and you're just looking for a fucking paycheck, you're gonna sell yourself for whatever, If they tell you to bend over, then you're gonna bend over. If they tell you get on your knees, you're gonna get on your knees. Because some people are just fucking weak like that,
Well, they need that money. They need them Benjamins. They need them dollar bills. The Skrilla, the cheddar, the greenbacks.
Well said.
Now me personally, I mean, like I said, we've reached all of our questions. We've gotten to the end. Anyone want to have any final thoughts before we wrap things up?
I just wanted to just bring up the topic about like the whole the amiibos and how people we're calling them. Some people are calling them like Happy Meal toys and don't really understand maybe the history behind Nintendo and maybe the reason why they brought the amiibo. So I thought maybe somebody would have a thought to say.
It's because they don't have amiibos on their favorite piece of plastic. You won't find a Kratos amiibo or a Master Chief amiibo, would you?
If there was a Kratos or a Master Chief amiibo, those guys would be buying them right away.
No.
Yeah.
Dude, they aren't. That's kiddie. Yeah. They ain't playing no damn action.
That'd be dick riding the hell out of
action figures. No, here's all I'm gonna say about amiibo is this: people forget that Nintendo started out as a toy company. Like before they got into video games, they just made toys. Okay. Not like action figures, but they made Hanafuda cards, which are toys, and other types of toys, like Gunpei Yokoi. Like he was like the maintenance guy for their like the engineer that made sure their assembly machines, their assembly line machines worked. And he was in his office and he made this this grab hand thing on a pulley system. And Hiroshi Yamauchi was walking around and saw him playing with the thing in his office. He's like, yeah, that seems like a pretty neat thing. We should sell it. Yeah, the Ultra Hand. And I mean, like that's what I mean. They made toys, okay, and so
they're still kind of a toy.
They still make. They made like more simplistic toys than what I mean. Even though it was Japan, they were more simplistic than what we were used to. But now they're making they're going back to their roots, which was other types of toys.
Well, see, I'll add to that, Mr. F. Fox. Because video games is actually an extension of toys. Because video games are high-tech toys. Yep. And the way they make their video games are like toys. When you play games like Electroplankton and the Wii Music, which everybody beats up on, but was a pretty decent game.
That was an innovative game, Electroplankton. Yeah.
They make games they make they make some games that feel like toys, that act like toys. Even the news channel from the old Wii. There's a toy mentality on it because when you got that little cat running around, you tap him and he runs around and makes it go beep, 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 the cat sounds. So they got lots of this kind of mentality in their product. That's why you don't see them worshiping technology. They don't care. Tech is a means to an end. They want to sell play. They're a play company at the roots. And my thing about Amiibo is, it's a good way of showing emblem. It's almost like a time capsule for Nintendo. It's a show. There's been Nintendo toys around. It's not nothing new, but this is an official toy. This is a statue of my gaming legacy, right? Mm-hmm. And not only that, it is. And when you hear them complain about the DLC, I hate that foolishness because you can't download physical products.
Exactly.
It's not a DLC. But what it is a DLC master key.
It's more like a DICK.
Yeah.
That's sticking it in.
I want to do Amiibo.
That's what they're doing to you, John. They're putting it in you.
No, listen, wait, listen. No, what it is. No, wait, listen. See, unlike DLC, here's the thing about that. You put sometimes it's not even DLC. Most of the stuff is on the disc anyway. But what it is it's a key that unlocks stuff. What you buy is a master key. You buy one key, one $13 purchase, and you got endless games to use this on. It's not a one. It's not a one and done. So it's better. It's better than DLC, and not just that. Unlike DLC, I cannot trade DLC. I can hold a Amiibo. I can trade an Amiibo. I can scalp an Amiibo. I can hold an Amiibo for 40 years and get money after the fact, like they do for Family Stadium. You can't do that with DLC. It's better than DLC, in my opinion.
And here's the thing. And not only is it better than DLC, it's also, in another way, lesser than DLC. Because here's the thing. You don't need the Amiibos. You can enjoy the entire game and you can enjoy every game on the Wii U that uses Amiibos, or the new 3DS that uses Amiibos, and you're not missing anything if you don't have an Amiibo. You still get a full game. I mean, DLC is where, like, the way it is now in this industry is like, oh, we cut, like, 50% of the game is locked behind a fucking paywall. That is DLC.
Yeah, I'm also I was looking at one of the Nintendo Treehouse. I was rewatching that. You know how you can place the Amiibos on the gamepad and you can actually play that character like Link or something in one of the Mario Maker levels. They actually said that someone can take that Amiibo and if they upload it and you download that particular stage, you don't need the Amiibo to unlock Link.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yep.
Nice.
See? So, that's the difference.
The system now is just designed to milk the market as much as they can because they don't see a future in it.
Well, no, it's sad. It's also sad because I think Tuber had a link earlier that we all know how broken Batman Arkham Knight was on PC at launch. Even the new DLC is broken.
You kidding me?
Yep, the Batgirl DLC.
What? They even
Get
messed
the
that up
hell
now?
out of here.
Yep. Yeah, on VG Charts they have an article about it. They had to delay the release of the DLC because of it.
Wow, it's amazing that they had time to work on that broken-ass DLC when the PC version, they're supposed to be also working on the PC version of that game.
There was a commenter that said this exact same thing
Wait a minute.
in that article.
Are we now messing up? I never heard of this before. How do you mess up DLC? I've never heard of this before.
Well, look, why are people surprised? This is Warner Brothers.
The crash is coming. Wow. Unbelievable.
That's right.
Crash is coming. They're rushing stuff out for the quick dollar. Even DLC is being rushed out.
Exactly. Because they don't see a future.
Yeah. They're trying to get, you're right. They're trying to milk it out now before the Titanic comes in. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to, save up their money piles to weather the storm. But the thing is this. Platforms that they're fucking people on right now aren't going to exist in the future. Microsoft is already making moves. I mean, that's without being said.
Yeah, Windows 10.
Sony, I mean, they're just waiting for the what do you call it, death to come around with a scythe to take them out.
No, here's the sad thing. The industry isn't crashing because of some exterior force, like what happened, over 30 years ago when Atari helped precipitate the crash, and all those and third parties. It's their own stupidity and greed is causing this crash.
Yeah,
people
because
flooding the market with shitty
faceless
games.
suits that control the industry don't give a fuck about you or me. They don't care if we're having a good time with the game. They just give a fuck if we buy it day one. That's all they give a fuck about. All right? That's why they devalue their products so quickly, and it's a shame because people spend their hard-earned money on these fucking broken pieces of shit.
Broken DLC now.
And then and you know what kills me is like they get mad at you because you voice your opinion about the fact that those practices are
anti-consumer.
Yeah, anti-consumer. Some would suggest it's an unlawful practice because there's no way for you to get any type of
your money back.
Yeah, repair or for them to make it right with you. Because the fact is, they'll release a patch and it'll fix a couple things, and then they'll go another 3 months and maybe release another one, and then 6 months later, they'll say, well, we're working on a bigger patch, and a year goes by, then the storm's already been, they weathered the storm, and another broken release comes out, and all the attention goes on that. That's what happens. That's just what happens, guys.
And here's the thing. I would say that, they need to have, a certain amount of, leeway to be able to open and ask questions and have recourse. But if you're dumb enough to give your money to someone who has released broken, busted piece of shit games for years, Warner Brothers, that's what I'm talking about, it's Warner Brothers. You kind of get what you pay for. I mean, You keep on giving them your money. I don't know why, but you do it.
Are they also the company responsible for the implementation of the refund policy on Steam?
No, they're the ones who got bit in the ass because of the refund policy on Steam. The only reason that the PC version of Arkham Knight got pulled, and they're working on it right now, is because Steam implemented the refund policy. If that shit hadn't happened, Warner Brothers would have taken those people's money and ran away and said, "Oh, wait for the patch."
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because a lot of folks are very, very big fans of Batman, and they're just making a mockery of it.
No. Oh.
The sad thing is that I don't even like the Rocksteady version of Batman. They got everything right, but the art style is. I mean, you know, they got the right voice, they got the right Joker.
It's always changed with the generation.
It's all over. Yeah, it's all over the map. But I just.
I mean, some people like the old school 1960s Batman.
I like 1960s Batman. I like 1970s Batman. I like 1980s Batman.
I mean, that's what they're bringing back with the Batman versus Superman.
Yeah, they're bringing back everyone. See, here's the thing. Everyone keeps on riding on Frank Miller's pony, okay? And here's the thing. Everyone's always like, man, we're doing the Dark Knight. Everyone forgets that the first part of the Dark Knight's really awesome. The second part sucks, okay? It does.
That movie was way too long. It was just
no. Frank Miller. Frank Miller wrote a book in the 80s, like 83, 80, 84, called The Dark Knight. And every single Batman film that's been made, except for those two awesome Joel Schumacher ones. I'm being facetious when I say awesome.
I know you are.
It's chasing after the Dark Knight thing. They all want to be, well, it's got to be dark and gritty. And they forget that there was a time when Batman was not dark or gritty.
Yep.
I mean, he would kill a motherfucker though and shoot him in the face, but he wasn't dark and gritty.
Yeah, you heard me saying the old school song from way back.
Well, that was
when.
in the '60s with what's his name? Shit.
Adam West.
Adam West.
Adam West.
It was more like a comedy back then, though, man.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, I would like to see that Batman brought back.
It'd be nice.
That would be hilarious. It's like, Joker, you fiend! Commissioner, the bat phone is ringing. I must answer.
Mr. Red Fox, comics are like video games. You know, they've evolved into these gritty, over the top, Michael Bay experiences and shit.
That's everywhere too. Like, look at all these crime drama shows that come out the ass on television.
Everything's got to be over the top now, man. It's got to be gritty.
All I'm gonna say, I'm a huge Batman fan from way back in the day. I'm not one of those people that just jumped on Batman with what's his name, Christopher Nolan. Yeah. Oh man, I love The Dark Knight. Actually, I'm gonna tell you my dark, gritty Batman film that got me into Batman. It was Tim Burton's Batman.
With what's his name?
With Michael Keaton and Batman Returns.
I always say he was the best Batman in the modern day. But
in my opinion, he was, and I'll tell you right now, I don't look. They could get Ella Enchanted all they want to. The best Catwoman, live action Catwoman I've seen was and still is Michelle Pfeiffer in that skin tight outfit in Batman Returns. That is still the best.
What no Halle Berry?
The best part about that movie was Halle Berry's outfit, but she still wasn't a very good Catwoman. As a matter of fact, Eartha Kitt was a better Catwoman than Halle Berry, and I'm going real old school with that.
Eartha Kitt. What Poppy brought up, man, was absolute perfection. I had to come off camera, so I won't talk over anybody. I was cheering quietly. When he said the comic books, comic books are called comic books. Comic books weren't always gritty, serious. Batman was they called it, the DC stands for Detective Comics. He was a detective. He wasn't no big ninja. He wasn't no big guy running around. He wore a bat costume. It was a little hokey looking. It was good, but I mean, it wasn't Nolan Batman. It wasn't all this gritty, gruff, raw. All that mess wasn't there. It had levity to it.
People want that shit now, man. They don't want no positive, happy-go-lucky type shit, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood.
It's the whole thing. It was trying to go in the game industry because you got one guy trying to keep Mario not gritty, trying to keep him in this happy hoo-hoo mentality, and you got everybody wanting to turn the industry into a bunch of...
Yeah, they want Mario going around like GTA 5, slapping hoes out, getting his,
Look at Sonic 06 the same way.
Well, here's the thing. That's all. Mario is already gritty. if you played Super Mario World on the SNES, he was straight up like, okay, he was beating up Koopas, picking up the poor bastard, throwing his home at another dude who had a clown car, stealing his clown car, lighting people on fire so that they drop coins. So basically, he was beating people up and stealing their money. Actually, he was killing them and stealing their money. Okay, he killed. Yeah, I know everyone's like Bowser Jr.'s Bowser's kid. Bullshit. The Koopa kids are Bowser's kids.
Yep.
He killed all 6 of Bowser's kids. Then stormed his castle and knocked him out of his clown car and took Princess Peach. Mario is one of the most gangster motherfuckers on the planet. He just has a very nice art style. That's about it.
Yahoo.
Not just that. When he jump on a Yoshi and drops him mid jump.
Yep.
Yeah.
While still,
he's like, I'm sorry, man. He's like, I'm sorry. I know you watched me when I was a baby, but fuck you. I got to make this jump.
Yep.
And then when he starts throwing Yoshi's eggs, how many babies is he killing with each egg?
while still.
No, that's Yoshi. Yoshi lays eggs and throws his eggs or her eggs, because I've never seen a male creature lay eggs. Yoshi throws his own eggs at other people. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen before in my life. I'm like, damn, you are hardcore, Yoshi. Donkey Kong goes around beating the shit out of people, throwing barrels and TNT and riding rhinos and ramming people and shit. I mean, Nintendo makes hardcore stuff. It's just you gotta look between the lines. Link stabbed a motherfucker in the head. In the head.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's time to wrap this shit up. We had a very long podcast. I think we got into the nitty gritty with a lot of this stuff. And it was stuff that needed to be said. Yeah, it was stuff that needed to be said. So with that being said, plug what you guys want to plug, and then we'll wrap things up as we go along.
I'll go
Anyone
first.
have anything?
I'll go first.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, guys. This is Poppy2K. Thanks, Mr. Red Fox, for inviting me. I enjoyed it. Fellas, you guys had some great commentary with this show. I learned some new things today. Also, my channel, I've been doing a little bit more content lately. We did a epic cast the night before with myself and Mr. Red Fox, K&H, and Konahashi. We've gone over midnight as well. So, but just keep your guys, keep your mind open. Look for the truth. Don't just listen to what anybody on YouTube says.
All right. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
Yep, KH Anime here. Remember, keep calm, game on. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, black, white, Hispanic, gay, straight, lesbian, Christian, Islamic, atheist, whatever you are, I hope that your ears was wide open for this insane good podcast.
Okay, cool. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. Well, it was nice to be on this epic podcast, and I'm thinking about doing a series of videos. I'm gonna need help with this one. Maybe I'll invite a few of you. Basically, a group of videos. 1 week, how can Sony be the best Sony? Another week, how can Microsoft be the best Microsoft? And the third week, how can Nintendo be the best Nintendo? Or we could just have an epic podcast and do it all at once.
Okay.
Okay, who wants to go next?
All right, this is Tuber5. Great podcast. Enjoyed the thoughts that was expressed throughout the podcast. It was a pleasure. You can subscribe to my channel, Tuber5. I may have some videos on the line. Still getting the whole this YouTube thing, transitioning from just like a watcher to more like a contributor. So thanks, guys. You have a good night.
All right. Okay then. Let me see who's left. Tuber went, Poppy went, KH Anime G went, Kanoshi went. We only have John and Dr. Feelgood.
Dr. Feelgood gonna go?
Dr. Feelgood, you want to go next?
He's blocked. You got a mic. His mic.
Yeah, but he has to unblock his own thing.
I know you did it.
Yeah, I did it because the feedback. But you once you're once you're muted, you have to unmute your own thing.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, how about you go, John Lucas?
All right. Well, The Rock says this, jabronis, that no matter what happens, regardless of what happens, the Wii U, the 3DS, Nintendo will be the best damn video game choice there ever was if you smell what The Rock is cooking.
All right. So, Dr. Feelgood, you want to give your outro? No? Okay. Well, he's the guy who, with the smooth tunes and the smooth moves,
always playing.
Always in a gaming mood. I'm like, I'm sorry. I've heard this.
Always playing Splatoon.
No, always in a gaming mood. And remember, just game on. It's game to the end, something like that. I butchered his clothes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's probably gonna get me later on in another cast in the future for destroying his thing. So basically, it's me, Mr. Red Fox. This is the end of this cast. It was epic. We started at 8. We're ending at 1 a.m. in the fucking morning. But it was shit that needed to be said. This is BS Busters After Dark, so there we go. I have nothing big planned for next week whatsoever, aside from the Splatoon thing, which I will do an after party, and we'll talk about, we'll dissect how it went and everything, and we'll do that Saturday. So look forward to that. It probably won't be more than an hour. So I'm doing water slides too because it's hot where I live, and I need cool. It's got to be cool. So yeah, water slides forever, baby. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.